Such, then, were the fortunes of the Romans in Libya. I shall now proceed to the Gothic War, first telling all that befell the Goths and Italians before this war. During the reign of Zeno in Byzantium, the power in the west was held by Augustus, whom the Romans used to call by the diminutive name Augustulus, because he took over the empire while still a lad. His father, Orestes, a man of the greatest discretion, administering it as regent for him. Now it happened that the Romans, a short time before, had induced the Scyrri and the Alani and certain other Gothic nations to form an alliance with them, and from that time on it was their fortune to suffer at the hands of Alaric and Attila those things which have been told in the previous narrative. And in proportion as the barbarian element among them became strong, just so did the prestige of the Roman soldiers forthwith decline, and under the fair name of alliance, they were more and more tyrannized over by the intruders, and oppressed by them, so that the barbarians ruthlessly forced many other measures upon the Romans, much against their will, and finally demanded that they should divide with them the entire land of Italy. And indeed they commanded Orestes to give them the third part of this, and when he would by no means agree to do so, they killed him immediately. Now there was a certain man among the Romans named Odoacer, one of the bodyguards of the emperor, and he at that time agreed to carry out the commands on the condition that they should set him upon the throne. And when he had received the supreme power in this way, he did the emperor no further harm, but allowed him to live henceforth as a private citizen. And by giving the third part of the land to the barbarians, and in this way gaining their allegiance most firmly, he held the supreme power securely for 10 years. It was at about this time that the Goths also, who were dwelling in Thrace, with the permission of the emperor, took up arms against the Romans under the leadership of Theodoric, a man who was of patrician rank, and had attained to the consular office in Byzantium. But the Emperor Zeno, who understood how to settle to his advantage any situation in which he found himself, advised Theodoric to proceed to Italy, attack Odoacer, and win for himself and the Goths the western dominion. For it was better for him, he said, especially as he had attained the senatorial dignity, to force out an usurper and be ruler over all the Romans and Italians, than to incur the great risk of a decisive struggle with the emperor. Now Theodoric was pleased with the suggestion and went to Italy, and he was followed by the Gothic host, who placed in their wagons the women and children and such of their chattels as they were able to take with them. And when they came near the Ionian Gulf, they were quite unable to cross over it, since they had no ships at hand, and so they made the journey around the gulf, advancing through the land of the Taulanti and the other nations of that region. Here the forces of Odoacer encountered them, but after being defeated in many battles, they shut themselves up with their leader in Ravenna, and such other towns as were especially strong. And the Goths laid siege to these places and captured them all in one way or another, as it chanced in each case, except that they were unable to capture either by surrender or by storm the fortress of Cesena, which is 300 stades distant from Ravenna, and Ravenna itself, where Odoacer happened to be. For this city of Ravenna lies in a level plain at the extremity of the Ionian Gulf, lacking 2 stades of being on the sea, and it is so situated as not to be easily approached either by ships or by a land army. Ships cannot possibly put into shore there because the sea itself prevents them by forming shoals for not less than 30 stades. Consequently, the beach at Ravenna, although to the eye of mariners it is very near at hand, is in reality very far away, by reason of the great extent of the shoal water. And a land army cannot approach it at all, for the river Po, also called the Eridanus, which flows past Ravenna, coming from the boundaries of Celtica and other navigable rivers, together with some marshes, encircle it on all sides, and so cause the city to be surrounded by water. In that place a very wonderful thing takes place every day, for early in the morning the sea forms a kind of river and comes up over the land for the distance of a day's journey for an unencumbered traveller, and becomes navigable in the midst of the mainland, and then in the late afternoon it turns back again, causing the inlet to disappear, and gathers the stream to itself. All those, therefore, who have to convey provisions into the city, or carry them out from there for trade, or for any other reason, place their cargoes in boats, and drawing them down to the place where the inlet is regularly formed, they await the inflow of the water. And when this comes, the boats are lifted little by little from the ground and float, and the sailors on them set to work, and from that time on are seafaring men. And this is not the only place where this happens, but it is the regular occurrence along the whole coast in this region, as far as the city of Aquileia. However, it does not always take place in the same way every time, but when the light of the moon is faint, the advance of the sea is not strong either, but from the first half-moon until the second the inflow has a tendency to be greater. So much for this matter. But when the third year had already been spent by the Goths and Theodoric in their siege of Ravenna, the Goths, who were weary of the siege, and the followers of Odoacer, who were hard-pressed by the lack of provisions, came to an agreement with each other, through the mediation of the priest of Ravenna, the understanding being that both Theodoric and Odoacer should reside in Ravenna on terms of complete equality. And for some time they observed the agreement, but afterwards Theodoric caught Odoacer, as they say, plotting against him, and bidding him to a feast, with treacherous intent, slew him, and in this way, after gaining the adherence of such of the hostile barbarians as chanced to survive, he himself secured the supremacy over both Goths and Italians. And though he did not claim the right to assume either the garb or the name of Emperor of the Romans, but was called Rex to the end of his life, for thus the barbarians are accustomed to call their leaders. Still, in governing his own subjects, he invested himself with all the qualities which appropriately belong to one who is by birth an emperor. For he was exceedingly careful to observe justice. He preserved the laws on a sure basis. He protected the land and kept it safe from the barbarians dwelling around about, and attained the highest possible degree of wisdom and manliness. And he himself committed scarcely a single act of injustice against his subjects, nor would he brook such conduct on the part of anyone else who attempted it, except, indeed, that the Goths distributed among themselves the portion of the lands which Odoacer had given to his own partisans. And although in name Theodoric was an usurper, yet in fact he was as truly an emperor as any who have distinguished themselves in this office from the beginning, and love for him among both Goths and Italians grew to be great, and that too contrary to the ordinary habits of men. For in all states men's preferences are divergent, with the result that the government in power pleases for the moment only those with whom its acts find favour, but offends those whose judgment it violates. But Theodoric reigned for 37 years, and when he died, he not only made himself an object of terror to all of his enemies, but also left to his subjects a keen sense of bereavement at his loss. And he died in the following manner. Symmachus and his son-in-law, Boetius, were men of noble and ancient lineage, and both had been leading men in the Roman Senate and had been consuls. But because they practised philosophy and were mindful of justice in a manner surpassed by no other men, relieving the destitution of both citizens and strangers by generous gifts of money, they attained great fame, and thus led men of the basest sort to envy them. Now such persons slandered them to Theodoric, and he, believing their slanders, put these two men to death on the ground that they were setting about a revolution, and made their property confiscate to the public treasury. And a few days later, while he was dining, the servant set before him the head of a great fish. This seemed to Theodoric to be the head of Symmachus newly slain, indeed, with its teeth set in its lower lip, and its eyes looking at him with a grim and insane stare. It did resemble exceedingly a person threatening him. And becoming greatly frightened at the extraordinary prodigy, and shivering excessively, he retired, running to his own chamber, and bidding them place many covers upon him. He remained quiet, but afterwards he disclosed to his physician, Epidius, all that had happened, and wept for the wrong he had done Symmachus and Boetius. Then, having lamented and grieved exceedingly over the unfortunate occurrence, he died not long afterwards. This was the first and last act of injustice which he committed towards his subjects, and the cause of it was that he had not made a thorough investigation, as he was accustomed to do, before passing judgment on the two men. After his death the kingdom was taken over by Athalaric, the son of Theodoric's daughter. He had reached the age of 8 years, and was being reared under the care of his mother, Amalsuntha. For his father had already departed from among men, and not long afterwards Justinian succeeded to the imperial power in Byzantium. Now Amalsuntha, as guardian of her child, administered the government, and she proved to be endowed with wisdom and regard for justice in the highest degree, displaying to a great extent the masculine temper. As long as she stood at the head of the government, she inflicted punishment upon no Roman in any case, either by touching his person or by imposing a fine. Furthermore, she did not give way to the Goths in their mad desire to wrong them, but she even restored to the children of Symmachus and Boetius their fathers' estates. Now Amalsuntha wished to make her son resemble the Roman princes in his manner of life, and was already compelling him to attend the school of a teacher of letters. And she chose out 3 among the old men of the Goths whom she knew to be prudent and refined above all the others, and bade them live with Athalaric. But the Goths were by no means pleased with this, for because of their eagerness to wrong their subjects, they wished to be ruled by him more after the barbarian fashion. On one occasion the mother, finding the boy doing some wrong in his chamber, chastised him, and he in tears went off thence to the men's apartments. And some Goths who met him made a great to-do about this, and reviling Amalsuntha, insisted that she wished to put the boy out of the world as quickly as possible, in order that she might marry a second husband, and with him rule over the Goths and Italians. And all the notable men among them gathered together, and coming before Amalsuntha, made the charge that their king was not being educated correctly and from their point of view, nor to his own advantage. For letters, they said, are far removed from manliness, and the teachings of old men results for the most part in a cowardly and submissive spirit. Therefore, the man who is to show daring in any work and be great in renown ought to be freed from the timidity which teachers inspire, and to take his training in arms. They added that even Theodoric would never allow any of the Goths to send their children to school, for he used to say to them all that, if the fear of the strap once came over them, they would never have the resolution to despise sword or spear. and they asked her to reflect that her father Theodoric, before he died, had become master of all this territory, and had invested himself with a kingdom, which was his by no sort of right, although he had not so much as heard of letters. Therefore, O Queen, they said, have done with these tutors now, and do you give to Antalaric some men of his own age to be his companions, who will pass through the period of youth with him, and thus give him an impulse towards that excellence which is in keeping with the custom of barbarians. When Amalsuntha heard this, although she did not approve, yet because she feared the plotting of these men, she made it appear that their words found favour with her, and granted everything the barbarians desired of her. And when the old men had left Athalaric, he was given the company of some boys who were to share his daily life, lads who had not yet come of age, but were only a little in advance of him in years. And these boys, as soon as he came of age, by inciting him to drunkenness and to intercourse with women, made him an exceptionally depraved youth, and of such stupid folly that he was disinclined to follow his mother's advice. Consequently, he utterly refused to champion her cause, although the barbarians were by now openly leaguing together against her, for they were boldly commanding the women to withdraw from the palace. But Amalsuntha neither became frightened at the plotting of the Goths, nor did she, woman-like, weakly give way, but still displaying the dignity befitting a queen, she chose out 3 men who were the most notable among the barbarians, and at the same time the most responsible for the sedition against her, and bade them go to the limits of Italy, not together, however, but as far apart as possible from one another. But it was made to appear that they were being sent in order to guard the land against the enemy's attack. But nevertheless these men, by the help of their friends and relations, who were all still in communication with them, even travelling a long journey for the purpose, continued to make ready the details of their plot against Amalsuntha, and the woman, being unable to endure these things any longer, devised the following plan. Sending to Byzantium, she inquired of the Emperor Justinian whether it was his wish that Amalsuntha, the daughter of Theodoric, should come to him, for she wished to depart from Italy as quickly as possible. And the Emperor, being pleased by this suggestion, bade her come and send orders that the finest of the houses in Epidamnus should be put in readiness, in order that when Amalsuntha should come there, she might lodge in it, and after spending such time there as she wished, might then betake herself to Byzantium. When Amalsuntha learned this, she chose out certain Goths who were energetic men and especially devoted to her, and sent them to kill the 3 whom I have just mentioned, as having been chiefly responsible for the sedition against her. And she herself placed all her possessions, including 400 centenaria of gold, in a single ship, and embarked on it some of those most faithful to her, and bade them sail to Epidamnus, and upon arriving there to anchor in its harbour, but to discharge from the ship nothing whatever of its cargo until she herself should send orders. And she did this in order that if she should learn that the 3 men had been destroyed, she might remain there and summon the ship back, having no further fear from her enemies. But if it should chance that any one of them was left alive, no good hope being left to her, she purposed to sail with all speed and find safety for herself and her possessions in the Emperor's land. Such was the purpose with which Amalsuntha was sending the ship to Epidamnus, and when it arrived at the harbour of that city, those who had the money carried out her orders. But a little later, when the murders had been accomplished as she wished, Amalsuntha summoned the ship back, and remaining at Ravenna strengthened her rule and made it as secure as might be. There was among the Goths one Theodatus by name, the son of Amalfrida, the sister of Theodoric, a man already mature in years, versed in the Latin literature and the teachings of Plato, but without any experience whatever in war, and taking no part in active life, and yet extraordinarily devoted to the pursuit of money. This Theodatus had gained possession of most of the lands in Tuscany, and he was eager by violent methods to wrest the remainder from their owners, for to have a neighbour seemed to Theodatus a kind of misfortune. Now Amalsuntha was exerting herself to curb this desire of his, and consequently he was always vexed with her and resentful. He formed the plan, therefore, of handing over Tuscany to the Emperor Justinian, in order that, upon receiving from him a great sum of money and the senatorial dignity, he might pass the rest of his life in Byzantium. After Theodatus had formed this plan, there came from Byzantium to the chief priest of Rome 2 envoys, Hypatius, the priest of Ephesus, and Demetrius from Philippi in Macedonia, to confer about a tenet of faith, which is a subject of disagreement and controversy among the Christians. As for the point in dispute, although I know it well, I shall by no means make mention of it, for I consider it a sort of insane folly to investigate the nature of God, inquiring of what sort it is. For man cannot, I think, apprehend even human affairs with accuracy, much less those things which pertain to the nature of God. As for me, therefore, I shall maintain a discreet silence concerning these matters, with the sole object that old and venerable beliefs may not be discredited. For I, for my part, will say nothing whatever about God, save that he is altogether good, and has all things in his power. But let each one say whatever he thinks and knows about these matters, both priests and laymen. As for Theodatus, he met those envoys secretly, and directed them to report to the Emperor Justinian what he had planned, explaining what has just been set forth by me. But at this juncture, Athalaric, having plunged into a drunken revel which passed all bounds, was seized with a wasting disease. Wherefore Amalsuntha was in great perplexity, for on the one hand she had no confidence in the loyalty of her son, now that he had gone so far in his depravity, and on the other she thought that if Athalaric also should be removed from among men, her life would not be safe thereafter, since she had given offence to the most notable of the Goths. For this reason she was desirous of handing over the power of the Goths and Italians to the Emperor Justinian, in order that she herself might be saved. And it happened that Alexander, a man of the Senate, together with Demetrius and Hypatius, had come to Ravenna. For when the emperor had heard that Amalsuntha's boat was anchored in the harbour of Epidamnus, but that she herself was still tarrying, although much time had passed, he had sent Alexander to investigate and report to him the whole situation with regard to Amalsuntha. But it was given out that the emperor had sent Alexander as an envoy to her because he was greatly disturbed by the events at Lilybaeum, which have been set forth by me in the preceding narrative, and because 10 Huns from the army in Libya had taken flight and reached Campania, and Uliaris, who was guarding Naples, had received them not at all against the will of Amalsuntha, and also because the Goths, in making war on the Gepides about Sirmium, had treated the city of Gratiana, situated at the extremity of Illyricum, as a hostile town. So by way of protesting to Amalsuntha with regard to these things, he wrote a letter and sent Alexander. And when Alexander arrived in Rome, he left there the priests busied with the matters for which they had come, and he himself, journeying on to Ravenna and coming before Amalsuntha, reported the emperor's message secretly, and openly delivered the letter to her. And the purport of the writing was as follows: The fortress of Lilybaeum, which is ours, you have taken by force and are now holding, and barbarians, slaves of mine who have run away, you have received and have not even yet decided to restore them to me, and besides all this, you have treated outrageously my city of Gratiana, though it belongs to you in no way whatever. Wherefore it is time for you to consider what the end of these things will some day be. And when this letter had been delivered to her, and she had read it, she replied in the following words: One may reasonably expect an emperor who is great and lays claim to virtue to assist an orphan child who does not in the least comprehend what is being done, rather than for no cause at all to quarrel with him. For unless a struggle be waged on even terms, even the victory it gains brings no honour. But thou dost threaten Atalaric on account of Lilybaeum, and 10 runaways, and a mistake made by soldiers in going against their enemies, which through some misapprehension chanced to affect a friendly city. Nay, do not thou thus, O Emperor, but call to mind that when them wast making war upon the Vandals, we not only refrained from hindering thee, but quite zealously gave thee free passage against the enemy, and provided a market in which to buy the indispensable supplies, furnishing especially the multitude of horses to which thy final mastery over the enemy was chiefly due. And yet it is not merely the man who offers an alliance of arms to his neighbours that would in justice be called their ally and friend, but also the man who actually is found assisting another in war in regard to his every need. And consider that at that time thy fleet had no other place at which to put in from the sea except Sicily, and that without the supplies brought there it could not go on to Libya. Therefore thou art indebted to us for the chief cause of thy victory. For the one who provides a solution for a difficult situation is justly entitled also to the credit for the results which flow from his help. And what could be sweeter for a man, O Emperor, than gaining the mastery over his enemies? And yet in our case the outcome is that we suffer no slight disadvantage, in that we do not in accordance with the custom of war enjoy our share of the spoils. For now thou art also claiming the right to despoil us of Lilybaeum in Sicily, which has belonged to the Goths from ancient times, a lone rock, O Emperor, worth not so much as a piece of silver, which, had it happened to belong to thy kingdom from ancient times, thou mightest in equity at least have granted to Atalaric as a reward for his services, since he lent thee assistance in thy time of most pressing necessity. Such was the message which Amalsuntha wrote openly to the emperor, but secretly she agreed to put the whole of Italy into his hands. And the envoys returning to Byzantium reported everything to the Emperor Justinian, Alexander telling him the course which had been decided upon by Amalsuntha, and Demetrius and Hypatius all that they had heard Theodatus say, adding that Theodatus enjoyed great power in Tuscany, where he had become owner of the most of the land, and consequently would be able with no trouble at all to carry his agreement into effect. And the emperor, overjoyed at this situation, immediately sent to Italy Peter, an Illyrian by birth, but a citizen of Thessalonica, a man who was one of the trained speakers in Byzantium, a discreet and gentle person, withal and fitted by nature to persuade men. But while these things were going on as I have explained, Theodatus was denounced before Amalsuntha by many Tuscans, who stated that he had done violence to all the people of Tuscany, and had without cause seized their estates, taking not only all private estates, but especially those belonging to the royal household, which the Romans are accustomed to call patromium, For this reason the woman called Theodatus to an investigation, and when being confronted with his denouncers, he had been proven guilty without any question, she compelled him to pay back everything which he had wrongly seized, and then dismissed him. And since in this way she had given the greatest offence to the man, from that time she was on hostile terms with him, exceedingly vexed as he was by reason of his fondness for money, because he was unable to continue his unlawful and violent practices. At about this same time, Athalaric, being quite wasted away by the disease, came to his end, having lived 8 years in office. As for Amalsuntha, since it was fated that she should fare ill, she took no account of the nature of Theodatus and of what she had recently done to him, and supposed that she would suffer no unpleasant treatment at his hands if she should do the man some rather unusual favour. She accordingly summoned him, and when he came, set out to cajole him, saying that for some time she had known well that it was to be expected that her son would soon die, for she had heard the opinion of all the physicians, who agreed in their judgment, and had herself perceived that the body of Athalaric continued to waste away. And since she saw that both Goths and Italians had an unfavourable opinion regarding Theodatus, who had now come to represent the race of Theodoric, she had conceived the desire to clear him of this evil name, in order that it might not stand in his way if he were called to the throne. But at the same time she explained the question of justice disturbed her, at the thought that those who claimed to have been wronged by him already should find that they had no one to whom they might report what had befallen them, but that they now had their enemy as their master. For these reasons, then, although she invited him to the throne after his name should have been cleared in this way, yet it was necessary, she said, that he should be bound by the most solemn oaths that while the title of the office should be conferred upon Theodatus, she herself should in fact hold the power no less than before. When Theodatus heard this, although he swore to all the conditions which Amalsuntha wished, he entered into the agreement with treacherous intent, remembering all that she had previously done to him. Thus Amalsuntha, being deceived by her own judgment and the oaths of Theodatus, established him in the office, and sending some Goths as envoys to Byzantium, she made this known to the Emperor Justinian. But Theodatus, upon receiving the supreme power, began to act in all things contrary to the hopes she had entertained, and to the promises he had made. And after winning the adherence of the relatives of the Goths, who had been slain by her, and they were both numerous and men of very high standing among the Goths, he suddenly put to death some of the connections of Amalsuntha and imprisoned her, the envoys not having yet reached Byzantium. Now, there is a certain lake in Tuscany called Valsena, within which rises an island, exceedingly small, but having a strong fortress upon it. There Theodatus confined Amalsuntha and kept her under guard. But fearing that by this act he had given offence to the emperor, as actually proved to be the case, he sent some men to the Roman Senate, Liberius and Apilio, and certain others, directing them to excuse his conduct to the emperor, with all the power, by assuring him that Amalsuntha had met with no harsh treatment at his hands, although she had perpetrated irreparable outrages upon him before. And he himself wrote in this sense to the emperor, and also compelled Amalsuntha, much against her will, to write the same thing. Such was the course of these events. But Peter had already been dispatched by the emperor on an embassy to Italy with instructions to meet Theodatus without the knowledge of any others, and after Theodatus had given pledges by an oath that none of their dealings should be divulged, he was then to make a secure settlement with him regarding Tuscany, and meeting Amalsuntha stealthily, he was to make such an arrangement with her regarding the whole of Italy as would be to the profit of either party. But openly, his mission was to negotiate with regard to Lilybaeum, and the other matters which I have lately mentioned, for as yet the Emperor had heard nothing about the death of Atalaric, or the succession of Theodatus to the throne, or the fate which had befallen Amalsuntha. And Peter was already on his way when he met the envoys of Amalsuntha and learned in the first place that Theodatus had come to the throne, and a little later, upon reaching the city of Orlon, which lies on the Ionian Gulf, he met there the company of Liberius and Apilio, and learned everything which had taken place, and reporting this to the Emperor, he remained there. And when the Emperor Justinian heard these things, he formed the purpose of throwing the Goths and Theodatus into confusion. Accordingly, he wrote a letter to Amalsuntha, stating that he was eager to give her every possible support, and at the same time he directed Peter by no means to conceal this message, but to make it known to Theodatus himself and to all of the Goths. And when the envoys from Italy arrived in Byzantium, they all, with a single exception, reported the whole matter to the Emperor, and especially Liberius, for he was a man unusually upright and honourable, and one who knew well how to show regard for the truth. But Apilio alone declared with the greatest persistence that Theodatus had committed no offence against Amalsuntha. Now when Peter arrived in Italy, it so happened that Amalsuntha had been removed from among men. For the relatives of the Goths who had been slain by them came before Theodatus, declaring that neither his life nor theirs was secure unless Amalsuntha should be put out of the way as quickly as possible. And as soon as he gave in to them, they went to the island and killed Amalsuntha, an act which grieved exceedingly all the Italians and the Goths as well, for the woman had the strictest regard for every kind of virtue, as has been stated by me a little earlier. Peter protested openly to Theodatus and the other Goths that because this base deed had been committed by them, there would be war without truce between the Emperor and themselves. But Theodatus, such was his stupid folly, while still holding the slayers of Amalsuntha in honour and favour, kept trying to persuade Peter and the Emperor that this unholy deed had been committed by the Goths, by no means with his approval, but decidedly against his will. Meanwhile, it happened that Belisarius had distinguished himself by the defeat of Gelimer and the Vandals, and the Emperor, upon learning what had befallen Amalsuntha, immediately entered upon war, being in the 9th year of his reign. And at first he commanded Mundus, the general of Illyricum, to go to Dalmatia, which was subject to the Goths, and make trial of Salones. Now Mundus was by birth a barbarian, but exceedingly loyal to the cause of the Emperor, and an able warrior. Then he sent Belisarius by sea with 4,000 soldiers from the regular troops and the Federati, and about 3,000 of the Isaurians. And the commanders were men of note, Constantinus and Bessus from the land of Thrace, and Pirannius from Iberia, which is hard by Media, a man who was by birth a member of the royal family of the Iberians, but had before this time come as a deserter to the Romans through enmity towards the Persians, and the levies of cavalry were commanded by Valentinus, Magnus, and Innocentius, and the infantry by Herodian, Paulus, Demetrius, and Ursicinus, while the leader of the Isaurians was Ennes, and there were also 200 Huns as allies and 300 Moors, but the general in supreme command over all was Belisarius, and he had with him many notable men as spearmen and guards, and he was accompanied also by Photius, the son of his wife Antonina by a previous marriage. He was still a young man wearing his first beard, but possessed the greatest discretion and showed a strength of character beyond his years. And the Emperor instructed Belisarius to give out that his destination was Carthage, but as soon as they should arrive at Sicily, they were to disembark there as if obliged for some reason to do so, and make trial of the island. And if it should be possible to reduce it to subjugation without any trouble, they were to take possession and not let go again. But if they should meet with any obstacle, they were to sail with all speed to Libya, giving no one an opportunity to perceive what their intention was. And he also sent a letter to the leaders of the Franks as follows: The Goths, having seized by violence Italy, which was ours, have not only refused absolutely to give it back, but have committed further acts of injustice against us, which are unendurable and pass beyond all bounds. For this reason we have been compelled to take the field against them, and it is proper that you should join with us in waging this war, which is rendered yours as well as ours, not only by the Orthodox faith, which rejects the opinion of the Arians, but also by the enmity we both feel towards the Goths. Such was the Emperor's letter, and making a gift of money to them, he agreed to give more as soon as they should take an active part, and they with all zeal promised to fight in alliance with him. Now Mundus, and the army under his command, entered Dalmatia, and engaging with the Goths who encountered them there, defeated them in the battle, and took possession of Salones. As for Belisarius, he put in at Sicily, and took Catana. And making this his base of operations, he took over Syracuse and the other cities by surrender, without any trouble, except indeed that the Goths, who were keeping guard in Panormus, having confidence in the fortifications of the place, which was a strong one, were quite unwilling to yield to Belisarius, and ordered him to lead his army away from there with all speed. But Belisarius, considering that it was impossible to capture the place from the landward side, ordered the fleet to sail into the harbour, which extended right up to the wall, for it was outside the circuit wall and entirely without defenders. Now when the ships had anchored there, it was seen that the masts were higher than the parapet. Straightway, therefore, he filled all the small boats of the ships with bowmen, and hoisted them to the tops of the masts. And when from these boats the enemy were shot at from above, they fell into such an irresistible fear that they immediately delivered Panormus to Belisarius by surrender. As a result of this, the Emperor held all Sicily subject and tributary to himself. And at that time it so happened that there fell to Belisarius a piece of good fortune, beyond the power of words to describe, for having received the dignity of the consulship because of his victory over the Vandals, while he was still holding this honour, and after he had won the whole of Sicily, on the last day of his consulship, he marched into Syracuse, loudly applauded by the army, and by the Sicilians, and throwing golden coins to all. This coincidence, however, was not intentionally arranged by him, but it was a happy chance which befell the man, that after having recovered the whole of the island for the Romans, he marched into Syracuse on that particular day, and so it was not in the Senate house in Byzantium, as was customary, but there that he laid down the office of the consuls, and so became an ex-consul. Thus, then, did good fortune attend Belisarius, and when Peter learned of the conquest of Sicily, he was still more insistent in his efforts to frighten Theodatus, and would not let him go. But he, turning coward, and reduced to speechlessness, no less than if he himself had become a captive with Gelimer, entered into negotiations with Peter, without the knowledge of any others, and between them they formed an agreement, providing that Theodatus should retire from all Sicily in favour of the Emperor Justinian, and should send him also a golden crown every year, weighing 300 litra, and Gothic warriors to the number of 3,000 whenever he should wish, and that Theodatus himself should have no authority to kill any priest or senator, or to confiscate his property for the public treasury, except by the decision of the emperor, and that if Theodatus wished to advance any of his subjects to the patrician or some other senatorial rank, this honour should not be bestowed by him, but he should ask the emperor to bestow it, and that the Roman populace, in acclaiming their sovereign, should always shout the name of the emperor first, and afterwards that of Theodatus, both in the theatres and in the hippodromes, and wherever else it should be necessary for such a thing to be done. Furthermore, that no statue of bronze nor of any other material should ever be set up to Theodatus alone, but statues must always be made for both, and they must stand thus: on the right that of the emperor, and on the left that of Theodatus. And after Theodatus had written in confirmation of this agreement, he dismissed the ambassador. But a little later terror laid hold upon the man's soul and brought him into fears which knew no bounds, and tortured his mind, filling him with dread at the name of war, and reminding him that if the agreement drawn up by Peter and himself did not please the emperor at all, war would straightway come upon him. Once more, therefore, he summoned Peter, who had actually reached Albani, for a secret conference, and inquired of the man whether he thought that the agreement would be pleasing to the emperor, and he replied that he supposed it would. But if, said Theodatus, these things do not please the man at all, what will happen then? And Peter replied, after that you will have to wage war, most noble sir. But what is this? He said. Is it just, my dear ambassador? And Peter, immediately taking him up, said, and how is it not just, my good sir, that the pursuits appropriate to each man's nature should be preserved? What, pray, may this mean? Asked Theodatus. It means, was the reply, that your great interest is to philosophize, whereas Justinian's is to be a worthy emperor of the Romans. And there is this difference, that for one who has practised philosophy it would never be seemly to bring about the death of men, especially in such great numbers, and it should be added that this view accords with the teachings of Plato, which you have evidently espoused, and hence it is unholy for you not to be free from all bloodshed, but for him it is not at all inappropriate to seek to acquire a land which has belonged from of old to the realm which is his own. Thereupon Theodatus, being convinced by this advice, agreed to retire from the kingship in favour of the Emperor Justinian, and both he and his wife took an oath to this effect. He then bound Peter by oaths that he would not divulge this agreement until he should see that the emperor would not accept the former convention, and he sent with him Rusticus, a priest, who was especially devoted to him, and a Roman citizen, to negotiate on the basis of this agreement, and he also entrusted a letter to these men. So Peter and Rusticus, upon reaching Byzantium, reported the first decision to the emperor, just as Theodatus had directed them to do. But when the emperor was quite unwilling to accept the proposal, they revealed the plan which had been committed to writing afterwards. This was to the following effect: I am no stranger to royal courts, but it was my fortune to have been born in the house of my uncle while he was king, and to have been reared in a manner worthy of my race. And yet I have found little experience of wars, and of the turmoils which war entails. For since from my earliest years I have been passionately addicted to scholarly disputations, and have always devoted my time to this sort of thing, I have consequently been up to the present time very far removed from the confusion of battles. Therefore it is utterly absurd that I should aspire to the honours which royalty confers, and thus lead a life fraught with danger, when it is possible for me to avoid them both. For neither one of these is a pleasure to me, the first because it is liable to satiety, for it is a surfeit of all sweet things, and the second because lack of familiarity with such a life throws one into confusion. For I should find more pleasure in being a farmer free from all cares, than in passing my life amid a king's anxieties, attended as they are by danger after danger. Pray send me a man as quickly as possible into whose hands I may fittingly deliver Italy and the affairs of the kingdom. Such was the purport of the letter of Theodatus. And the emperor, being exceedingly pleased, replied as follows: From of old have I heard by report that you were a man of discretion, but now, taught by experience, I know it by the decision you have reached not to await the issue of the war. For certain men who in the past have followed such a course have been completely undone, and you will never repent having made us friends instead of enemies. But you will not only have this that you ask at our hands, but you will also have the distinction of being enrolled in the highest honours of the Romans. Now, for the present, I have sent Athanasius and Peter, so that each party may have surety by some agreement, and almost immediately Belisarius will also visit you to complete all the arrangements which have been agreed upon between us. After writing this, the emperor sent Athanasius, the brother of Alexander, who had previously gone on an embassy to Atalaric, as has been said, and for the second time Peter the orator, whom I have mentioned above, enjoining upon them to assign to Theodatus the estates of the royal household, which they call patrimonium, and not until after they had drawn up a written document, and had secured oaths to fortify the agreement, were they to summon Belisarius from Sicily, in order that he might take over the palace and all Italy, and hold them under guard. And he wrote to Belisarius that as soon as they should summon him, he should go thither with all speed. But meantime, while the emperor was engaged in these negotiations, and these envoys were travelling to Italy, the Goths, under the command of Asinarius and Grippus, and some others, had come with a great army into Dalmatia, and when they had reached the neighbourhood of Salones, Maurice, the son of Mundus, who was not marching out for battle, but with a few men, was on a scouting expedition, encountered them. A violent engagement ensued, in which the Goths lost their foremost and noblest men, but the Romans almost their whole company, including their general, Maurice. And when Mundus heard of this, being overcome with grief at the misfortune, and by this time dominated by a mighty fury, he went against the enemy without the least delay, and regardless of order. The battle which took place was stubbornly contested, and the result was a Cadmean victory for the Romans. For although the most of the enemy fell there, and their rout had been decisive, Mundus, who went on killing and following up the enemy wherever he chanced to find them, and was quite unable to restrain his mind, because of the misfortune of his son, was wounded by some fugitive or other, and fell. Thereupon the pursuit ended, and the two armies separated. And at that time the Romans recalled the verse of the Sibyl, which had been pronounced in earlier times, and seemed to them a portent. For the words of the saying were that when Africa should be held, the world would perish together with its offspring. This, however, was not the real meaning of the oracle, but after intimating that Libya would be once more subject to the Romans, it added this statement also, that when that time came, Mundus would perish together with his son. For it runs as follows: Africa capta Mundus cum nato perbit. But since Mundus, in the Latin tongue, has the force of world, they thought that the saying had reference to the world. So much then for this. As for Salones, it was not entered by anyone. For the Romans went back home since they were left altogether without a commander, and the Goths, seeing that not one of their nobles was left to them, fell into fear and took possession of the strongholds in the neighbourhood, for they had no confidence in the defences of Salones, and besides, the Romans who lived there were not very well disposed towards them. When Theodatus heard this, he took no account of the envoys who by now had come to him, for he was by nature much given to distrust, and he by no means kept his mind steadfast, but the present fortune always reduced him now to a state of terror, which knew no measure, and this contrary to reason and the proper understanding of the situation, and again brought him to the opposite extreme of unspeakable boldness. And so at that time, when he heard of the death of Mundus and Maurice, he was lifted up exceedingly and in a manner altogether unjustified by what had happened, and he saw fit to taunt the envoys when they at length appeared before him. And when Peter on one occasion remonstrated with him because he had transgressed his agreement with the emperor, Theodatus called both of them publicly and spoke as follows: The position of envoys is a proud one, and in general has come to be held in honour among all men, but envoys preserve for themselves these their prerogatives only so long as they guard the dignity of their embassy by the propriety of their own conduct. For men have sanctioned as just the killing of an envoy whenever he is either found to have insulted a sovereign or has had knowledge of a woman who is the wife of another. Such were the words which Theodatus inveighed against Peter, not because he had approached a woman, but apparently in order to make his claim that there were charges which might lead to the death of an ambassador. But the envoys replied as follows: The facts are not, O ruler of the Goths, as thou hast stated them, nor canst thou, under cover of flimsy pretexts, wantonly perpetrate unholy deeds upon men who are envoys. For it is not possible for an ambassador, even if he wishes it, to become an adulterer, since it is not easy for him even to partake of water except by the will of those who guard him. And as for the proposals which he has received from the lips of him who has sent him, and then delivers, he himself cannot reasonably incur the blame which arises from them, in case they be not good, but he who has given the command would justly bear this charge, while the sole responsibility of the ambassador is to have discharged his mission. We therefore shall say all that we were instructed by the emperor to say when we were sent, and do thou hear us quietly, for if thou art stirred to excitement, all thou canst do will be to wrong men who are ambassadors. It is time therefore for thee of thine own free will to perform all that thou didst promise the Emperor. This indeed is the purpose for which we have come, and the letter which he wrote to thee thou hast already received. But as for the writing which he sent to the foremost of the Goths, to no others shall we give it than to them. When the leading men of the barbarians who were present heard this speech of the envoys, they bade them give to Theodatus what had been written to them, and it ran as follows: It has been the object of our care to receive you back into our state, where you may well be pleased. For you will come to us not in order to be made of less consequence, but that you may be more honoured. And besides, we are not bidding the Goths enter into strange or alien customs, but into those of a people with whom you were once familiar, though you have by chance been separated from them by a season. For these reasons Athanasius and Peter have been sent to you, and you ought to assist them in all things. Such was the purport of this letter. But after Theodatus had read everything, he not only decided not to perform indeed the promise he had made to the Emperor, but also put the envoys under a strict guard. But when the Emperor Justinian heard these things and what had taken place in Dalmatia, he sent Constantinus, who commanded the royal grooms, into Illyricum, bidding him gather an army from there and make an attempt on Salones, in whatever manner he might be able, and he commanded Belisarius to enter Italy with all speed, and to treat the Goths as enemies. So Constantinus came to Epidamnus and spent some time there gathering an army. But in the meantime the Goths, under the leadership of Grippas, came with another army into Dalmatia and took possession of Salones, and Constantinus, when all his preparations were as complete as possible, departed from Epidamnus with his whole force, and cast anchor at Epidurus, which is on the right as one sails into the Ionian Gulf. Now it so happened that some men were there whom Agrippas had sent out as spies, and when they took note of the ships and the army of Constantinus, it seemed to them that both the sea and the whole land were full of soldiers, and returning to Agrippas, they declared that Constantinus was bringing against them an army of men numbering many tens of thousands. And he, being plunged into great fear, thought it inexpedient to meet their attack, and at the same time he was quite unwilling to be besieged by the Emperor's army, since it so completely commanded the sea. But he was disturbed most of all by the fortifications of Salones, since the greater part of them had already fallen down, and by the exceedingly suspicious attitude on the part of the inhabitants of the place towards the Goths. And for this reason he departed thence with his whole army as quickly as possible, and made camp in the plain which is between Salones and the city of Scardon, and Constantinus, sailing with all his ships from Epidurus, put in at Lycina, which is an island in the Gulf. Thence he sent forward some of his men, in order that they might make inquiry concerning the plans of Grippas, and report them to him. Then, after learning from them the whole situation, he sailed straight for Salones with all speed. And when he had put in at a place close to the city, he disembarked his army on the mainland, and himself remained quiet there. But he selected 500 from the army, and setting over them as commander Syphilas, one of his own bodyguards, he commanded them to seize the narrow pass, which, as he had been informed, was in the outskirts of the city, and this Syphilas did, and Constantinus and his whole land army entered Salones on the following day, and the fleet anchored close by. Then Constantinus proceeded to look after the fortifications of the city, building up in haste all such parts of them as had fallen down. And Grippus, with the Gothic army, on the 7th day after the Romans had taken possession of Salones, departed from there and betook themselves to Ravenna. And thus Constantinus gained possession of all Dalmatia and Liburnia, bringing over to his side all the Goths who were settled there. Such were the events in Dalmatia. And the winter drew to a close, and thus ended the first year of this war, the history of which Procopius has written. And Belisarius, leaving gods in Syracuse and Panormus, crossed with the rest of the army from Messana to Rhegium, where the myths of the poets say Scylla and Charybdis were. And every day the people of that region kept coming over to him. For since their towns had from old been without walls, they had no means at all of guarding them, and because of their hostility towards the Goths, they were, as was natural, greatly dissatisfied with their present government. And Abrimus came over to Belisarius as a deserter from the Goths, together with all of his followers. This man was the son-in-law of Theodatus, being married to Theodonanthe, his daughter. And he was straightway sent to the emperor and received many gifts of honour, and in particular attained the patrician dignity. And the army of Belisarius marched from Rhegium through Bruttium and Lucania, and the fleet of ships accompanied it, sailing close to the mainland. But when they reached Campania, they came upon a city by the sea, Naples by name, which was strong not only because of the nature of its site, but also because it contained a numerous garrison of Goths. And Belisarius commanded the ships to anchor in the harbour, which was beyond the range of missiles, while he himself made his camp near the city. He then first took possession by surrender of the fort which is in the suburb, and afterwards permitted the inhabitants of the city, at their own request, to send some of their notables into his camp, in order that they might tell what their wish was, and after receiving his reply report it to the populace. Straightway, therefore, the Neapolitans sent Stephanus, and he, upon coming before Belisarius, spoke as follows. You are not acting justly, O General, in taking the field against men who are Romans, and have done no wrong, who inhabit but a small city, and have over us a guard of barbarians as masters, so that it does not even lie in our power, if we desire to do so, to oppose them. But it so happens that even these gods had to leave their wives and children, and their most precious possessions in the hands of Theodatus, before they came to keep guard over us. Therefore, if they treat with you at all, they will plainly be betraying not the city but themselves. And if one must speak the truth with no concealment, you have not counselled to your advantage either in coming against us. For if you capture Rome, Naples will be subject to you without any further trouble, whereas if you are repulsed from there, it is probable that you will not be able to hold even this city securely. Consequently, the time you spend on this siege will be spent to no purpose. So spoke Stephanus, and Belisarius replied as follows. Whether we have acted wisely or foolishly in coming here is not a question which we propose to submit to the Neapolitans, but we desire that you first weigh carefully such matters as are appropriate to your deliberations, and then act solely in accordance with your own interests. Receive into the city, therefore, the Emperor's army which has come to secure your freedom, and that of the other Italians, and do not choose the course which will bring upon you the most grievous misfortunes. For those who, in order to rid themselves of slavery or any other shameful thing, go to war, such men, if they fare well in the struggle, have double good fortune, because along with their victory they have also incurred freedom from their troubles. But if defeated, they gain some consolation for themselves, in that they have not of their own free will chosen to follow the worse fortune. But as for those who have the opportunity to be free without fighting and yet enter into a struggle in order to make their condition of slavery permanent. Such men, even if it so happens that they conquer, have failed in the most vital point, and if in the battle they fare less happily than they wished, they will have along with their general ill fortune also the calamity of defeat. As for the Neapolitans, then, let these words suffice. But as for these Goths who are present, we give them the choice either to array themselves hereafter on our side under the great Emperor, or to go to their homes altogether immune from harm, because if both you and they, disregarding all these considerations, dare to raise arms against us, it will be necessary for us also, if God so wills, to treat whomever we meet as an enemy. If, however, it is the will of the Neapolitans to choose the cause of the Emperor and thus to be rid of so cruel a slavery, I take it upon myself, giving you pledges, to promise that you will receive at our hands those benefits which the Sicilians lately hoped for, and with regard to which they were unable to say that we had sworn falsely. Such was the message which Belisarius bade Stephanus take back to the people, but privately he promised him large rewards if he should inspire the Neapolitans with goodwill towards the Emperor. And Stephanus, upon coming into the city, reported the words of Belisarius, and expressed his own opinion that it was inexpedient to fight against the Emperor. And he was assisted in his efforts by Antiochus, a man of Syria, but long resident in Naples, for the purpose of carrying on a shipbuilding business, who had a great reputation there for wisdom and justice. But there were two men, Pastor and Asclepidotus, trained speakers and very notable men among the Neapolitans, who were exceedingly friendly towards the Goths and quite unwilling to have any change made in the present state of affairs. These two men, planning how they might block the negotiations, induced the multitude to demand many serious concessions, and to try to force Belisarius to promise on oath that they should forthwith obtain what they asked for. And after writing down in a document such demands as nobody would have supposed that Belisarius would accept, they gave it to Stephanus. He, returning to the Emperor's army, showed the writings to the general and inquired of him whether he was willing to carry out all the proposals which the Neapolitans made, and to take an oath concerning them. And Belisarius promised that they should all be fulfilled for them, and so sent him back. Now when the Neapolitans heard this, they were in favour of accepting the general's assurances at once, and began to urge that the Emperor's army be received into the city with all speed. For he declared that nothing unpleasant would befall them, if the case of the Sicilians was sufficient evidence for anyone to judge by, since, as he pointed out, it had only recently been their lot, after they had exchanged their barbarian tyrants for the sovereignty of Justinian, to be not only free men, but also immune from all difficulties. And swayed by great excitement, they were about to go to the gates with the purpose of throwing them open, and though the Goths were not pleased with what they were doing, still, since they were unable to prevent it, they stood out of the way. But Pastor and Asclepidotus called together the people and all the Goths in one place, and spoke as follows: "It is not at all unnatural that the populace of a city should abandon themselves and their own safety, especially if, without consulting any of their notables, they make an independent decision regarding their all. But it is necessary for us, who are on the very point of perishing together with you, to offer, as a last contribution to the fatherland, this advice. We see then, fellow citizens, that you are intent upon betraying both yourselves and the city to Belisarius, who promises to confer many benefits upon you, and to swear the most solemn oaths in confirmation of his promise. Now if he is able to promise you this also, that to him will come the victory in this war, no one could deny that the course you are taking is to your advantage. For it is great folly not to gratify every whim of him who is to become master. But if this outcome lies in uncertainty, and no man in the world is competent to guarantee the decision of fortune, consider what sort of misfortunes your haste is certain to attain. For if the Goths overcome these adversaries in the war, they will punish you as enemies, and as having done them the foulest wrong, for you are resorting to this act of treason not under constraint of necessity but out of deliberate cowardice. So that even to Belisarius, if he wins the victory over his enemies, we shall perhaps appear faithless and betrayers of our rulers, and having proved ourselves deserters, we shall in all probability have a guard set over us permanently by the Emperor. For though he who has found a traitor is pleased at the moment of victory by the service rendered, yet afterwards, moved by suspicion based upon the traitor's past, he hates and fears his benefactor, since he himself has in his own possession the evidences of their other's faithlessness. If, however, we show ourselves faithful to the Goths at the present time, manfully submitting to the danger, they will give us great rewards in case they win the mastery over the enemy, and Belisarius, if it should so happen that he is the victor, will be prone to forgive, for loyalty which fails is punished by no man unless he be lacking in understanding. But what has happened to you, that you are in terror of being besieged by the enemy, you who have no lack of provisions, have not been deprived by blockade of any of the necessities of life, and hence may sit at home, confident in the fortifications and in your garrison here? And in our opinion even Belisarius would not have consented to this agreement with us if he had any hope of capturing the city by force. And yet, if what he desired were that which is just and that which will be to our advantage, he ought not to be trying to frighten the Neapolitans or to establish his own power by means of an act of injustice on our part towards the Goths. But he should do battle with Theodatus and the Goths, so that without danger to us or treason on our part the city might come into the power of the victors. When they had finished speaking, Pastor and Asclepidotus brought forward the Jews, who promised that the city should not be in want of any of the necessities, and the Goths on their part promised that they would guard the circuit wall safely. And the Neapolitans, moved by these arguments, bade Belisarius depart thence with all speed. He, however, began the siege, and he made many attempts upon the circuit wall, but was always repulsed, losing many of his soldiers, and especially those who laid some claim to valour. For the wall of Naples was inaccessible on one side by reason of the sea, and on the other because of some difficult country, and those who planned to attack it could gain entrance at no point, not only because of its general situation, but also because the ground sloped steeply. However, Belisarius cut the aqueduct which brought water into the city, but he did not in this way seriously disturb the Neapolitans, since there were wells inside the circuit wall which sufficed for their needs, and kept them from feeling too keenly the loss of the aqueduct. So the besieged, without the knowledge of the enemy, sent to Theodatus in Rome, begging him to come to their help with all speed. But Theodatus was not making the least preparations for war, being by nature unmanly, as has been stated before, and they say that something else happened to him, which terrified him exceedingly, and reduced him to still greater anxiety. I, for my part, do not credit this report, but even so, it shall be told. Theodatus even before this time had been prone to make inquiries of those who professed to foretell the future, and on the present occasion he was at a loss what to do in the situation which confronted him, a state which more than anything else is accustomed to drive men to seek prophecies. So he inquired of one of the Hebrews, who had a great reputation for prophecy, what sort of an outcome the present war would have. The Hebrew commanded him to confine 3 groups of 10 swine each in 3 huts, and after giving them respectively the names of Goths, Romans, and the soldiers of the emperor, to wait quietly for a certain number of days, and Theodatus did as he was told. And when the appointed day had come, they both went into the huts and looked at the swine, and they found that of those which had been given the name of Goths, all save 2 were dead, whereas all save a few were living of those which had received the name of the emperor's soldiers. And as for those which had been called Romans, it so happened that, although the hair of all of them had fallen out, yet about half of them had survived. When Theodatus beheld this, and divined the outcome of the war, a great fear, they say, came upon him, since he knew well that it would certainly be the fate of the Romans to die to half their numbers and be deprived of their possessions, but that the Goths would be defeated, and their race reduced to a few, and that to the emperor would come, with the loss of but a few of his soldiers, the victory in the war. And for this reason they say Theodatus felt no impulse to enter into a struggle with Belisarius. As for this story, then, let each one express his views according to the belief or disbelief which he feels regarding it. But Belisarius, as he besieged the Neapolitans, both by land and by sea, was beginning to be vexed. For he was coming to think that they would never yield to him, and furthermore he could not hope that the city would be captured, since he was finding that the difficulty of its position was proving to be a very serious obstacle, and the loss of the time which was being spent there distressed him, for he was making his calculations so as to avoid being compelled to go against Theodatus and Rome in the winter season. Indeed, he had already even given orders to the army to pack up, his intention being to depart from there as quickly as possible. But while he was in the greatest perplexity, it came to pass that he met with the following good fortune. One of the Isaurians was seized with the desire to observe the construction of the aqueduct and to discover in what manner it provided the supply of water to the city. So he entered it at a place far distant from the city, where Belisarius had broken it open, and proceeded to walk along it, finding no difficulty, since the water had stopped running because the aqueduct had been broken open. But when he reached a point near the circuit wall, he came upon a large rock, not placed there by the hand of man, but a part of the natural formation of the place. And those who had built the aqueduct many years before, after they had attached the masonry to this rock, proceeded to make a tunnel from that point on, not sufficiently large, however, for a man to pass through, but large enough to furnish a passage for the water. And for this reason it came about that the channel of the aqueduct was not everywhere of the same breadth, but one was confronted by a narrow place at that rock, inaccessible for a man, especially if he wore armour or carried a shield. And when the Isaurian observed this, it seemed to him not impossible for the army to penetrate into the city, if they should make the tunnel at that point broader by a little. But since he himself was a humble person and never had come into conversation with any of the commanders, he brought the matter before Procopius, an Isaurian, who had distinguished himself among the guards of Belisarius. So Procopius immediately reported the whole matter to the general, and Belisarius, being pleased by the report, took new courage, and by promising to reward the man with great sums of money induced him to attempt the undertaking, and commanded him to associate with himself some of the Isaurians and cut out a passage in the rock as quickly as possible, taking care to allow no one to become aware of what they were doing. Procopius then selected some Isaurians who were thoroughly suitable for the work, and secretly got inside the aqueduct with them, and coming to the place where the rock caused the passage to be narrow, they began their work, not cutting the rock with picks or mattocks, lest by their blows they should reveal to the enemy what they were doing, but scraping it very persistently with sharp instruments of iron. And in a short time the work was done, so that a man wearing a corselet and carrying a shield was able to go through at that point. But when all his arrangements were at length in complete readiness, the thought occurred to Belisarius that if he should by act of war make his entry into Naples with the army, the result would be that lives would be lost, and that all the other things would happen which are usually attending the capture of a city by an enemy. And straightway summoning Stephanus, he spoke as follows: "Many times have I witnessed the capture of cities, and I am well acquainted with what takes place at such a time. For they slay all the men of every age, and as for the women, though they beg to die, they are not granted the boon of death, but are carried off for outrage, and are made to suffer treatment that is abominable and most pitiable. And the children who are thus deprived of their proper maintenance and education are forced to be slaves, and that, too, of the men who are the most odious of all those on whose hands they see the blood of their fathers. And this is not all, my dear Stephanus, for I make no mention of the conflagration which destroys all the property and blots out the beauty of the city. When I see, as in the mirror of the cities which have been captured in times past, this city of Naples falling victim to such a fate, I am moved to pity both it and you, its inhabitants, for such means have now been perfected by me against the city that its capture is inevitable. But I pray that an ancient city which has for ages been inhabited by both Christians and Romans may not meet with such a fortune, especially at my hands, as commander of Roman troops, not least because in my army are a multitude of barbarians who have lost brothers or relatives before the wall of this town. For the fury of these men I should be unable to control, if they should capture the city by an act of war. While therefore it is still within your power to choose and to put into effect that which will be to your advantage, adopt the better course, and escape misfortune. For when it falls upon you, as it probably will, you will not justly blame fortune, but your own judgment." With these words Belisarius dismissed Stephanus, and he went before the people of Naples weeping and reporting with bitter lamentations all that he had heard Belisarius say. But they, since it was not fated that the Neapolitans should become subjects of the emperor without chastisement, neither became afraid, nor did they decide to yield to Belisarius. Then at length Belisarius on his part made his preparations to enter the city as follows: selecting at nightfall about 400 men, and appointing as commander over them Magnus, who led a detachment of cavalry, and Ennes, the leader of the Isaurians. He commanded them all to put on their corselets, take in hand their shields and swords, and remain quiet until he himself should give the signal. And he summoned Bessas, and gave him orders to stay with him, for he wished to consult with him concerning a certain matter pertaining to the army. And when it was well on into the night, he explained to Magnus and Ennes the task before them, pointing out the place where he had previously broken open the aqueduct, and ordering them to lead the 400 men into the city, taking lights with them, And he sent with them 2 men skilled in the use of the trumpet, so that as soon as they should get inside the circuit wall, they might be able both to throw the city into confusion and to notify their own men what they were doing. And he himself was holding in readiness a very great number of ladders which had been constructed previously. So these men entered the aqueduct and were proceeding towards the city, while he, with Bessus and Photius, remained at his post, and with their help was attending to all details. And he also sent to the camp, commanding the men to remain awake and to keep their arms in their hands. At the same time he kept near him a large force, men whom he considered most courageous. Now, of the men who were on their way to the city, above half became terrified at the danger and turned back, since Magnus could not persuade them to follow him, although he urged them again and again. He returned with them to the general. Belisarius, after reviling these men, selected 200 of the troops at hand and ordered them to go with Magnus. Photius, also wishing to lead them, leapt into the channel of the aqueduct, but Belisarius prevented him. Then those who were fleeing from the danger, put to shame by the railings of the general and of Photius, took heart to face it once more, and followed with the others. And Belisarius, fearing lest their operations should be perceived by some of the enemy, who were maintaining a guard on the tower which happened to be nearest to the aqueduct, went to that place and commanded Bessus to carry on a conversation in the Gothic tongue with the barbarians there, his purpose being to prevent any clanging of the weapons from being audible to them. And so Bessus shouted to them in a loud voice, urging the Goths to yield to Belisarius and promising that they should have many rewards. But they jeered at him, indulging in many insults directed at both Belisarius and the emperor. Belisarius and Bessus, then, were thus occupied. The aqueduct of Naples is not only covered until it reaches the wall, but remains covered as it extends to a great distance inside the city, being carried on a high arch of baked brick. Consequently, when the men under the command of Magnus and Denis had got inside the fortifications, they were one and all unable even to conjecture where in the world they were. Furthermore, they could not leave the aqueduct at any point until the foremost of them came to a place where the aqueduct chanced to be without a roof, and where stood a building which had entirely fallen into neglect. Inside this building a certain woman had her dwelling, living alone with utter poverty as her only companion, and an olive tree had grown out over the aqueduct. So when these men saw the sky and perceived that they were in the midst of the city, they began to plan how they might get out. But they had no means of leaving the aqueduct either with or without their arms, for the structure happened to be very high at that point, and besides offered no means of climbing to the top. But as the soldiers were in a state of great perplexity, and were beginning to crowd each other greatly as they collected there, for already, as the men in the rear kept coming up, a great throng was beginning to gather, the thought occurred to one of them to make trial of the ascent. He immediately therefore laid down his arms, and, forcing his way up with hands and feet, reached the woman's house. Seeing her there, he threatened to kill her unless she should remain silent, and she was terror-stricken and remained speechless. He then fastened to the trunk of the olive tree a strong strap, and threw the other end of it into the aqueduct. So the soldiers, laying hold of it one at a time, managed with difficulty to make the ascent, and after all had come up and a fourth part of the night still remained, they proceeded towards the wall, and they slew the garrison of 2 of the towers before the men in them had an inkling of the trouble. These towers were on the northern portion of the circuit wall where Belisarius was stationed with Bessus and Photius, anxiously awaiting the progress of events. So while the trumpeters were summoning the army to the wall, Belisarius was placing the ladders against the fortifications and commanding the soldiers to mount them. But it so happened that not one of the ladders reached as far as the parapet, for since the workmen had not made them in sight of the wall, they had not been able to arrive at the proper measure. For this reason they bound two together, and it was only by using both of them for the ascent that the soldiers got above the level of the parapet. Such was the progress of these events where Belisarius was engaged. But on the side of the circuit wall which faces the sea, where the forces on guard were not barbarians but Jews, the soldiers were unable either to use the ladders or to scale the wall, for the Jews had already given offence to their enemy by having opposed their efforts to capture the city without a fight, and for this reason they had no hope if they should fall into their hands. So they kept fighting stubbornly, although they could see that the city had already been captured, and held out beyond all expectation against the assaults of their opponents. But when day came, and some of those who had mounted the wall marched against them, then at last they also, now that they were being shot at from behind, took to flight, and Naples was captured by storm. By this time the gates were thrown open, and the whole Roman army came in. But those who were stationed about the gates which fronted the east, since as it happened they had no ladders at hand, set fire to these gates, which were altogether unguarded, for that part of the wall had been deserted, the guards having taken to flight. And then a great slaughter took place, for all of them were possessed with fury, especially those who had chanced to have a brother or other relative slain in the fighting at the wall, and they kept killing all whom they encountered, sparing neither old nor young, and dashing into houses they made slaves of the women and children, and secured the valuables as plunder. And in this the Massagati outdid all the rest, for they did not even withhold their hand from the sanctuaries, but slew many of those who had taken refuge in them, until Belisarius, visiting every part of the city, put a stop to this, and calling all together, spoke as follows: "Insomuch as God has given us the victory and has permitted us to attain the greatest height of glory, by putting under our hand a city which has never been captured before, it behooves us, on our part, to show ourselves not unworthy of his grace, but by our humane treatment of the vanquished to make it plain that we have conquered these men justly. Do not therefore hate the Neapolitans with a boundless hatred, and do not allow your hostility towards them to continue beyond the limits of the war. For when men have been vanquished, their victors never hate them any longer. And by killing them you will not be ridding yourselves of enemies for the future, but you will be suffering a loss through the death of your subjects. Therefore do these men no further harm, nor continue to give way wholly to anger, for it is a disgrace to prevail over the enemy and then to show yourselves vanquished by passion. So let all the possessions of these men suffice for you as the reward of your valour, but let their wives together with the children be given back to the men, and let the conquered learn by experience what kind of friends they have forfeited by reason of foolish counsel." After speaking thus, Belisarius released to the Neapolitans their women and children and the slaves, one and all, no insult having been experienced by them, and he reconciled the soldiers to the citizens. And thus it came to pass for the Neapolitans that on that day they both became captives and regained their liberty, and that they recovered the most precious of their possessions. For those of them who happened to have gold or anything else of value had previously concealed it by burying it in the earth, and in this way they succeeded in hiding from the enemy the fact that in getting back their houses they were also recovering their money, and the siege, which had lasted about 20 days, ended thus. As for the Goths, who were captured in the city, not less than 800 in number, Belisarius put them under guard and kept them from all harm, holding them in no less honour than his own soldiers, and Pastor, who had been leading the people upon a course of folly, as has previously been set forth by me, upon seeing the city captured, fell into a fit of apoplexy and died suddenly, though he had neither been ill before nor suffered any harm from anyone. But Asclepidotus, who was engaged in the intrigue with him, came before Belisarius with those of the notables who had survived, and Stephanus mocked and reviled him with these words: "See, O basest of all men, what evils you have brought to your fatherland, by selling the safety of the citizens for loyalty to the Goths, and furthermore, if things had gone well for the barbarians, you would have claimed the right to be yourself a hireling in their service, and to bring to court on the charge of trying to betray the city to the Romans, each one of us who have given the better counsel. But now that the Emperor has captured the city, and we have been saved by the uprightness of this man, and you even so have had the hardihood recklessly to come into the presence of the general as if you had done no harm to the Neapolitans, or to the Emperor's army, you will meet with the punishment you deserve." Such were the words which Stephanus, who was deeply grieved by the misfortune of the city, hurled against Asclepidotus, and Asclepidotus replied to him as follows: "Quite unwittingly, noble sir, you have been heaping praise upon us, when you reproach us for our loyalty to the Goths, for no one could ever be loyal to his masters when they are in danger, except it be by firm conviction. As for me, then, the victors will have in me as true a guardian of the state as they lately found in me an enemy, since he whom nature has endowed with the quality of fidelity does not change his conviction when he changes his fortune, but you, should their fortunes not continue to prosper as before, would readily listen to the overtures of their assailants, for he who has the disease of inconsistency of mind no sooner takes fright than he denies his pledges to those most dear." Such were the words of Asclepidotus. But the populace of the Neapolitans, when they saw him returning from Belisarius, gathered in a body and began to charge him with responsibility for all that had befallen them, and they did not leave him until they had killed him and torn his body into small pieces. After that they came to the house of Pastor, seeking for the man, and when the servants insisted that Pastor was dead, they were quite unwilling to believe them until they were shown the man's body, and the Neapolitans impaled him in the outskirts of the town, and they begged Belisarius to pardon them for what they had done while moved with just anger, and receiving his forgiveness they dispersed. Such was the fate of the Neapolitans. But the Goths, who were at Rome, and in the country round about, had even before this regarded with great amazement the inactivity of Theodatus, because, though the enemy was in his neighbourhood, he was unwilling to engage them in battle, and they felt among themselves such suspicion towards him, believing that he was betraying the cause of the Goths to the Emperor Justinian of his own free will, and cared for nothing else than that he himself might live in quiet, possessed of as much money as possible. Accordingly, when they heard that Naples had been captured, they began immediately to make all these charges against him openly, and gathered at a place 280 stades distant from Rome, which the Romans call Regatta, and it seemed best to them to make camp in that place, for there are extensive plains there which furnish pasture for horses, and a river also flows by that place which the inhabitants call Decanovium in the Latin tongue, because it flows past 19 milestones, a distance which amounts to 113 stades, before it empties into the sea near the city of Tarracina, and very near the place is Mount Circeum, where they say Odysseus met Circe, though the story seems to me untrustworthy, for Homer declares that the habitation of Circe was on an island. This, however, I am unable to say. That this Mount Circeum, extending as it does far into the sea, resembles an island, so that both of those who sail close to it, and those who walk to the shore in the neighbourhood see every appearance of it being an island. And only when a man gets on it does he realise that he was deceived in his former opinion, and for this reason Homer perhaps called the place an island. But I shall return to the previous narrative. The Goths, after gathering at Regeta, chose as king over them and the Italians Vitigis, a man who, though not of a conspicuous house, had previously won great renown in the battles about Sirmium when Theodoric was carrying on the war against the Gepides. Theodatus, therefore, upon hearing this, rushed off in flight and took the road to Ravenna, but Vitigis quickly sent Optaris a Goth, instructing him to bring Theodatus alive or dead. Now it happened that this Optaris was hostile to Theodatus for the following cause. Optaris was wooing a certain young woman, who was an heiress and also exceedingly beautiful to look upon, but Theodatus, being bribed to do so, took the woman he was wooing from him and betrothed her to another, and so, since he was not only satisfying his own rage, but rendering a service to Vitigis as well, he pursued Theodatus with great eagerness and enthusiasm, stopping neither day nor night, and he overtook him, while still on his way, laid him on his back on the ground, and slew him like a victim for a sacrifice. Such was the end of Theodatus's life and of his rule, which had reached the 3rd year, and Vitigis, together with the Goths who were with him, marched to Rome. And when he learned what had befallen Theodatus, he was pleased, and put Theodatus's son, Theodogiscus, under guard, but it seemed to him that the preparations of the Goths were by no means complete, and for this reason he thought it better first to go to Ravenna, and after making everything ready there in the best possible way, then at length to enter upon the war. He therefore called all the Goths together and spoke as follows: "The success of the greatest enterprise, fellow soldiers, generally depends not upon hasty action at critical moments, but upon careful planning. For many a time a policy of delay adopted at the opportune moment has brought more benefit than the opposite course, and haste displayed at an unreasonable time has upset for many men their hope of success. For in most cases those who are unprepared, though they fight on equal terms, so far as their forces are concerned, are more easily conquered than those who, with less strength, enter the struggle with the best possible preparations. Let us not therefore be so lifted up by the desire to win momentary honour as to do ourselves irreparable harm, for it is better to suffer shame for a short time and by so doing gain an undying glory, than to escape insult for the moment and thereby, as would probably be the case, be left in obscurity for all time after. And yet you doubtless know as well as I that the great body of the Goths, and practically our whole equipment of arms, is in Gaul and Venetia, and the most distant lands. Furthermore, we are carrying on against the nation of the Franks a war which is no less important than this one, and it is great folly for us to proceed to another war without first settling that one satisfactorily. For it is natural that those who become exposed to attack on two sides and do not confine their attention to a single enemy should be worsted by their opponents. But I say that we must now go straight from here to Ravenna, and after bringing the war against the Franks to an end, and settling all our other affairs as well as possible, then with the whole army of the Goths we must fight it out with Belisarius, and let no one of you, I say, try to dissemble regarding this withdrawal, nor hesitate to call it flight. For the title of coward fittingly applied has saved many, while the reputation for bravery which some men have gained at the wrong time has afterwards led them to defeat. For it is not the names of things, but the advantage which comes from them that is worth seeking after. For a man's worth is revealed by his deeds, not at their commencement, but at their end. And those do not flee before the enemy who, when they have increased their preparation, forthwith go against them. But those who are so anxious to save their own lives forever, that they deliberately stand aside. And regarding the capture of this city, let no fear come to any one of you, for if on the one hand the Romans are loyal to us, they will guard the city in security for the Goths, and they will not experience any hardship, for we shall return to them in a short time. And if on the other hand they harbour any suspicions towards us, they will harm us less by receiving the enemy into their city, for it is better to fight in the open against one's enemies. Nonetheless, I shall take care that nothing of this sort shall happen, for we shall leave behind many men and a most discreet leader, and they will be sufficient to guard Rome so effectively that not only will the situation here be favourable to us, but also that no harm may possibly come from this withdrawal of ours. Thus spoke Vitiges, and all the Goths expressed approval and prepared the journey. After this, Vitiges exhorted at length Silverius, the priest of the city, and the Senate and the people of the Romans, reminding them of the rule of Theodoric, and he urged upon all to be loyal to the nation of the Goths, binding them by the most solemn oaths to do so. And he chose out no fewer than 4,000 men, and set in command over them Laudaris, a man of mature years, who enjoyed a great reputation for discretion, that they might guard Rome for the Goths. Then he set out for Ravenna with the rest of his army, keeping most of the senators with him as hostages. And when he had reached that place, he made Mathosuntha, the daughter of Amalsuntha, who was a maiden now of marriageable age, his wedded wife, much against her will, in order that he might make his rule more secure by marrying into the family of Theodoric. After this, he began to gather all the Goths from every side, and to organise and equip them, duly distributing arms and horses to each one, and only the Goths who were engaged in garrison duty in Gaul he was unable to summon through fear of the Franks. These Franks were called Germani in ancient times, and the manner in which they first got a foothold in Gaul, and where they had lived before that, and how they became hostile to the Goths, I shall now proceed to relate. As one sails from the ocean into the Mediterranean at Gadara, the land on the left, as was stated in the preceding narrative, is named Europe, while the land opposite to this is called Libya, and further on Asia. Now, as to the region beyond Libya, I am unable to speak with accuracy, for it is almost wholly destitute of men, and for this reason the first source of the Nile, which they say flows from that land towards Egypt, is quite unknown. But Europe, at its very beginning, is exceedingly like the Peloponnese, and fronts the sea on either side. And the land which is first towards the ocean and the west is named Spain, extending as far as the Alps of the Pyrenees range. For the men of this country are accustomed to call a narrow shut-in pass Alps, and the land from there on as far as the boundaries of Liguria is called Gaul, and in that place other Alps separate the Gauls and the Ligurians. Gaul, however, is much broader than Spain, and naturally so, because Europe, beginning with a narrow peninsula, gradually widens as one advances until it attains an extraordinary breadth. And this land is bounded by water on either side, being washed on the north by the ocean, and having on the south the sea called the Tuscan Sea. And in Gaul there flow numerous rivers, among which are the Rhone and the Rhine. But the course of these two being in opposite directions, the one empties into the Tuscan Sea, while the Rhine empties into the ocean. And there are many lakes in that region, and this is where the Germans lived of old, a barbarous nation, not of much consequence in the beginning, who are now called Franks. Next to these lived the Arborici, who, together with all the rest of Gaul and indeed Spain also, were subjects of the Romans from old. And beyond them, towards the east, were settled the Thuringian barbarians, Augustus the first emperor having given them this country. And the Burgundians lived not far from them towards the south, and the Suevi also lived beyond the Thuringians, and the Alemanni, powerful nations. All these were settled there as independent peoples in earlier times. But as time went on, the Visigoths forced their way into the Roman Empire and seized all of Spain and the portion of Gaul lying beyond the Rhone River, and made them subject and tributary to themselves. By that time it so happened that the Arborici had become soldiers of the Romans, and the Germans, wishing to make this people subject to themselves since their territory had joined their own and they had changed the government under which they had lived from of old, began to plunder their land and, being eager to make war, marched upon them with their whole people. But the Arborici proved their valour and loyalty to the Romans and showed themselves brave men in this war, and since the Germans were not able to overcome them by force, they wished to win them over and make the two peoples kin by intermarriage. This suggestion the Arborici received not at all unwillingly, for both, as it happened, were Christians, and in this way they were united into one people and came to have great power. Now other Roman soldiers also had been stationed at the frontiers of Gaul to serve as guards, and these soldiers, having no means of returning to Rome, and at the same time being unwilling to yield to their enemy, who were Arians, gave themselves together with their military standards, and the lands which they had long been guarding for the Romans, to the Arborici and Germans, and they handed down to their offspring all the customs of their fathers, which were thus preserved, and this people has held them in sufficient reverence to guard them even up to my time. For even at the present day, they are clearly recognised as belonging to the legions to which they were assigned when they served in ancient times, and they always carry their own standards when they enter battle, and always follow the customs of their fathers. And they preserve the dress of the Romans in every particular, even as regards their shoes. Now as long as the Roman polity remained unchanged, the emperor held all Gauls as far as the Rhone River, but when Odoacer changed the government into a tyranny, then, since the tyrant yielded to them, the Visigoths took possession of all of Gaul as far as the Alps, which mark the boundary between Gaul and Liguria. But after the fall of Odoacer, the Thuringians and the Visigoths began to fear the power of the Germans, which was now growing greater, for their country had become exceedingly populous, and they were forcing into subjugation, without any concealment, those who from time to time came in their way, and so they were eager to win the alliance of the Goths and Theodoric. And since Theodoric wished to attach these people to himself, he did not refuse to intermarry with them. Accordingly he betrothed to Alaric the Younger, who was then leader of the Visigoths, his own unmarried daughter, Theoditusa, and to Hermenifridus, the ruler of the Thuringians. As a result of this, the Franks refrained from violence against these people through fear of Theodoric, but they began a war against the Burgundians. But later on the Franks and the Goths entered into an offensive alliance against the Burgundians, agreeing that each of the two should send an army against them, and it was further agreed that if either army should be absent when the other took the field against the nation of the Burgundians and overthrew them and gained the land which they had, then the victors should receive as a penalty from those who had not joined in the expedition a fixed sum of gold, and that only on these terms should the conquered land belong to both peoples in common. So the Germans went against the Burgundians with a great army according to the agreement between themselves and the Goths. But Theodoric was still engaged with his preparations, as he said, and purposely kept putting off the departure of the army to the following day, and waiting for what would come to pass. Finally, however, he sent the army, but commanded the generals to march in a leisurely fashion, and if they should hear that the Franks had been victorious, they were thenceforth to go quickly, but if they should learn that any adversity had befallen them, they were to proceed no further, but to remain where they were. So they proceeded to carry out the commands of Theodoric, but meanwhile the Germans joined battle along with the Burgundians. The battle was stubbornly contested, and a great slaughter took place on both sides, for the struggle was very evenly matched. But finally the Franks routed their enemy and drove them to the borders of the land which they inhabited at that time, which they had many strongholds in, while the Franks took possession of all the rest, and the Goths upon hearing this were quickly at hand. And when they were bitterly reproached by their allies, they blamed the difficulty of the country, and laying down the amount of the penalty, they divided the land with the victors according to the agreement made, and thus the foresight of Theodoric was revealed more clearly than ever, because, without losing a single one of his subjects, he had with a little gold acquired half of the land of his enemy. Thus it was that the Goths and Germans in the beginning got possession of a certain part of Gaul. But later on, when the power of the Germans was growing greater, they began to think slightly of Theodoric and the fear that he inspired, and took the field against Alaric and the Visigoths. And when Alaric learned this, he summoned Theodoric as quickly as possible, and he set out to his assistance with a great army. In the meantime, the Visigoths, upon learning that the Germans were in the camp near the city of Carsacina, went to meet them, and making a camp, remained quiet. But since much time was being spent by them in blocking the enemy in this way, they began to be vexed, and seeing that their land was being plundered by the enemy, they became indignant, and at length they began to heap many insults upon Alaric, reviling him on account of his fear of the enemy, and taunting him with the delay of his father-in-law. For they declared that they by themselves were a match for the enemy in battle, and that even though unaided, they would easily overcome the Germans in the war. For this reason Alaric was compelled to do battle with the enemy before the Goths had as yet arrived, and the Germans gaining the upper hand in this engagement killed the most of the Visigoths and their ruler Alaric. Then they took possession of the greater part of Gaul and held it, and they laid siege to Carsacina with great enthusiasm, because they had learned that the royal treasure was there, which Alaric the Elder in earlier times had taken as booty when he captured Rome. Among these were also the treasures of Solomon, the king of the Hebrews, a most noteworthy sight, for most of them were adorned with emeralds, and they had been taken from Jerusalem by the Romans in ancient times. Then the survivors of the Visigoths declared Gizalik, an illegitimate son of Alaric, ruler over them. Amalaric, the son of Theodoric's daughter, being still a very young child. And afterwards, when Theodoric had come with the army of the Goths, the Germans became afraid and broke up the siege. So they retired from there and took possession of the part of Gaul beyond the Rhone River as far as the ocean, and Theodoric, being unable to drive them out from there, allowed them to hold this territory, but he himself recovered the rest of Gaul. Then, after Gizalik had been put out of the way, he conferred the rule of the Visigoths upon his grandson, Amalaric, for whom, since he was still a child, he himself acted as regent, and taking all the money which lay in the city of Carsacina, he marched quickly back to Ravenna. Furthermore, he continued to send commanders and armies into Gaul and Spain, thus holding the real power of the government himself. and by way of providing that he should hold it securely and permanently, he ordained that the rulers of those countries should bring tribute to him, and though he received this every year, in order not to give the appearance of being greedy for money, he sent it as an annual gift to the army of the Goths and Visigoths. And as a result of this, the Goths and Visigoths, as time went on, ruled as they were by one man, and holding the same land, betrothed their children to one another, and thus joined the two races in kinship. But afterwards, Theudis, a Goth whom Theodoric had sent as commander of the army, took to wife a woman from Spain. She was not, however, of the race of the Visigoths, but belonged to the house of one of the wealthy inhabitants of that land, and not only possessed great wealth, but also owned a large estate in Spain. From this estate he gathered about 2,000 soldiers and surrounded himself with a force of bodyguards, and while in name he was a ruler over the Goths by the gift of Theodoric, he was in fact an out-and-out tyrant. And Theodoric, who was wise and experienced in the highest degree, was afraid to carry on a war against his own slave, lest the Franks meanwhile should take the field against him, as they naturally would, or the Visigoths on their part should begin a revolution against him. Accordingly, he did not remove Theudis from his office, but even continued to command him, whenever the army went to war, to lead it forth. However, he directed the first men of the Goths to write to Theudis that he would be acting justly and in a manner worthy of his wisdom, if he should come to Ravenna and salute Theodoric. Theudis, however, although he carried out all the commands of Theodoric and never failed to send in all the annual tribute, would not consent to go to Ravenna, nor would he promise those who had written to him that he would do so. After Theodoric had departed from the world, the Franks, now that there was no longer anyone to oppose them, took the field against the Thuringians, and not only killed their leader, Hermenafridus, but also reduced to subjugation the entire people. But the wife of Hermenafridus took her children and secretly made her escape, coming to Theodatus, her brother, who was at that time ruling over the Goths. After this the Germans made an attack upon the Burgundians, who had survived the former war, and defeating them in battle, confined their leader in one of the fortresses of the country and kept him under guard, while they reduced the people to subjugation and compelled them as prisoners of war to march with them from that time forth against their enemies, and the whole land which the Burgundians had previously inhabited they made subject and tributary to themselves. And Amalric, who was ruling over the Visigoths, upon coming to man's estate, became thoroughly frightened at the power of the Germans, and so took to wife the sister of Theudebert, ruler of the Germans, and divided Gaul with the Goths and his cousin Atalaric. The Goths, namely, received as their portion the land to the east of the Rhone River, while that to the west fell under the control of the Visigoths. And it was agreed that the tribute which Theodoric had imposed should no longer be paid to the Goths, and Atalaric honestly and justly restored to Amalric all the money which he had taken from the city of Carsacina. Then, since these two nations had united with one another by intermarriage, they allowed each man who had espoused a wife of the other people to choose whether he wished to follow his wife or bring her among his own people. And there were many who led their wives to the people they preferred, and many who also were led by their wives. But later on, Amalric, having given offence to his wife's brother, suffered a great calamity. For his wife was of the Orthodox faith, he himself following the heresy of Arius, and he would not permit her to hold to her customary beliefs, or to perform the rites of religion according to the tradition of her fathers, and furthermore, because she was unwilling to conform to his customs, he had her in great dishonour, and since the woman was unable to bear this, she disclosed the whole matter to her brother. For this reason, then, the Germans and Visigoths entered into war with each other, and the battle which took place was for a long time very stoutly contested, but finally Amalric was defeated, losing many of his men, and was himself slain. And Theudebert took his sister with all the money and as much of Gaul as the Visigoths held as their portion, and the survivors of the vanquished emigrated from Gaul with their wives and children and went to Theudis in Spain, who was already acting the tyrant openly. Thus did the Goths and Germans gain possession of Gaul. But at a later time, Theodatus, the ruler of the Goths, upon learning that Belisarius had come to Sicily, made a compact with the Germans, in which it was agreed that the Germans should have that portion of Gaul which fell to the Goths, and should receive 20 centenaria of gold, and that in return they should assist the Goths in this war. But before he had as yet carried out the agreement, he fulfilled his destiny. It was for this reason, then, that many of the noblest of the Goths, with Marsyas as their leader, were keeping guard in Gaul. It was these men whom Witiges was unable to recall from Gaul, and indeed he did not think them numerous enough even to oppose the Franks, who would in all probability overrun both Gaul and Italy if he should march with his whole army against Rome. He therefore called together all who were loyal among the Goths and spoke as follows. The advice which I have wished to give you, fellow countrymen, in bringing you together here at the present time is not pleasant, but it is necessary. And do you hear me kindly and deliberate in a manner befitting the situation which is upon us? For when affairs do not go as men wish, it is inexpedient for them to go on with their present arrangements in disregard of necessary fortune. Now in all other respects our preparations for war are in the best possible state. The Franks are an obstacle to us. Against them, our ancient enemies, we have indeed been spending both our lives and our money, but nevertheless we have succeeded in holding our own up to the present time, since no other hostile force has confronted us. But now that we are compelled to go against another foe, it will be necessary to put an end to the war against them. In the first place, because if they remain hostile to us, they will certainly array themselves with Belisarius against us, for those who have the same enemy are by the very nature of things induced to enter into friendship and alliance with each other. In the second place, even if we carry on the war separately against each enemy, we shall in the end be defeated by both of them. It is better, therefore, for us to accept a little loss and thus preserve the greatest part of our kingdom, than in our eagerness to hold everything to be destroyed by the enemy and lose at the same time the whole power of our supremacy. So my opinion is that if we give the Germans the provinces of Gaul which adjoin them, and together with this land all the money which Theodatus agreed to give them, they will not only be turned from their enmity against us, but will even lend us assistance in this war. But as to how at a later time, when matters are going well for us, we may regain possession of Gaul, let no one of you consider this question, for an ancient saying comes to mind, which bids us settle well the affairs of the present. Upon hearing this speech, the notables of the Goths, considering the plan advantageous, wished to put it into effect. Accordingly, envoys were immediately sent to the nation of the Germans, in order to give them the lands of Gaul together with the gold, and to make an offensive and defensive alliance. Now at that time the rulers of the Franks were Idibert, Theudebert, and Cloadarius, and they received Gaul and the money, and divided the land among them according to the territory ruled by each one, and they agreed to be exceedingly friendly to the Goths, and secretly to send them auxiliary troops, not Franks, however, but soldiers drawn from the nations subject to them, for they were unable to make an alliance with them openly against the Romans, because they had a little before agreed to assist the emperor in this war. So the envoys, having accomplished the mission on which they had been sent, returned to Ravenna. At that time also Witiges summoned Marsyas with his followers, but while Witiges was carrying on these negotiations, Belisarius was preparing to go to Rome. He accordingly selected 300 men from the infantry forces with Herodian as their leader, and assigned them the duty of guarding Naples. And he also sent to Cumae as large a garrison as he thought would be sufficient to guard the fortress there, for there was no stronghold in Campania except those at Cumae and at Naples. It is in this city of Cumae that the inhabitants point out the cave of the Sibyl, where they say her oracular shrine was, and Cumae is on the sea 128 stades distant from Naples. Belisarius then was thus engaged in putting his army in order, but the inhabitants of Rome, fearing lest all the calamities should befall them, which had befallen the Neapolitans, decided after considering the matter that it was better to receive the emperor's army into the city, and more than any other, Silverius, the chief priest of the city, urged them to adopt this course. So they sent Fidelius, a native of Milan, which is situated in Liguria, a man who had been previously an adviser to Atalaric. Such an official is called a questor by the Romans, and invited Belisarius to come to Rome, promising to put the city into his hands without a battle. So Belisarius led his army from Naples by the Latin Way, leaving on the left the Appian Way, which Appius Claudius, the consul of the Romans, had made 900 years before, and to which he had given his name. Now the Appian Way is in length a journey of 5 days for an unencumbered traveller. It extends from Rome to Capua, and the breadth of this road is such that 2 wagons going in opposite directions can pass one another, and it is one of the noteworthy sights of the world. For all the stone which is millstone and hard by nature, Appius quarried in another place, far away, and brought there, for it is not found anywhere in this district. And after working these stones until they were smooth and flat, and cutting them to a polygonal shape, he fastened them together without putting concrete or anything else between them, and they were fastened together so securely, and the joints were so firmly closed, that they give the appearance, when one looks at them, not of being fitted together, but of having grown together. After the passage of so long a time, and after being traversed by many wagons and all kinds of animals every day, they have neither separated at all at their joints, nor has any one of the stones been worn out or reduced in thickness. Nay, they have not even lost any of their polish. Such, then, is the Appian Way. But as for the Goths who were keeping guard in Rome, it was not until they learned that the enemy were very near, and became aware of the decision of the Romans, that they began to be concerned for the city, and, being unable to meet the attacking army in battle, they were at a loss. But later, with the permission of the Romans, they all departed thence, and proceeded to Ravenna, except that Leudaris, who commanded them, being ashamed, I suppose, because of the situation in which he found himself, remained there. And it so happened on that day that at the very same time when Belisarius and the emperor's army were entering Rome through the gate which they call the Asinarian Gate, the Goths were withdrawing from the city through another gate which bears the name Flaminian, and Rome became subject to the Romans again after a space of 60 years, on the 9th day of the last month, which is called December by the Romans, in the 11th year of the reign of the Emperor Justinian. Now Belisarius sent Leudaris, the commander of the Goths, and the keys of the gates to the Emperor, but he himself turned his attention to the circuit wall, which had fallen into ruin in many places, and constructed each merlon of the battlement with a wing, adding a sort of flanking wall on the left side, in order that those fighting from the battlements against their assailants might never be hit by missiles thrown by those storming the wall on the left. And he also dug a moat about the wall of sufficient depth to form a very important part of the defence. And the Romans applauded the forethought of the general, and especially the experience displayed in the matter of the battlements. But they marvelled greatly and were vexed that he should have thought it possible for him to enter Rome if he had any idea that he would be besieged. For it cannot possibly endure a siege, because it cannot be supplied with provisions, since it is not on the sea. It is enclosed by a wall of so huge a circumference, and above all, lying as it does in a very level plain, it naturally is exceedingly easy of access for its assailants. But although Belisarius heard all these criticisms, he nevertheless continued to make all of his preparations for a siege, and the grain which he had in his ships when he came from Sicily he stored in public granaries and kept under guard, and he compelled all the Romans, indignant though they were, to bring all their provisions in from the country. At that time, Pitsas, a Goth, coming from Samnium, also put himself and all the Goths who were living there with him into the hands of Belisarius, as well as the half of that part of Samnium which lies on the sea, as far as the river which flows through the middle of that district, for the Goths who were settled on the other side of the river were neither willing to follow Pitsas nor to be subjects of the emperor, and Belisarius gave him a small number of soldiers to help him guard that territory. And before this the Calabrians and Apulians, since no Goths were present in their land, had willingly submitted themselves to Belisarius, both those on the coast and those who held the interior. Among the interior towns is Beneventus, which in ancient times the Romans had named Maleventus, but now they call it Beneventus, avoiding the evil omen of the former name, ventus having the meaning wind in the Latin tongue. For in Dalmatia, which lies across from this city on the opposite mainland, a wind of great violence and exceedingly wild is wont to fall upon the country, and when this begins to blow, it is impossible to find a man there who continues to travel on the road, but all shut themselves up at home and wait. Such indeed is the force of the wind that it seizes a man on horseback together with his horse and carries him through the air, and then after whirling him about in the air to a great distance, it throws him down wherever he may chance to be, and kills him. And it so happens that Beneventus, being opposite to Dalmatia as I have said, and situated on rather high ground, gets some of the disadvantage of this same wind. This city was built of old by Diomedes, the son of Tydeus, when after the capture of Troy he was repulsed from Argos, and he left to the city as a token the tusks of the Chalcedonian boar, which his uncle Meleager had received as a prize of the hunt. And they are there even up to my time, a noteworthy sight, and well worth seeing, measuring not less than 3 spans around, and having the form of a crescent. There too they say that Diomedes met Aeneas, the son of Anchises, when he was coming from Ilium, and in obedience with the oracle gave him the statue of Athena, which he had seized as plunder in company with Odysseus, when the two went into Troy as spies before the city was captured by the Greeks. For they tell the story that when he fell sick at a later time and made inquiry concerning the disease, the oracle responded that he would never be freed from his malady unless he should give this statue to a man of Troy. And as to where in the world the statue itself is, the Romans say they do not know, but even up to my time, they show a copy of it chiselled on a certain stone in the Temple of Fortune, where it lies before the bronze statue of Athena, which is set up under the open sky in the eastern part of the temple. And this copy on the stone represents a female figure in the pose of a warrior and extending her spear as if for combat, but in spite of this she has a chiton reaching to the feet. But the face does not resemble the Greek statues of Athena, but is altogether like the work of the ancient Egyptians. The Byzantines, however, say that the Emperor Constantine dug up this statue in the forum which bears his name, and set it there. So much then for this. In this way Belisarius won over the whole of that part of Italy which is south of the Ionian Gulf as far as Rome and Samnium, and the territory north of the Gulf as far as Liburnia had been gained by Constantinus, as has been said. But I shall now explain how Italy is divided among the inhabitants of the land. The Adriatic Sea sends out a kind of outlet far into the continent, and thus forms the Ionian Gulf, but it does not, as in other places where the sea enters the mainland, form an isthmus at its end. For example, the so-called Chrysian Gulf, ending at Lycium, where the city of Corinth is, forms the isthmus of that city, about 40 states in breadth, and the gulf off the Hellespont, which they call the Black Gulf, makes the isthmus at the Chersonese no broader than the Corinthian, but of about the same size. But from the city of Ravenna, where the Ionian Gulf ends, to the Tuscan Sea is not less than 8 days' journey for an unencumbered traveller, and the reason is that the arm of the sea, as it advances, always inclines very far to the right. And below this gulf the first town is Dryas, which is now called Hydrus, and on the right of this are the Calabrians, Apulians, and Samnites, and next to them dwell the Piceni, whose territory extends as far as the city of Ravenna, and on the other side are the remainder of the Calabrians, the Bruti, and the Lucani, beyond whom dwell the Campani, as far as the city of Tarracina, and their territory is adjoined by that of Rome. These people hold the shores of the 2 seas, and all the interior of that part of Italy, and this is the country called Magna Graecia in former times. For among the Bruti are the Epizephyran Locrians, and the inhabitants of Croton and Thurii. But north of the Gulf, the first inhabitants are Greeks, called Epirots, as far as the city of Epidamnus, which is situated on the sea. And adjoining this is the land of Precalis, beyond which is the territory called Dalmatia, all of which is counted as part of the Western Empire, and beyond that point is Liburnia and Istria, and the land of the Veneti, extending to the city of Ravenna. These countries are situated on the sea in that region, but above them are the Cisci and Suevi, not those who are subjects of the Franks, but another group, who inhabit the interior, and beyond these are settled the Carni and Norici. On the right of these dwell the Dacians and Pannonians, who hold a number of towns, including Singidanum and Sirmium, and extend as far as the Ista River. Now these peoples north of the Ionian Gulf were ruled by the Goths at the beginning of this war, but beyond the city of Ravenna on the left of the river Po, the country was inhabited by the Ligurians. And to the north of them live the Albani in an exceedingly good land called Langovilla, and beyond these are the nations subject to the Franks, while the country to the west is held by the Gauls, and after them the Spaniards. On the right of the Po are Aemilia and the Tuscan peoples, which extend as far as the boundaries of Rome. So much then for this. So Belisarius took possession of all the territory of Rome as far as the river Tiber, and strengthened it. And when all had been settled by him in the best possible manner, he gave to Constantinus a large number of his own guards, together with many spearmen, including the Massagati Zata, Corsamanus and Ascmanus, and an army beside, commanding him to go into Tuscany in order to win over the towns of that region, and he gave orders to Bessas to take possession of Narnia, a very strong city in Tuscany. Now this Bessas was a Goth by birth, one of those who had dwelt in Thrace from of old, and had not followed Theodoric when he led the Gothic nation thence into Italy, and he was an energetic man and a capable warrior, for he was both a general of the first rank and a skilful man in action, and Bessas took Narnia not at all against the will of the inhabitants, and Constantius won over Spoletium and Perusia, and certain other towns without any trouble, for the Tuscans received him into their cities willingly. So after establishing a garrison in Spoletium, he himself remained quietly with his army in Perusia, the first city in Tuscany. Now, when Witigis heard this, he sent against them an army with Eunilas and Pissas as its commanders, and Constantius confronted these troops in the outskirts of Perusia and engaged with them. The battle was at first evenly disputed, since the barbarians were superior in numbers, but afterwards the Romans by their valour gained the upper hand and routed the enemy, and while they were fleeing in complete disorder, the Romans killed almost all of them, and they captured alive the commanders of the enemy and sent them to Belisarius. Now when Witigis heard this, he was no longer willing to remain quietly in Ravenna, where he was embarrassed by the absence of Marcius and his men, who had not yet come from Gaul. So he sent to Dalmatia a great army with Asinurius and Uligisalus as its commanders, in order to recover Dalmatia for the Gothic rule, and he directed them to add to their own troops an army from the land of the Suevi composed of the barbarians there, and then to proceed directly to Dalmatia and Salones. And he also sent with them many ships of war in order that they might be able to besiege Salones both by land and by sea. But he himself was hastening to go with his whole army against Belisarius and Rome, leading against him horsemen and infantry to the number of not less than 150,000, and the most of them as well as their horses were clad in armour. So Asinarius, upon reaching the country of the Suevi, began to gather the army of the barbarians, while Uligisalus alone led the Goths into Liburnia. And when the Romans engaged with them at a place called Scardon, they were defeated in the battle and retired to the city of Burnus, and there Uligisalus awaited his colleague. But Constantinus, upon hearing of the preparations of Asinarius, became afraid for Salones, and summoned the soldiers who were holding all the fortresses in that region, and dug a moat around the whole circuit wall, and made all the other preparations for the siege in the best manner possible. Asinarius, after gathering an exceedingly large army of barbarians, came to the city of Burnus. There he joined Uligisalus and the Gothic army and proceeded to Salones. And they made a stockade about the circuit wall, and also, filling their ships with soldiers, kept guard over the side of the fortifications which faced the sea. In this manner they proceeded to besiege Salones both by land and by sea, but the Romans suddenly made an attack upon the ships of the enemy and turned them to flight, and many of them they sunk, men and all, and also captured many without their crews. However, the Goths did not raise the siege, but maintained it vigorously and kept the Romans still more closely confined to the city than before. Such then were the fortunes of the Roman and Gothic armies in Dalmatia. But Witigis, upon hearing from the natives who came from Rome that the army which Belisarius had was very small, begun to repent of his withdrawal from Rome, and was no longer able to endure the situation, but was now so carried away by fury that he advanced against them. and on his way thither he fell in with a priest who was coming from Rome. Whereupon they say that Vitiges in great excitement inquired of this man whether Belisarius was still in Rome, showing that he was afraid he would not be able to catch him, but Belisarius would forestall him by running away. But the priest, they say, replied that he need not be at all concerned about that, for he, the priest, was able to guarantee that Belisarius would never resort to flight, but was remaining where he was. But Vitiges, they say, kept hastening still more than before, praying that he might see with his own eyes the walls of Rome before Belisarius made his escape from the city. Belisarius, when he heard that the Goths were marching against him with their whole force, was in a dilemma, for he was unwilling on the one hand to dispense with the troops of Constantinus and Bessas, especially since his army was exceedingly small, and on the other hand it seemed to him inexpedient to abandon the strongholds in Tuscany, lest the Goths should hold these as fortresses against the Romans. So after considering the matter, he sent word to Constantinus and Bessas to leave garrisons in the positions which absolutely required them, large enough to guard them, while they themselves with the rest of the army should come to Rome with all speed, and Constantinus acted accordingly, for he established garrisons in Perusia and Spoletum, and with all the rest of his troops marched off to Rome. But while Bessas in a more leisurely manner was making his dispositions in Narnia, it so happened that, since the enemy were passing that way, the plains in the outskirts of the city were filled with Goths. These were an advance guard preceding the rest of the army, and Bessas engaged with them and unexpectedly routed those whom he encountered and killed many. But then, since he was overpowered by their superior numbers, he retired into Narnia. Leaving a garrison there according to the instructions of Belisarius, he went with all speed to Rome, and reported that the enemy would be at hand almost instantly, for Narnia is only 350 stades distant from Rome. Vitiges made no attempt at all to capture Perusia and Spoletum, for these places are exceedingly strong, and he was quite unwilling that his time should be wasted there, his one desire having come to be to find Belisarius not yet fled from Rome. Moreover, even when he learned that Narnia was also held by the enemy, he was unwilling to attempt anything there, knowing that the place was difficult of access and on steep ground besides, for it is situated on a lofty hill, and the river Narnus flows by the foot of the hill, and it is this which has given the city its name. There are two roads leading up to the city, the one on the east and the one on the west. One of these is very narrow and difficult by reason of precipitous rocks, while the other cannot be reached except by way of the bridge which spans the river and provides a passage over it at that point. This bridge was built by Caesar Augustus in early times, and is a very noteworthy sight, for its arches are the highest of any known to us. So Vitiges, not enduring to have his time wasted there, departed thence with all speed, and went with the whole army against Rome, making the journey through Sabine territory. And when he drew near to Rome, and was not more than 14 stades away from it, he came upon a bridge over the Tiber river. There, a little while before, Belisarius had built a tower, furnished it with gates, and stationed in it a guard of soldiers, not because this is the only point at which the Tiber could be crossed by the enemy, for there are both boats and bridges at many places along the river, but because he wished the enemy to have to spend more time in the journey, since he was expecting another army from the emperor, and also in order that the Romans might bring in still more provisions. For if the barbarians repulsed at that point should try to cross on a bridge somewhere else, he thought that not less than 20 days would be consumed by them, and if they wished to launch boats in the Tiber to the necessary number, a still longer time would probably be wasted by them. These then were the considerations which led him to establish the garrison at that point, and the Goths bivouacked there that day, being at a loss, and supposing that they would be obliged to storm the tower on the following day. But 22 deserters came to them, men who were barbarians by race but Roman soldiers, from the cavalry troop commanded by Innocentius. Just at that time it occurred to Belisarius to establish a camp near the Tiber River, in order that they might hinder still more the crossing of the enemy and make some kind of display of their own daring to their opponents. But all the soldiers who, as has been stated, were keeping guard at the bridge, being overcome with terror at the throng of Goths, and quailing at the magnitude of their danger, abandoned by night the tower they were guarding, and rushed off in flight. But thinking that they could not enter Rome, they stealthily marched off towards Campania, either because they were afraid of the punishment the general would inflict, or because they were ashamed to appear before their comrades. On the following day the Goths destroyed the gates of the tower with no trouble and made the crossing, since no one tried to oppose them. But Belisarius, who had not as yet learned what had happened to the garrison, was bringing up 1,000 horsemen to the bridge over the river, in order to look over the ground, and decide where it would be best for his forces to make camp. But when they had come rather close, they met with the army already across the river, and not at all willingly they engaged with some of them, and the battle was carried on by horsemen on both sides. Then Belisarius, though he was safe before, would no longer keep the general's post, but began to fight in the front ranks like a soldier, and consequently the cause of the Romans was thrown into great danger, for the whole decision of the war rested with him. But it happened that the horse he was riding at that time was unusually experienced in warfare, and knew well how to save his rider, and his whole body was dark grey, except that his face, from the top of his head to the nostrils, was the purest white. Such a horse the Greeks call Phalius, and the barbarians Balon. And it so happened that the most of the Goths threw their javelins and other missiles at him, and at Belisarius, for the following reason. Those deserters who on the previous day had come to the Goths when they saw Belisarius fighting in the front ranks, knowing well that if he should fall the cause of the Romans would be ruined instantly, cried aloud, urging them to shoot at the white-faced horse. Consequently this saying was passed around and reached the whole Gothic army, and they did not question it at all, since they were in a great tumult of fighting, nor did they know clearly that it referred to Belisarius. Conjecturing that it was not by mere accident that the saying had gained such currency as to reach all, the most of them, neglecting all others, began to shoot at Belisarius, and every man among them who laid any claim to valour was immediately possessed with a great eagerness to win honour, and getting as close as possible, they kept trying to lay hold of him, and in a great fury kept striking with their spears and swords, but Belisarius himself, turning from side to side, kept killing as they came those who encountered him, and he also profited very greatly by the loyalty of his own spearmen and guards in this moment of danger, for they all surrounded him and made a display of valour such, I imagine, as has never been shown by any man in the world to this day, for holding out their shields in defence of both the general and his horse. They not only received all the missiles, but also forced back and beat off those who from time to time assailed him. And thus the whole engagement was centred about the body of one man. In this struggle there fell among the Goths no fewer than 1,000, and they were men who fought in the front ranks. And of the household of Belisarius many of the noblest were slain, and Maxentius the spearman, after making a display of great exploits against the enemy. But by some chance Belisarius was neither wounded nor hit by a missile on that day, although the battle was waged all around him. Finally, by their valour the Romans turned the enemy to flight, and an exceedingly great multitude of barbarians fled until they reached their main army, For there the Gothic infantry, being entirely fresh, withstood their enemy and forced them back without any trouble. And when another body of cavalry in turn reinforced the Goths, the Romans fled at top speed until they reached a certain hill, which they climbed, and there held their position. The enemy's horsemen were upon them directly, and a second cavalry battle took place. There Valentinius, the groom of Photius, the son of Antonina, made a remarkable exhibition of valour. By leaping alone into the throng of the enemy, he opposed himself to the onrush of the Goths, and thus saved his companions. In this way the Romans escaped and arrived at the fortifications of Rome, and the barbarians in pursuit pressed upon them as far as the wall of the gate, which has been named the Salarian Gate. But the people of Rome, fearing lest the enemy would rush in together with the fugitives and thus get inside the fortifications, were quite unwilling to open the gates, although Belisarius urged them again and again, and called upon them with threats to do so. For on the one hand, those who peered out of the tower were unable to recognise the man, for his face and his whole head were covered with gore and dust, and at the same time no one was able to see very clearly either, for it was late in the day, about sunset. However, the Romans had no reason to suppose that the general had survived, for those who had come in flight from the rout which had taken place earlier reported that Belisarius had died fighting bravely in the front ranks. So the throng of the enemy, which had rushed up in strength and possessed with great fury, were purposing to cross the moat straight away and attack the fugitives there, and the Romans, finding themselves massed along the wall after they had come inside the moat, and so close together that they touched one another, were being crowded into a small space. Those inside the fortifications, however, since they were without a general and altogether unprepared and being in a panic of fear for themselves and for their city, were quite unable to defend their own men, although these were now in so perilous a situation. Then a daring thought came to Belisarius, which unexpectedly saved the day for the Romans, for urging on all his men he suddenly fell upon the enemy. And they, even before this, had been in great disorder because of the darkness and the fact that they were making a pursuit, and now when, much to their surprise, they saw the fugitives attacking them, they supposed that another army also had come to their assistance from the city, and so they were thrown into great panic and all fled immediately at top speed. But Belisarius by no means rushed out to pursue them, but returned straight away to the wall. And at this the Romans took courage and received him and all of his men into the city. So narrowly did Belisarius and the emperor's cause escape peril. And the battle, which had begun early in the morning, did not end until nightfall. And those who distinguished themselves above all others by their valour in this battle were among the Romans Belisarius, and among the Goths Vicandus Vandalarius, who had fallen upon Belisarius at the first when the battle took place about him, and did not desist until he had received 13 wounds on his body and fell. And since he was supposed to have died immediately, he was not cared for by his companions, although they were victorious, and he lay there with the dead. But on the third day, when the barbarians had made camp hard by the circuit wall of Rome, and had sent some men in order to bury their dead and to perform the customary rites of burial, those who were searching out the bodies of the fallen found Vicandus Valandarius with life still in him, and one of his companions entreated him to speak some words to him, but he could not do even this, for the inside of his body was on fire because of the lack of food and the thirst caused by his suffering, and so he nodded to him to put water in his mouth. Then, when he had drunk and become himself again, they lifted him and carried him into the camp, and Vicandus Valandarius won a great name for this deed among the Goths, and he lived on a very considerable time, enjoying the greatest renown. This then took place on the third day after the battle. But at that time Belisarius, after reaching safety with his followers, gathered the soldiers and almost the whole Roman populace to the wall, and commanded them to burn many fires and keep watch throughout the whole night. and going about the circuit of the fortifications, he set everything in order and put one of the commanders in charge of each gate. But Bessas, who took command of the guard at the gate called the Praenestine, sent a messenger to Belisarius with orders to say that the city was held by the enemy, who had broken in through another gate, which is across the Tiber River, and bears the name of Pancratius, a holy man. And all those who were in the company of Belisarius, upon hearing this, urged him to save himself as quickly as possible through some other gate. He, however, neither became panic-stricken, nor did he hesitate to declare that the report was false. And he also sent some of his horsemen across the Tiber with all speed, and they, after looking over the ground there, brought back word that no hostile attack had been made on the city in that quarter. He therefore sent immediately to each gate, and instructed the commanders everywhere that, wherever they heard that the enemy had broken in at any other part of the fortifications, they should not try to assist in the defence nor abandon their post, but should remain quiet, for he himself would take care of such matters. And he did this in order that they might not be thrown into disorder a second time by a rumour which was not true. But Vitiges, while the Romans were still in great confusion, sent to the Salarian gate one of his commanders, Vacchus by name, a man of no mean station. And when he had arrived there, he began to reproach the Romans for their faithlessness to the Goths, and upbraided them for the treason which, he said, they had committed against both their fatherland and themselves, for they had exchanged the power of the Goths for Greeks, who were not able to defend them, although they had never before seen any men of the Greek race come to Italy, except actors of tragedy and mimes and thieving sailors. Such words, and many like them, were spoken by Vacchus, but since no one replied to him, he returned to the Goths and Vitiges. As for Belisarius, he brought upon himself much ridicule on the part of the Romans, for though he had barely escaped from the enemy, he bade them take courage thenceforth, and look with contempt upon the barbarians, for he knew well, he said, that he would conquer them decisively. Now the manner in which he had come to know this with certainty will be told in the following narrative, at length. When it was well on in the night, Belisarius, who had been fasting up to this time, was with difficulty compelled by his wife and those of his friends who were present to taste a very little bread. Thus, then, the two armies passed the night. But on the following day they arrayed themselves for the struggle, the Goths thinking to capture Rome by siege without any trouble, on account of the great size of the city, and the Romans defending it. Now the wall of the city has 14 large gates and several smaller ones, and the Goths, being unable with their entire army to envelop the wall on every side, made 6 fortified camps, from which they harassed the portion of the wall containing 5 gates, from the Flaminian as far as the one called the Praenestine Gate. And all these camps were made by them on the left bank of the Tiber River. Wherefore the barbarians feared lest their enemy, by destroying the bridge which bears the name Malvius, should render inaccessible to them all the land on the right bank of the river as far as the sea, and in this way have not the slightest experience of the evils of a siege. And so they fixed a 7th camp across the Tiber in the plain of Nero, in order that the bridge might be between the two armies. So in this way 2 other gates came to be exposed to the attacks of the enemy, the Aurelian, which is now named after Peter, the chief of the apostles of Christ, since he lies not far from there, and the Transtibertine gate. Thus the Goths, surrounded only about 1/3 of the wall with their army, But since they were in no direction wholly shut off from the wall by the river, they made attacks upon it throughout its whole extent, wherever they wished. Now, the way the Romans came to build the city wall on both sides of the river I shall now proceed to tell. In ancient times the Tiber used to flow alongside the circuit wall for a considerable distance, even at the place where it is now enclosed. But this ground, on which the wall rises along the stream of the river, is flat and very accessible, and opposite this flat ground, across the Tiber, it happens that there is a great hill, where all the mills of the city have been built from of old, because much water is brought by an aqueduct to the crest of the hill, and rushes thence down the incline with great force. For this reason the ancient Romans determined to surround the hill and the river bank near it with a wall, so that it might never be possible for an enemy to destroy the mills, and crossing the river to carry an operation with ease against the circuit wall of the city. So they decided to span the river at this point with a bridge, and to attach it to the wall, and by building many houses in the district across the river, they caused the stream of the Tiber to be in the middle of the city. So much then for this. And the Goths dug deep trenches about all their camps, and heaped up the earth which they took out from them on the inner side of the trenches, making this bank exceedingly high, and they planted great numbers of sharp stakes on the top, thus making all their camps in no way inferior to fortified strongholds. And the camp in the plain of Nero was commanded by Marcius, for he had by now arrived from Gaul with his followers, with whom he was encamped there, and the rest of the camp was commanded by Vitiges with 5 others, for there was one commander for each camp. So the Goths, having taken their position in this way, tore open all the aqueducts, so that no water at all might enter the city from them. Now the aqueducts of Rome are 14 in number, and were made of baked brick by the men of old, being of such breadth and height that it is possible for a man on horseback to ride in them. And Belisarius arranged for the defence of the city in the following manner. He himself held the small Pincian gate, and the gate next to this on the right, which is named the Salarian. For at these gates the circuit wall was assailable, and at the same time it was possible for the Romans to go out from them against the enemy. The Praenestine gate he gave to Bessus, and at the Flaminian, which is on the other side of the Pincian, he put Constantinus in command, having previously closed the gates, and blocked them up most securely by building a wall of great stones on the inside, so that it might be impossible for anyone to open them. For since one of the camps was very near, he feared lest some secret plot against the city should be made there by the enemy, and the remaining gates he ordered the commanders of the infantry forces to keep under guard. And he closed each of the aqueducts as securely as possible by filling their channels with masonry for a considerable distance, to prevent anyone from entering through them from the outside to do mischief. But after the aqueducts had been broken open, as I have stated, the water no longer worked the mills, and the Romans were quite unable to operate them with any kind of animals, owing to the scarcity of all food in time of siege. Indeed, they were scarcely able to provide for the horses which were indispensable to them, and so Belisarius hit upon the following device. Just below the bridge, which I lately mentioned as being connected with the circuit wall, he fastened ropes from the 2 banks of the river, and stretched them as tight as he could, and then attached to them 2 boats side by side, and 2 feet apart, where the flow of the water comes down from the arch of the bridge with the greatest force, and placing 2 mills on either boat, he hung between them the mechanism by which the mills are customarily turned, and below these he fastened other boats, each attached to the one next behind in order, and he set the water wheels between them in the same manner for a great distance. So by the force of the flowing water, all the wheels, one after the other, were made to revolve independently, and thus they worked the mills with which they were connected, and ground sufficient flour for the city. Now when the enemy learned this from the deserters, they destroyed the wheels in the following manner. They gathered large trees and bodies of Romans newly slain, and kept throwing them into the river. And the most of these were carried with the current between the boats, and broke off the mill wheels. But Belisarius, observing what was being done, contrived the following device against it. He fastened above the bridge long iron chains, which reached completely across the Tiber. All the objects which the river brought down struck upon these chains, and gathered there, and went no further. And those to whom this work was assigned kept pulling out these objects as they came, and bore them to the land. And Belisarius did this not so much on account of the mills, as because he began to think with alarm that the enemy might get inside the bridge by this point with many boats, and be in the middle of the city before their presence became known. Thus the barbarians abandoned the attempt, since they met with no success in it, and thereafter the Romans continued to use these mills, but they were entirely excluded from the baths because of the scarcity of water. However, they had sufficient water to drink, since even for those who lived very far from the river, it was possible to draw water from wells. But as for the sewers, which carry out from the city whatever is unclean, Belisarius was not forced to devise any plan of safety, for they all discharge into the river Tiber, and therefore it was impossible for any plot to be made against the city by the enemy in connection with them. Thus then did Belisarius make his arrangements for the siege, and among the Samnites a large company of children, who were pasturing flocks in their own country, chose out 2 among them who were well favoured in strength of body, and calling one of them by the name of Belisarius, and naming the other Vitiges, bade them wrestle. And they entered into the struggle with the greatest vehemence, and it so fell out that the one who impersonated Vitiges was thrown. Then the crowd of boys in play hung him to a tree. But a wolf by some chance appeared there, whereupon the boys all fled, and the one called Vitiges, who was suspended from the tree, remained for some time suffering the punishment, and then died. And when this became known to the Samnites, they did not inflict any punishment upon these children, but divining the meaning of the incident, declared that Belisarius would conquer decisively. So much for this. But the populace of Rome were entirely unacquainted with the evils of war and siege. When therefore they began to be distressed by their inability to bathe and the scarcity of provisions, and found themselves obliged to forego sleeping guarding the circuit wall, and suspected that the city would be captured at no distant date, and when at the same time they saw the enemy plundering their fields and other possessions, they began to be dissatisfied and indignant that they who had done no wrong should suffer siege and be brought into peril of such magnitude. And gathering in groups by themselves, they railed openly against Belisarius on the grounds that he had dared to take the field against the Goths before he had received an adequate force from the emperor. And these reproaches against Belisarius were secretly indulged in also by the members of the council, which they call the Senate. And Vitiges, hearing all this from the deserters, and desiring to embroil them with one another still more, and thinking that in this way the affairs of the Romans would be thrown into great confusion, sent to Belisarius some envoys, among whom was Albus. And when these men came before Belisarius, they spoke as follows, in the presence of the Roman senators and all the commanders of the army. From of old, General, mankind has made true and proper distinctions in the names they give to things, and one of these distinctions is this: rashness is different from bravery, for rashness, when it takes possession of a man, brings him into danger with discredit, but bravery bestows upon him an adequate prize in reputation for valour. Now one of these two has brought you against us, but which it is you will straightway make clear. For if on the one hand you placed your confidence in bravery when you took the field against the Goths, there is ample opportunity, noble sir, for you to do the deeds of a brave man, since you have only to look down from your wall to see the army of the enemy. But if on the other hand it was because you were possessed by rashness that you came to attack us, certainly you now repent of the reckless undertaking, for the opinions of those who have made a desperate venture are wont to undergo a change whenever they find themselves in serious straits. Now therefore do not cause the sufferings of these Romans to be prolonged any further, men whom Theodoric fostered in a life not only of soft luxury but also of freedom, and cease your resistance to him, who is the master both of the Goths and of the Italians. Is it not monstrous that you should sit in Rome hemmed in as you are, and in abject terror of the enemy, while the king of this city passes his time in a fortified camp and inflicts the evils of war upon his own subjects? But we shall give both you and your followers an opportunity to take your departure forthwith in security, retaining all your possessions, for to trample upon those who have learned to take a new view of prudence we consider neither holy nor worthy of the ways of men. And further we should gladly ask these Romans what complaints they could have had against the Goths, that they betrayed both us and themselves, seeing that up to this time they had enjoyed our kindness, and now are acquainted by experience with the assistance to be expected from you. Thus spoke the envoys, and Belisarius replied as follows: It is not to rest with you to choose the moment for confidence, for men are by no means wont to wage war according to the judgment of their enemies, but it is customary for each one to arrange his own affairs for himself, in whatever manner seems to him best. But I say to you that there will come a time when you will want to hide your heads under the thistles, but will find no shelter anywhere. As for Rome, moreover, which we have captured, in holding it, we hold nothing which belongs to others, but it was you who trespassed upon this city in former times, though it did not belong to you at all, and now you have given it back, however unwillingly, to its ancient possessors. And whoever of you has hopes of setting foot in Rome without a fight is mistaken in his judgment. For as long as Belisarius lives, it is impossible for him to relinquish this city. Such were the words of Belisarius, but the Romans, being overcome by a great fear, sat in silence, and even though they were abused by the envoys at length for their treason to the Goths, dared make no reply to them, except indeed that Fidelius saw fit to taunt them. This man was then Praetorian Prefect, having been appointed to the office by Belisarius, and for this reason he seemed above all others to be well disposed towards the Emperor. The envoys then betook themselves to their own army, and when Vitiges inquired of them what manner of man Belisarius was, and how his purpose stood with regard to the question of withdrawing from Rome, they replied that the Goths were hoping for vain things, if they supposed that they would frighten Belisarius in any way whatsoever. And when Vitiges heard this, he began in great earnest to plan an assault upon the wall, and the preparations he made for the attempt upon the fortifications were as follows. He constructed wooden towers equal in height to the enemy's wall, and he discovered its true measure by making many calculations based upon the course of stone. And wheels were attached to the floor of these towers under each corner, which were intended as they turned to move the towers to any point the attacking army might wish at a given time, and the towers were drawn by oxen yoked together. After this he made ready a great number of ladders that would reach as far as the parapet, and 4 engines which are called rams. Now this engine is of the following sort. 4 upright wooden beams equal in length are set up opposite one another. To these beams they fit 8 horizontal timbers, 4 above and an equal number at the base, thus binding them together. After they have thus made the frame of a 4-sided building, they surround it on all sides, not with walls of wood or stone, but with a covering of hides, in order that the engine may be light for those who draw it, and that those within may still be in the least possible danger of being shot by their opponents. And on the inside they hang another horizontal beam from the top by means of chains which swing free, and they keep it at about the middle of the interior. They then sharpen the end of this beam and cover it with a large iron head, precisely as they cover the round point of a missile. Or they sometimes make the iron head square like an anvil, and the whole structure is raised upon 4 wheels, one being attached to each upright beam, and men to the number of no fewer than 50 to each ram move it from the inside. Then when they apply it to the wall, they draw back the beam which I have just mentioned by turning a certain mechanism, and then they let it swing forward with great force against the wall, and this beam, by frequent blows, is able quite easily to batter down and tear open a wall wherever it strikes, and it is for this reason that the engine has the name it bears, because the striking end of the beam, projecting as it does, is accustomed to butt against whatever it may encounter, precisely as do the males among sheep. Such then are the rams used by the assailants of a wall, and the Goths were holding in readiness an exceedingly great number of bundles of faggots, which they had made of pieces of wood and reeds, in order that by throwing them into the moat they might make the ground level, and that their engines might not be prevented from crossing it. Now after the Goths had made their preparations in this manner, they were eager to make an assault upon the wall. But Belisarius placed upon the towers engines which they call ballista. Now these engines have the form of a bow, but on the underside of them a grooved wooden shaft projects. This shaft is so fitted to the bow that it is free to move and rests upon a straight iron bed. So when men wish to shoot at the enemy with this, they make the parts of the bow which form the ends bend towards one another by means of a short rope fastened to them, and they place in the grooved shaft the arrow, which is about 1/2 the length of the ordinary missiles which they shoot from bows, but about 4 times as wide. However, it does not have feathers of the usual sort attached to it, but by inserting thin pieces of wood in place of feathers, they give it in all respects the form of an arrow, making the point which they put on very large and in keeping with its thickness. And the men who stand on either side wind it up tight by means of certain appliances, and then the grooved shaft shoots forward and stops, but the missile is discharged from the shaft, and with such force that it attains the distance of not less than 2 bow shots, and that, when it hits a tree or a rock, it pierces it easily. Such is the engine which bears this name, being so called because it shoots with very great force, and they fixed other engines along the parapet of the wall adapted for throwing stones. Now these resemble slings, and are called wild asses, and outside the gates they placed wolves, which they make in the following manner. They set up 2 timbers, which reach from the ground to the battlements. Then they fit together beams which have been mortised to one another, placing some upright and others crosswise, so that the spaces between the intersections appear as a succession of holes. and from each joint there projects a kind of beak, which resembles very closely a thick goad. Then they fasten the crossbeams to the 2 upright timbers, beginning at the top and letting them extend halfway down, and then lean the timbers back against the gates. And whenever the enemy comes up near them, those above lay hold of the ends of the timbers and push, and these, falling suddenly upon the assailants, easily kill with the projecting beaks as many as they may catch. So Belisarius was thus engaged. On the 18th day from the beginning of the siege, the Goths moved against the fortifications at about sunrise under the leadership of Witigis in order to assault the wall, and all the Romans were struck with consternation at the sight of the advancing towers and rams, with which they were altogether unfamiliar. But Belisarius, seeing the rank of the enemy as they advanced with the engines, began to laugh, and commanded the soldiers to remain quiet and under no circumstances to begin fighting until he himself should give the signal. Now the reason why he laughed he did not reveal at the moment, but later it became known. The Romans, however, supposing him to be hiding his real feelings by a jest, abused him and called him shameless, and were indignant that he did not try to check the enemy as they came forward. But when the Goths came near the moat, the general first of all stretched his bow, and with a lucky aim hit in the neck and killed one of the men in armour who were leading the army on, and he fell on his back mortally wounded, while the whole Roman army raised an extraordinary shout, such as was never heard before, thinking that they had received an excellent omen, and twice did Belisarius send forth his bolt, and the very same thing happened again a second time, and the shouting rose still louder from the circuit wall, and the Romans thought that the enemy were conquered already. Then Belisarius gave the signal for the whole army to put their bows into action, but those near himself he commanded to shoot only at the oxen. And all the oxen fell immediately, so that the enemy could neither move the towers further nor in their perplexity do anything to meet the emergency while the fighting was in progress. In this way the forethought of Belisarius in not trying to check the enemy while still at a great distance came to be understood, as well as the reason why he had laughed at the simplicity of the barbarians, who had been so thoughtless as to hope to bring oxen up to the enemy's wall. Now all this took place at the Salarian gate, but Witigis, repulsed at this point, left there a large force of Goths, making of them a very deep phalanx, and instructing the commanders on no condition to make an assault upon the fortifications, but remaining in position to shoot rapidly at the parapet, and give Belisarius no opportunity whatever to take reinforcements to any other part of the wall, which he himself might propose to attack with a superior force. He then went to the Praenestine gate with a great force, to a part of the fortifications which the Romans call the Vivarium, where the wall was most assailable. Now it so happened that engines of war were already there, including towers and rams and a great number of ladders, but in the meantime another Gothic assault was being made at the Aurelian Gate in the following manner. The tomb of the Roman Emperor Hadrian stands outside the Aurelian Gate, removed about a stone's throw from the fortifications, a very noteworthy sight, for it is made of Parian marble, and the stones fit closely one upon the other, having nothing at all between them. And it has 4 sides which are all equal, each being about a stone's throw in length, while their height exceeds that of the city wall, and above there are statues of the same marble, representing men and horses of wonderful workmanship. But since this tomb seemed to the men of ancient times a fortress threatening the city, they enclosed it by 2 walls, which extend to it from the circuit wall, and thus made it a part of the wall, and indeed it gives the appearance of a high tower, built as a bulwark before the gate there. So the fortifications at that point were most adequate. Now Constantinus, as it happened, had been appointed by Belisarius to have charge of the garrison at this tomb, and he had instructed him also to attend to the guarding of the adjoining wall, which had a small and inconsiderable garrison. For since that part of the circuit wall was the least assailable of all, because the river flows along it, he supposed that no assault would be made there, and so stationed an insignificant garrison at that place, and since the soldiers he had were few, he assigned the great majority to the positions where there was most need of them, for the emperor's army gathered in Rome at the beginning of the siege amounted at most to only 5,000 men. But since it was reported to Constantius that the enemy were attempting to cross the Tiber, he became fearful for that part of the fortifications, and went thither himself with all speed, accompanied by some few men to lend assistance, commanding the greater part of his men to attend to the guarding of the gate and the tomb. But meanwhile the Goths began an assault upon the Aurelian Gate and the Tower of Hadrian, and though they had no engines of war, they brought up a great quantity of ladders, and thought that by shooting a vast number of arrows they would very easily reduce the enemy to a state of helplessness, and overpower the garrison there without any trouble on account of its small number. And as they advanced, they held before them shields no smaller than the long shields used by the Persians, and they succeeded in getting very close to their opponents without being perceived by them, for they came hidden under the colonnade which extends to the church of the Apostle Peter. From that shelter they suddenly appeared and began the attack, so that the guards were neither able to use the engine called the ballista, for these engines do not send their missiles except straight out, nor indeed could they ward off their assailants with their arrows, since the situation was against them on account of the large shields. But the Goths kept pressing vigorously upon them, shooting many missiles at the battlements, and they were already about to set their ladders against the wall, having practically surrounded those who were fighting from the tomb. For whenever the Goths advanced, they always got in the rear of the Romans on both flanks, and for a short time consternation fell upon the Romans, who knew not what means of defence they should employ to save themselves, but afterwards, by common agreement, they broke in pieces the most of the statues, which were very large, and taking up great numbers of stones thus secured, threw them with both hands down upon the heads of the enemy, who gave way before this shower of missiles. And as they retreated a little way, the Romans, having by now the advantage, plucked up courage, and with a mighty shout began to drive back their assailants by using their bows and hurling stones at them. And putting their hands to the engines, they reduced their opponents to great fear, and their assault was quickly ended. And by this time Constantinus also was present, having frightened back those who had tried the river and easily driven them off, because they did not find the wall there entirely unguarded, as they had supposed they would, and thus safety was restored at the Aurelian Gate. But at the gate beyond the Tiber River, which is called the Pancratian Gate, a force of the enemy came, but accomplished nothing worth mentioning because of the strength of the place, for the fortifications of the city at this point are on a steep elevation and are not favourably situated for assaults. Paulus was keeping guard there with an infantry detachment which he commanded in person. In like manner they made no attempt on the Flaminian Gate, because it is situated on a precipitous slope and is not very easy of access. The Regis, an infantry detachment, were keeping guard there with Sisinus, who commanded them. And between this gate and the small gate next on the right, which is called the Pincian, a small portion of the wall had split open of its own accord in ancient times, not clear to the ground, however, but about halfway down, but still, it had not fallen or been otherwise destroyed, though it leaned so to either side that one part of it appeared outside the rest of the wall, and the other inside. And from this circumstance the Romans from ancient times have called this place Broken Wall in their own tongue. But when Belisarius in the beginning undertook to tear down this portion and rebuild it, the Romans prevented him, declaring that the Apostle Peter had promised them that he would care for the guarding of the wall there. This apostle is reverenced by the Romans and held in awe above all others, and the outcome of events at this place was in all respects what the Romans contemplated and expected, for neither on that day nor throughout the whole time during which the Goths were besieging Rome did any hostile force come to that place, nor did any disturbance occur there, and we marvelled indeed that it never occurred to us nor to the enemy to remember this portion of the fortification during the whole time, either while they were making their assaults or carrying out their designs against the wall by night, and yet many such attempts were made. It was for this reason, in fact, that at a later time also no one ventured to rebuild this part of the defences, but up to the present day the wall there is split open in this way. So much then for this. And at the Salarian gate a Goth of goodly stature and a capable warrior wearing a corslet and having a helmet on his head, a man who was of no mean station in the Gothic nation, refused to remain in the ranks while his comrades were there, but stood by a tree and kept shooting many missiles at the parapet. But this man by some chance was hit by a missile from an engine which was on a tower at his left, and passing through the corslet and the body of the man, the missile sank more than half its length into the tree, and pinned him to the spot where it entered the tree. It suspended him there as a corpse. And when this was seen by the Goths, they fell into great fear, and getting outside the range of missiles, they still remained in line, but no longer harassed those on the wall. But Bessus and Perannius summoned Belisarius, since Vitiges was pressing most vigorously upon them at the vivarium, and he was fearful concerning the wall there, for it was most assailable at that point, as has been said, and so came to the rescue himself with all speed, leaving one of his friends at the Salarian gate, and finding that the soldiers in the vivarium dreaded the attack of the enemy, which was being pressed with great vigour, and by very large numbers, he bade them look with contempt upon the enemy, and thus restored their confidence. Now the ground there was very level, and consequently the place lay open to the attacks of any assailant. And for some reason the wall at that point had crumbled a great deal, and to such an extent that the binding of the bricks did not hold together very well. Consequently, the ancient Romans had built another wall of short length outside of it and encircling it, not for the sake of safety, for it was neither strengthened with towers, nor indeed was there any battlement built upon it, nor any other means by which it would have been possible to repulse an enemy's assault upon the fortifications, but in order to provide for an unseemly kind of luxury, namely, that they might confine and keep their lions and other wild animals, and it is for this reason that this place has been named the Vivarium, for thus the Romans call a place where untamed animals are regularly cared for. So Vitiges began to make ready various engines at different places along the wall, and commanded the Goths to mine the outside wall, thinking that, if they should get inside that, they would have no trouble in capturing the main wall, which he knew to be by no means strong. But Belisarius seeing that the enemy was undermining the vivarium and assaulting the fortifications at many places, neither allowed the soldiers to defend the wall nor to remain at the battlement, except a very few, although he had with him whatever men of distinction the army contained. But he held them all in readiness below about the gates, with their corslets on, and carrying only swords in their hands. And when the Goths, after making a breach in the wall, got inside the vivarium, he quickly sent Cyprian with some others into the enclosure against them, commanding them to set to work. And they slew all who had broken in, for these made no defence, and at the same time were being destroyed by one another in the cramped space about the exit. And since the enemy were thrown into dismay by the sudden turn of events, and were not drawn up in order, but were rushing one in one direction and one in another, Belisarius suddenly opened the gates of the circuit wall, and sent out his entire army against his opponents. And the Goths had not the least thought of resistance, but rushed off in flight in any and every direction, while the Romans, following them up, found no difficulty in killing all whom they fell in with. And the pursuit proved a long one, since the Goths, in assaulting the wall at that place, were far away from their own camps. Then Belisarius gave the order to burn the enemy's engines, and the flames rising to a great height naturally increased the consternation of the fugitives. Meanwhile it chanced that the same thing happened at the Salarian gate also, for the Romans suddenly opened their gates and fell unexpectedly upon the barbarians, and, as these made no resistance but turned their backs, slew them, and they burned the engines of war which were within their reach. And the flames at many parts of the wall rose to a great height, and the Goths were already being forced to retire from the whole circuit wall, and the shouting on both sides was exceedingly loud, as the men on the wall urged on their pursuers, and those in the camps bewailed the overwhelming calamity they had suffered. Among the Goths there perished on that day 30,000, as their leaders declared, and a larger number were wounded. For since they were massed in great numbers, those fighting from the battlements generally hit somebody when they shot at them, and at the same time those who made the sallies destroyed an extraordinary number of terrified and fleeing men, and the fighting at the wall, which had commenced early in the morning, did not end until late in the afternoon. During that night, then, both armies bivouacked where they were, the Romans singing the song of victory on the fortifications, and lauding Belisarius to the skies, having with them the spoils stripped from the fallen, while the Goths cared for their wounded and bewailed their dead. And Belisarius wrote a letter to the emperor of the following purport: "We have arrived in Italy as thou didst command, and we have made ourselves masters of much territory in it, and have taken possession of Rome also, after driving out the barbarians who were here, whose leader, Laudarus, I have recently sent to you. But since we have stationed a great number of soldiers both in Sicily and in Italy to guard the strongholds which we have provided able to capture, our army has in consequence been reduced to only 5,000 men. But the enemy have come against us gathered together to the number of 150,000. And first of all, when we went out to spy upon their forces along the Tiber River, and were compelled, contrary to our intention, to engage with them, we lacked only a little of being buried under a multitude of spears. And after this, when the barbarians attacked the wall with their whole army, and assaulted the fortifications at every point with sundry engines of war, they came within a little of capturing both us and the city at the first onset, and they would have succeeded had not some chance snatched us from ruin. For achievements which transcend the nature of things may not properly and fittingly be ascribed to man's valour, but to a stronger power. Now all that has been achieved by us hitherto, whether it has been due to some kind of fortune or to valour, is for the best. But as to our prospects from now on, I could wish better things for thy cause. However, I shall never hide from you anything that it is my duty to say, and yours to do, knowing that while human affairs follow whatever course may be in accordance with God's will, yet those who are in charge of any enterprise always win praise or blame according to their own deeds. Therefore let both arms and soldiers be sent to us in such numbers that from now on we may engage with the enemy in this war with an equality of strength. For one ought not to trust everything to fortune, since fortune on its part is not given to following the same course forever. But do thou, O Emperor, take this thought to heart, that if at this time the barbarians win the victory over us, we shall be cast out of Italy, which is thine, and shall lose the army in addition, and besides all this, we shall have to bear the shame, however great it may be, that attaches to our conduct. For I refrain from saying that we should also be regarded as having ruined the Romans, men who have held their safety more lightly than their loyalty to thy kingdom. Consequently, if this should happen, the result for us will be that the successes we have won thus far will in the end prove to have been but a prelude to calamities. For if it had so happened that we had been repulsed from Rome and Campania, and at a much earlier time from Sicily, we should only be feeling the sting of the lightest of all misfortunes, that of having found ourselves unable to grow wealthy on the possessions of others. And again, this too is worthy of consideration by you, that it has never been possible even for many times 10,000 men to guard Rome for any considerable length of time, since the city embraces a large territory, and because it is not on the sea, it is shut off from all supplies. And although at the present time the Romans are well disposed towards us, yet when their troubles are prolonged, they will probably not hesitate to choose the course which is better for their own interests. For when men have entered into friendship with others on the spur of the moment, it is not while they are in evil fortune, but while they prosper, that they are accustomed to keep faith with them. Furthermore, the Romans will be compelled by hunger to do many things they would prefer not to do. Now, as for me, I know I am bound even to die for thy kingdom, and for this reason no man will ever be able to remove me from this city while I live. But I beg thee to consider what kind of a fame such an end of Belisarius would bring thee. Such was the letter written by Belisarius. And the emperor, greatly distressed, began in haste to gather an army and ships, and sent orders to the troops of Valerian and Martinus to proceed with all speed, for they had been sent, as it happened, with another army at about the winter solstice, with instructions to sail to Italy, but they had sailed as far as Greece, and since they were unable to force their way any further, they were passing the winter in the land of Aetolia and Acarnania. And the Emperor Justinian sent word of all of this to Belisarius, and thus filled him and all the Romans with still greater courage, and confirmed their zeal. At this time it so happened that the following event took place in Naples. There was in the marketplace a picture of Theodoric, the ruler of the Goths, made by means of sundry stones, which were exceedingly small, and tinted with nearly every colour. At one time during the life of Theodoric it had come to pass that the head of this picture fell apart, the stones as they had been set having become disarranged, without having been touched by anyone, but by a coincidence Theodoric finished his life forthwith. And 8 years later the stones which formed the body of the picture fell apart suddenly, and Atalaric, the grandson of Theodoric, immediately died, and after the passage of a short time the stones about the groin fell to the ground, and Amalsuntha, the child of Theodoric, passed from the world. Now these things had already happened as described, but when the Goths began the siege of Rome, as chance would have it, the portion of the picture from the thigh to the tips of the feet fell into ruin, and thus the whole picture disappeared from the wall. And the Romans, divining the meaning of the incident, maintained that the emperor's army would be victorious in the war, thinking that the feet of Theodoric were nothing else than the Gothic people whom he ruled, and in consequence they became still more hopeful. In Rome, moreover, some of the patricians brought out the Sibylline oracles, declaring that the danger which had come to the city would continue only up until the month of July, for it was fated that at that time someone should be appointed king over the Romans, and thenceforth Rome should have no longer any Getic peril to fear, for they say that the Goths are of the Getic race. And the oracle was as follows: in the 5th month under as king, nothing Getic longer. And they declared that the 5th month was July, some because the siege began on the 1st day of March, from which July is the 5th month, others because March was considered the 1st month until the reign of Numa, the full year before that time consisting of 10 months, and our July for this reason having its name Quintilis. But after all, none of these predictions came true, for neither was a king appointed over the Romans at that time, nor was the siege destined to be broken up until a year later, and Rome was again to come into similar perils in the reign of Totila, ruler of the Goths, as will be told by me in the subsequent narrative, for it seems to me that the oracle does not indicate this present attack of the barbarians, but some other attack, which has either happened already or will come at some later time. Indeed, in my opinion, it is impossible for a mortal man to discover the meaning of the Sibyl's oracles before the actual event. The reason for this I shall now set forth, having read all the oracles in question. The Sibyl does not invariably mention events in their order, much less construct a well-arranged narrative, but after uttering some verse or other concerning the troubles in Libya, she leaps straight away to the land of Persia, and thence proceeds to mention the Romans, and then transfers the narrative to the Assyrians. And again, while uttering prophecies about the Romans, she foretells the misfortunes of the Britons. For this reason it is impossible for any man whatsoever to comprehend the oracles of the Sibyl before the event, and it is only time itself, after the event has already come to pass, and the words can be tested by experience, that can show itself an accurate interpreter of her sayings. But as for these things, let each one reason as he desires. But I shall return to the point from which I have strayed. When the Goths had been repulsed in the fight at the wall, each army bivouacked that night in the manner already described. But on the following day Belisarius commanded all the Romans to remove their women and children to Naples, and also such of their domestics as they thought would not be needed by them for the guarding of the wall, his purpose being naturally to forestall a scarcity of provisions, and he issued orders to the soldiers to do the same thing, in case anyone had a male or female attendant. For he went on to say, he was no longer able while besieged to provide them with food to the customary amount, but they would have to accept 1/2 their daily ration in actual supplies, taking the remainder in silver. So they proceeded to carry out his instructions, and immediately a great throng sent out for Campania. Now some who had the good fortune to secure such boats as were lying at anchor in the harbour of Rome secured passage, but the rest went on foot by the road which is called the Appian Way, and no danger or fear, as far as the besiegers were concerned, arose to disturb either those who travelled this way on foot, or those who set out from the harbour. For on the one hand the enemy were unable to surround the whole of Rome with their camps on account of the great size of the city, and on the other they did not dare to be found far from the camps in small companies, fearing the sallies of their opponents. And on this account abundant opportunity was afforded for some time to the besieged both to move out of the city and to bring provisions into it from outside, and especially at night the barbarians were always in great fear, and so they merely posted guards and remained quietly in their camps. For parties were constantly issuing from the city, and especially Moors in great numbers, and whenever they found their enemies either asleep or walking about in small companies, as is accustomed to happen often in a large army, the men going out not only to attend to the needs of nature, but also to pasture horses and mules, and such animals as are suitable for food, they would kill them and speedily strip them, and if perchance a larger number of the enemy should fall upon them, they would retire on the run, being men swift of foot by nature, and lightly equipped, and always distancing their pursuers in the flight. Consequently, the great majority were able to withdraw from Rome, and some went to Campania, some to Sicily, and others wherever they thought it was easier or better to go. But Belisarius saw that the number of soldiers at his command was by no means sufficient for the whole circuit of the wall, for they were few, as I have previously stated, and the same men could not keep guard constantly without sleeping, but some would naturally be taking their sleep while others were stationed on guard. At the same time, he saw that the greatest part of the populace were hard-pressed by poverty and in want of the necessities of life, for since they were men who worked with their hands, and all they had was what they got from day to day, and since they had been compelled to be idle on account of the siege, they had no means of procuring provisions. For these reasons Belisarius mingled soldiers and citizens together and distributed them to each post, appointing a certain fixed wage for an unenlisted man for each day. In this way companies were made up which were sufficient for the guarding of the wall, and the duty of keeping guard on the fortifications during a stated night was assigned to each company, and the members of the companies all took turns in standing guard. In this manner then Belisarius did away with the distress of both soldiers and citizens. But a suspicion arose against Silverius, the chief priest of the city, that he was engaged in treasonable negotiations with the Goths, and Belisarius sent him immediately to Greece, and a little later appointed another man, Virgilius by name, to the office of chief priest of Rome, and he banished from Rome on the same charge some of the senators, but later, when the enemy had abandoned the siege and retired, he restored them again to their homes. Among these was Maximus, whose ancestor Maximus had committed the crime against the Emperor Valentinian. And fearing lest the guards at the gates should become involved in a plot, and lest someone should gain access from the outside with intent to corrupt them with money, twice in each month he destroyed all the keys and had new ones made, each time of a different design, and he also chanced to change the guards to other posts, which were far removed from those they had formerly occupied, and every night he set different men in charge of those who were doing guard duty on the fortifications. And it was the duty of these officers to make the rounds of a section of the wall, taking turns in this work, and to write down the names of the guards, and if anyone was missing from that section, they put another man on duty in his stead for the moment, and on the morrow reported the missing man to Belisarius himself, whoever he might be, in order that the fitting punishment might be given him. And he ordered musicians to play their instruments on the fortifications at night, and he constantly sent detachments of soldiers, especially Moors, outside the walls, whose duty it was always to pass the night about the moat, and he sent dogs with them in order that no one might approach the fortifications, even at a distance, without being detected. At that time some of the Romans attempted secretly to force open the doors of the temple of Janus. This Janus was the first of the ancient gods whom the Romans call in their own tongue Penates. And he has this temple in that part of the forum in front of the Senate House, which lies a little above the Tria Fata, for thus the Romans are accustomed to call the Moirai, and the temple is entirely of bronze and was erected in the form of a square, but it is only large enough to cover the statue of Janus. Now this statue is of bronze, and not less than 5 cubits high. In all other respects it resembles a man, but its head has 2 faces, one which is turned towards the east and the other towards the west, and there are brazen doors fronting each face, which the Romans in olden times were accustomed to close in times of peace and prosperity, and when they had war, they opened them. But when the Romans came to honour, as truly as any others, the teachings of the Christians, they gave up the custom of opening these doors, even when they were at war. During this siege, however, some, I suppose, who had in mind the old belief, attempted secretly to open them, but they did not succeed entirely, and moved the doors only so far that they did not close tightly against one another as formerly, and those who had attempted to do this escaped detection, and no investigation of the act was made, as was natural in a time of great confusion, since it did not become known to the commanders, nor did it reach the ears of the multitude, except of a very few. Now Vitiges in his anger and perplexity first sent some of his bodyguard to Ravenna with orders to kill all of the Roman senators whom he had taken there at the beginning of the war. And some of them, learning of this beforehand, succeeded in making their escape, among them being Vergentinus and Repartius, the brother of Vigilius, the chief priest of Rome, both of whom betook themselves into Liguria and remained there, but all the rest were destroyed. After this, Vitiges, seeing that the enemy were enjoying a large degree of freedom, not only in taking out of the city whatever they wished, but also in bringing in provisions both by land and by sea, decided to seize the harbour, which the Romans call Portus. This harbour is distant from the city 126 stades, for Rome lacks only so much of being on the sea, and it is situated where the Tiber River has its mouth. Now as the Tiber flows down from Rome, and reaches a point rather near the sea, about 15 stades from it, the stream divides into 2 parts, and makes there the Sacred Island, as it is called. As the river flows on, the island becomes wider, so that the measure of its breadth corresponds to its length, for the 2 streams have between them a distance of 15 stades, and the Tiber remains navigable on both sides. Now the portion of the river on the right empties into the harbour, and beyond the mouth the Romans in ancient times built on the shore a city, which is surrounded by an exceptionally strong wall, and it is called, like the harbour, Portus, but on the left at the point where the other part of the Tiber empties into the sea is situated the city of Ostia, lying beyond the place where the river bank ends, a place of great consequence in olden times, but now entirely without walls. Moreover, the Romans at the very beginning made a road leading from Portus to Rome, which was smooth and presented no difficulty of any kind, and many barges are always anchored in the harbour, ready for service, and no small number of oxen stand in readiness close by. Now when the merchants reach the harbour with their ships, they unload their cargoes and place them in the barges and sail by way of the Tiber to Rome. But they do not use sails or oars at all, for the boats cannot be propelled in the stream by any wind, since the river winds about exceedingly, and does not follow a straight course, nor can oars be employed either, since the force of the current is always against them. Instead of using such means, therefore, they fasten ropes from the barges to the necks of oxen, and so draw them just like wagons up to Rome. But on the other side of the river, as one goes from the city of Ostia to Rome, the road is shut in by woods, and in general lies neglected, and is not even near the bank of the Tiber, since there is no towing of barges on that road. So the Goths, finding the city at the harbour unguarded, captured it at the first onset and slew many of the Romans who lived there, and so took possession of the harbour as well as the city, and they established 1,000 of their number there as guards, while the remainder returned to the camps. In consequence of this move, it was impossible for the besieged to bring in the goods which came by sea, except by way of Ostia, a route which naturally involved great labour and great danger besides, for the Roman ships were not even able to put in there any longer, but they anchored at Antium, a day's journey distant from Ostia, and they found great difficulty in carrying the cargoes thence to Rome, the reason for this being the scarcity of men, for Belisarius, fearing for the fortifications of Rome, had been unable to strengthen the harbour with any garrison at all, though I think that if even 300 men had been on guard there, the barbarians would never have made an attempt on the place, which is exceedingly strong. This exploit then was accomplished by the Goths on the 3rd day after they were repulsed in the assault on the wall. But 20 days after the city and harbour of Portus were captured, Martinus and Valerian arrived, bringing with them 1,600 horsemen, the most of whom were Huns, and Sclaveni, and Antae, who are settled above the Ister River, not far from its banks, and Belisarius was pleased by them coming, and thought that henceforth his army ought to carry the war against the enemy. On the following day, accordingly, he commanded one of his own bodyguards, Trajan by name, an impetuous and active fighter, to take 200 horsemen of the guards and go straight towards the enemy, and as soon as they came near the camps to go up on a high hill, which he pointed out to him, and remain quietly there. And if the enemy should come against them, he was not to allow the battle to come to close quarters, nor to touch sword or spear in any case, but to use bows only. And as soon as he should find that his quiver had no more arrows in it, he was to flee as hard as he could, with no thought of shame, and retire to the fortifications on the run. Having given these instructions, he held in readiness both the engines for shooting arrows and the men skilled in their use. Then Trajan with the 200 men went out from the Salarian gate against the camp of the enemy, and they, being filled with amazement at the suddenness of the thing, rushed out from the camps, each man equipping himself as well as he could. but the men under Trajan galloped to the top of the hill which Belisarius had shown them, and from there began to ward off the barbarians with missiles, and since their shafts fell among a dense throng, they were for the most part successful in hitting a man or a horse. But when all their missiles had at last failed them, they rode off to the rear with all speed, and the Goths kept pressing upon them in pursuit. But when they came near the fortifications, the operators of the engines began to shoot arrows from them, and the barbarians became terrified and abandoned the pursuit, and it is said that not less than 1,000 Goths perished in this action. A few days later Belisarius sent Mundilus, another of his own bodyguard, and Diogenes, both exceptionally capable warriors, with 300 guardsmen, commanding them to do the same thing as the others had done before, and they acted according to his instructions. Then when the enemy confronted them, the result of the encounter was that no fewer than in the former action, perhaps even more, perished in the same way, and sending even a third time the guardsman Oilas with 300 horsemen, with instructions to handle the enemy in the same way, he accomplished the same result. So in making these 3 sallies, in the manner told by me, Belisarius destroyed about 4,000 of his antagonists. But Vitiges, failing to take into account the difference between the two armies in point of equipment of arms, and of practice in warlike deeds, thought that he too would most easily inflict grave losses upon the enemy, if only he should make his attack upon them with a small force. He therefore sent 500 horsemen, commanding them to go close to the fortifications, and to make a demonstration against the whole army of the enemy of the very same tactics as had time and again been used against them, to their sorrow, by small bands of the foe. And so, when they came to a high place not far from the city, but just beyond the range of missiles, they took their stand there. But Belisarius selected 1,000 men, putting Bessus in command, and ordered them to engage with the enemy. And this force, by forming a circle around the enemy and always shooting at them from behind, killed a large number, and by pressing hard upon the rest, compelled them to descend into the plain. There a hand-to-hand battle took place between forces not evenly matched in strength, and most of the Goths were destroyed, though some few with difficulty made their escape and returned to their own camp. And Vitiges reviled these men, insisting that cowardice had been the cause of their defeat, and undertaking to find another set of men to retrieve the loss after no long time. He remained quiet for the present, but 3 days later he selected men from all the camps, 500 in number, and bade them make a display of valorous deeds against the enemy. Now as soon as Belisarius saw that these men had come rather near, he sent out against them 1,500 men under the commanders Martinus and Valerian, and a cavalry battle taking place immediately, the Romans, being greatly superior to the enemy in numbers, routed them without any trouble, and destroyed practically all of them. And to the enemy it seemed in every way a dreadful thing, and a proof that fortune stood against them, if, when they were many and the enemy who came against them were few, they were defeated, and when on the other hand they in turn went in small numbers against their enemy, they were likewise destroyed. Belisarius, however, received a public vote of praise from the Romans for his wisdom, at which they not unnaturally marvelled greatly, but in private his friends asked him on what he had based his judgment on that day, when he had escaped from the enemy after being so completely defeated, and why he had been confident that he would overcome them decisively in the war. And he said that in engaging with them at the first with only a few men, he had noticed just what the difference was between the two armies, so that if he should fight his battles with them with a force which was in strength proportionate to theirs, the multitudes of the enemy could inflict no injury upon the Romans by reason of the smallness of their numbers. And the difference was this, that practically all the Romans and their allies, the Huns, are good mounted bowmen, but not a man among the Goths has had practice in this branch, for their horsemen are accustomed to use only spears and swords, while their bowmen enter battle on foot and under cover of the heavy-armed men. So the horsemen, unless the engagement is at close quarters, have no means of defending themselves against opponents who use bows, and therefore can easily be reached by the arrows and destroyed. And as for the foot soldiers, they can never be strong enough to make sallies against men on horseback. It was for these reasons Belisarius declared that the barbarians had been defeated by the Romans in these last engagements, and the Goths, remembering the unexpected outcome of their own experiences, desisted thereafter from assaulting the fortifications of Rome in small numbers, and also from pursuing the enemy when harassed by them, except only so far as to drive them back from their own camps. But later on, the Romans, elated by the good fortune they had already enjoyed, were with one accord eager to do battle with the whole Gothic army, and thought that they should make war in the open field. Belisarius, however, considering that the difference in size of the two armies was still very great, continued to be reluctant to risk a decisive battle with his whole army, and so he busied himself still more with his sallies and kept planning them against the enemy. But when at last he yielded his point because of the abuse heaped upon him by the army and the Romans in general, though he was willing to fight with the whole army, yet nevertheless he wished to open the engagement by a sudden sally. And many times he was frustrated when he was on the point of doing this, and was compelled to put off the attack to the following day, because he found to his surprise that the enemy had been previously informed by deserters as to what was to be done, and were unexpectedly ready for him. For this reason, then, he was now willing to fight a decisive battle, even in the open field, and the barbarians gladly came forth for the encounter. And when both sides had been made ready for the conflict as well as might be, Belisarius gathered his whole army and exhorted them as follows: "It is not because I detected any cowardice on your part, fellow soldiers, nor because I was terrified at the strength of the enemy, that I have shrunk from the engagement with them, but I saw that while we were carrying on the war by making sudden sallies, matters stood well with us, and consequently I thought that we ought to adhere permanently to the tactics which were responsible for our success. For I think that when one's present affairs are going to one's satisfaction, it is inexpedient to change to another course of action. But since I see that you are eager for this danger, I am filled with confidence, and shall never oppose your ardour. For I know that the greatest factor in the decision of war is always the attitude of the fighting men, and it is generally by their enthusiasm that successes are won. Now therefore the fact that a few men drawn up for battle with valour on their side are able to overcome a multitude of the enemy is well known by every man of you, not by hearsay, but by daily experience of fighting. And it will rest with you not to bring shame upon the former glories of my career as a general, nor upon the hope which this enthusiasm of yours inspires. For the whole of what has already been accomplished by us in this war must of necessity be judged in accordance with the issue of the present day. And I see that the present moment is also in our favour, for it will in all probability make it easier for us to gain the mastery over the enemy, because their spirit has been enslaved by what has gone before. And when men have often met with misfortune, their hearts are no longer wont to thrill even slightly with manly valour. And let no one of you spare horse or bow or any weapon. For I will immediately provide you with others in place of all that are destroyed in the battle. After speaking these words of exhortation, Belisarius led out his army through the small Pincian gate and the Salarian gate, and commanded some few men to go through the Aurelian gate into the plain of Nero. These he put under the command of Valentinius, a commander of a cavalry detachment, and he directed him not to begin any fighting, or to go too close to the camp of the enemy, but constantly to give the appearance of being about to attack immediately, so that none of the enemy in that quarter might be able to cross the neighbouring bridge and come to the assistance of the soldiers from the other camps. For since, as I have previously stated, the barbarians encamped in the plain of Nero were many, it seemed to him sufficient if these should all be prevented from taking part in the engagement, and be kept separated from the rest of the army. And when some of the Roman populace took up arms and followed as volunteers, he would not allow them to be drawn up for battle along with the regular troops, fearing lest when they came to actual fighting, they should become terrified at the danger and throw the entire army into confusion, since they were labouring men and altogether unpractised in war. But outside the Pancratian gate, which is beyond the Tiber River, he ordered them to form a phalanx and remain quiet until he himself should give the signal, reasoning, as actually proved to be the case, that if the enemy in the plain of Nero should see both them and the men under Valentinius, they would never dare leave their camp and enter battle with the rest of the Gothic army against his own forces. And he considered it a stroke of good luck, and a very important advantage, that such a large number of men should be kept apart from the army of his opponents. Such being the situation, he wished on that day to engage in a cavalry battle only, and indeed, most of the regular infantry were now unwilling to remain in their accustomed condition, but, since they had captured horses as booty from the enemy, and had become not unpractised in horsemanship, they were now mounted. And since the infantry were few in number and unable even to make a phalanx of any consequence, and had never had the courage to engage with the barbarians, but always turned to flight at the first onset, he considered it unsafe to draw them up at a distance from the fortifications, but thought it best that they should remain in position where they were, close by the moat, his purpose being that, if it should so happen that the Roman horsemen were routed, they should be able to receive the fugitives and, as a fresh body of men, help them to ward off the enemy. But there were two men among his bodyguards, a certain Principus, who was a man of note and a Pisidian by birth, and Tarmatus, an Isaurian, brother of Ennes, who was the commander of the Isaurians. These men came before Belisarius and spoke as follows: Most excellent general, we beg you neither to decide that your army, small as it is and about to fight with many tens of thousands of barbarians, be cut off from the phalanx of the infantry, nor to think that one ought to treat with contempt the infantry of the Romans, by means of which, as we hear, the power of the ancient Romans was brought to its present greatness. For if it so happened that they have done nothing of consequence in this war, this is no evidence of the cowardice of the soldiers, but it is the commanders of the infantry who would justly bear the blame, for they alone ride on horseback in the battle line, and are not willing to consider the fortunes of war as shared by all, but as a general thing, each one of them by himself takes to flight before the struggle begins. But do you keep all the commanders of infantry, since you see that they have become cavalry, and that they are quite unwilling to take their stand beside their subordinates, and include them with the rest of the cavalry, and so enter this battle, but permit us to lead the infantry into the combat? For since we also are unmounted, as are these troops, we shall do our part in helping them to support the attack of the multitude of barbarians, full of hope that we shall inflict upon the enemy whatever chastisement God shall permit. When Belisarius heard this request, at first he did not assent to it, for he was exceedingly fond of these two men, who were fighters of marked excellence, and he was unwilling to have a small body of infantry take such a risk. But finally, overborne by the eagerness of the men, he consented to leave only a small number of their soldiers, in company with the Roman populace, to man the gates and the battlement along the top of the wall where the engines of war were, and to put the rest under the command of Principus and Tarmatus, ordering them to take position in the rear of the regular formation. His purpose in this was, in the first place, to keep these troops from throwing the rest of the army into confusion if they themselves should become panic-stricken at the danger, and in the second place, in case any division of the cavalry should be routed at any time, to prevent the retreat from extending to an indefinite distance, but to allow the cavalry simply to fall back upon the infantry, and make it possible for them, with the infantry's help, to ward off their pursuers. In this fashion the Romans had made their preparations for the encounter. As for Witigis, he had armed all the Goths, leaving not a man behind in the camps, except those unfit for fighting, and he commanded the men under Marcius to remain in the plain of Nero, and to attend to the guarding of the bridge, that the enemy might not attack his men from that direction. He himself then called together the rest of the army and spoke as follows. It may perhaps seem to some of you that I am fearful about my sovereignty, and that this is the motive which has led me, in the past, to show a friendly spirit towards you and, on the present occasion, to address you with seductive words, in order to inspire you with courage. And such reasoning is not out of accord with the ways of men, for unenlightened men are accustomed to show gentleness towards those whom they want to make use of, even though these happen to be in a much humbler station than they, and to be difficult of access to others whose assistance they do not desire. As for me, however, I care neither for the end of life nor for the loss of power. Nay, I should even pray that I might put off this purple today, if a Goth were to put it on. And I have always regarded the end of Theodatus as one of the most fortunate, in that he was privileged to lose both his sovereignty and his life at the hands of men of his own nation. For a calamity which falls upon an individual without involving his nation also in destruction does not lack an element of consolation, in the view at least of men who are not wanting in wisdom. And when I reflect upon the fate of the Vandals and the end of Gelimer, the thoughts which come to my mind are of no ordinary kind. Nay, I seem to see the Goths and their children reduced to slavery, your wives ministering in the most shameful of all ways to the most hateful of men, and myself, and the granddaughter of Theodoric, led wherever it suits the pleasure of those who are now our enemies. And I would have you also enter this battle, fearing lest this fate befall us. For if you do this, on the field of battle you will count the end of life as more to be desired than safety after defeat. For noble men consider that there is only one misfortune, to survive defeat at the hands of their enemy. But as for death, and especially death which comes quickly, it always brings happiness to those who were before not blessed by fortune. It is very clear that if you keep these thoughts in mind as you go through the present engagement, you will not only conquer your opponents most easily, few as they are and Greeks, but will also punish them forthwith for the injustice and insolence with which they, without provocation, have treated us. For although we boast that we are their superiors in valour, in numbers, and in every other respect, the boldness which they feel in confronting us is due merely to elation at our misfortunes, and the only asset they have is the indifference we have shown, for their self-confidence is fed by their undeserved good fortune. With these words of exhortation, Vitigus proceeded to array his army for battle, stationing the infantry in the centre and the cavalry on the two wings. He did not, however, draw up his phalanx far from the camps, but very near to them, in order that, as soon as the rout should take place, the enemy might easily be overtaken and killed, there being abundance of room for the pursuit. For he expected that if the struggle should become a pitched battle in the plain, they would not withstand him even a short time, since he judged by the great disparity of numbers that the army of the enemy was no match for his own. So the soldiers on both sides, beginning in the early morning, opened battle, and Vitigus and Belisarius were in the rear, urging on both armies, and inciting them to fortitude. And at first the Roman arms prevailed, and the barbarians kept falling in great numbers before their archery, but no pursuit of them was made. For since the Gothic cavalry stood in dense masses, other men very easily stepped into the places of those who were killed, and so the loss of those who fell among them was in no way apparent. And the Romans evidently were satisfied, in view of their very small number, that the struggle should have such a result for them. So after they had by midday carried the battle as far as the camps of their opponents, and had already slain many of the enemy, they were anxious to return to the city, if any pretext should present itself to them. In this part of the action, 3 among the Romans proved themselves brave men above all others. Athenodorus an Isurian, a man of fair fame among the gods of Belisarius, and Theodoriscus and George, spearmen of Martinus and Cappadocians by birth, for they constantly kept going out beyond the front of the phalanx, and there dispatched many of the barbarians with their spears. Such was the course of events here. But in the plain of Nero, the two armies remained for a long time facing one another, and the Moors, by making constant sallies and hurling their javelins among the enemy, kept harrying the Goths. For the Goths were quite unwilling to go out against them through fear of the forces of the Roman populace, which were not far away, thinking, of course, that they were soldiers, and were remaining quiet because they had in mind some sort of an ambush against themselves, with the object of getting in their rear, exposing them to attack on both sides, and thus destroying them. But when it was now the middle of the day, the Roman army suddenly made a rush against the enemy, and the Goths were unexpectedly routed, being paralysed by the suddenness of the attack. And they did not succeed even in fleeing to their camp, but climbed the hills nearby, and remained quiet. Now the Romans, though many in number, were not all soldiers, and were for the most part a throng of men without defensive armour. For insomuch as the general was elsewhere, many sailors and servants in the Roman camp, in their eagerness to have a share in the war, mingled with that part of the army, and although by their mere numbers they did fill the barbarians with consternation and turn them to flight, as has been said, yet by reason of their lack of order they lost the day for the Romans, for the intermixture of the above-mentioned men caused the soldiers to be thrown into great disorder, and although Valentinius kept constantly shouting orders to them, they could not hear his commands at all. For this reason they did not even follow up the fugitives or kill them, but allowed them to stand at rest on the hills, and in security to view what was going on, nor did they take thought to destroy the bridge there, and thus prevent the city from being afterwards besieged on both sides, for had they done so, the barbarians would have been unable to encamp any longer on the further side of the Tiber River. Furthermore, they did not even cross the bridge, and get in the rear of their opponents, who were fighting there with the troops of Belisarius. And if this had been done, the Goths, I think, would no longer have thought of resistance, but they would have turned instantly to flight, each man as he could. But as it was, they took possession of the enemy's camp, and turned to plundering his goods, and they set to work carrying thence many vessels of silver, and many other valuables. Meanwhile the barbarians for some time remained quietly where they were, and observed what was going on, but finally, by common consent, they advanced against their opponents with great fury and shouting, and finding men in complete disorder engaged in plundering their property, they slew many, and quickly drove out the rest. For all who were caught inside the camp and escaped slaughter were glad to cast the plunder from their shoulders, and take to flight. While these things were taking place in the plain of Nero, meantime the rest of the barbarian army stayed very near their camps, and protecting themselves with their shields, vigorously warded off their opponents, destroying many men and a much larger number of horses. But on the Roman side, when those who had been wounded, and those whose horses had been killed, left the ranks, then in an army which had been small even before, the smallness of their numbers was still more evident, and the difference between them and the Gothic host was manifestly great. Finally, the horsemen of the barbarians, who were on the right wing, taking note of this, advanced at a gallop against the enemy opposite them, and the Romans there, unable to withstand their spears, rushed off in flight and came to the infantry phalanx. However, the infantry also were unable to hold their ground against the oncoming horsemen, and most of them began to join the cavalry in flight, and immediately the rest of the Roman army also began to retire, the enemy pressing upon their heels, and the rout becoming decisive. But Principus and Tarmatus, with some few of the infantry of their command, made a display of valorous deeds against the Goths. And immediately the rest of the Roman army also began to retire, the enemy pressing upon their heels, and the rout became decisive. But Principus and Tarmatus, with some few of the infantry of their command, made a display of valorous deeds against the Goths. For as they continued to fight, and disdained to turn to flight with the others, most of the Goths were so amazed that they halted, and consequently the rest of the infantry and most of the horsemen made their escape in greater security. Now Principus fell where he stood, his whole body hacked to pieces, and around him fell 42 foot soldiers. But Tarmatus, holding two Isurian javelins, one in each hand, continued to thrust them into his assailants as he turned from side to side, until finally he desisted because his body was covered with wounds. But when his brother Ennies came to the rescue with a detachment of cavalry, he revived, and running swiftly, covered as he was with gore and wounds, he made for the fortifications without throwing down either of his javelins. And being fleet of foot by nature, he succeeded in making his escape, in spite of the plight of his body, and did not fall until he had just reached the Pincian Gate. And some of his comrades, supposing him to be dead, lifted him on a shield, and carried him. But he lived on 2 days before he died, leaving a high reputation both among the Isaurians and in the rest of the army. The Romans, meanwhile, being by now thoroughly frightened, attended to the guarding of the wall, and shutting the gates, they refused in their great excitement to receive the fugitives into the city, fearing that the enemy would rush in with them. And such of the fugitives as had not already got inside the fortifications crossed the moat, and standing with their backs braced against the wall were trembling with fear, and stood there forgetful of all valour, and utterly unable to ward off the barbarians, although they were pressing upon them, and were about to cross the moat to attack them. And the reason was that most of them had lost their spears, which had been broken in the engagement and during the flight, and they were not able to use their bows, because they were huddled so closely together. Now, so long as not many defenders were seen at the battlement, the Goths kept pressing on, having hope of destroying all those who had been shut out, and of overpowering the men who held the circuit wall. But when they saw a very great number both of soldiers and of the Roman populace at the battlements defending the wall, they immediately abandoned their purpose and rode off thence to the rear, heaping much abuse upon their opponents. And the battle, having begun at the camps of the barbarians, ended at the moat and the wall of the city. After this the Romans no longer dared risk a battle with their whole army, but they engaged in cavalry battles, making sudden sallies in the same manner as before, and were generally victorious over the barbarians. Foot soldiers also went out from both sides, not however arrayed in a phalanx, but accompanying the horsemen. And once Bessas, in the first rush, dashed in among the enemy carrying his spear, and killed 3 of their best horsemen, and turned the rest to flight. And another time, when Constantinus had led out the Huns in the plain of Nero in the late afternoon, and saw that they were being overpowered by the superior numbers of their opponents, he took the following measures. There has been in that place from of old a great stadium where the gladiators of the city used to fight in former times, and the men of old built many other buildings round about this stadium. Consequently, there are, as one would expect, narrow passages all about this place. Now, on the occasion in question, since Constantinus could neither overcome the throng of the Goths nor flee without great danger, he caused all the Huns to dismount from their horses, and on foot, in company with them, took his stand in one of the narrow passages there. Then by shooting from that safe position they slew large numbers of the enemy, and for some time the Goths withstood their missiles. For they hoped, as soon as the supply of missiles in the quivers of the Huns should be exhausted, to be able to surround them without any trouble, take them prisoners, and lead them back to their camp. But since the Massagati, who were not only good bowmen but also had a dense throng to shoot into, hit an enemy with practically every shot, the Goths perceived that above half their number had perished, and since the sun was about to set, they knew not what to do, and so rushed off in flight. Then indeed many of them fell, for the Massagetae followed them up, and since they know how to shoot the bow with the greatest accuracy, even when running at great speed, they continued to discharge their arrows no less than before, shooting at their backs, and kept up the slaughter. And thus Constantinus with his Huns came back to Rome at night. And when Perennius, not many days later, led some of the Romans through the Salarian gate against the enemy, the Goths indeed fled as hard as they could, but about sunset a counter-pursuit was made suddenly, and a Roman foot soldier, becoming greatly confused, fell into a deep hole, one of many which were made there by the men of old, for the storage of grain, I suppose. And he did not dare to cry out, supposing that the enemy were encamped nearby, and was not able in any way whatever to get out of the pit, for it afforded no means of climbing up. He was therefore compelled to pass the night there. Now on the next day, when the barbarians had again been put to flight, one of the Goths fell into the same hole, and there the two men were reconciled to mutual friendship and goodwill, brought together as they were by their necessity, and they exchanged solemn pledges, each that he would work earnestly for the salvation of the other. And then both of them began shouting with loud and frantic cries. Now the Goths, following the sound, came and peered over the edge of the hole and inquired who it was who shouted. At this, the Roman, in accordance with the plan decided upon by the two men, kept silent, and the Goth in his native tongue said that he had just recently fallen in there during the rout which had taken place, and asked them to let down a rope, that he might come up. And they, as quickly as possible, threw down the ends of ropes, and, as they thought, were pulling up the Goth. But the Roman laid hold of the ropes, and was pulled up, saying only that if he should go up first, the Goths would never abandon their comrade, but if they should learn that merely one of the enemy was there, they would take no account of him. So saying, he went up, and when the Goths saw him they wondered, and were in great perplexity, but upon hearing the whole story from him, they drew up his comrade next, and he told them of the agreement they had made, and of the pledges both had given. So he went off with his companions, and the Roman was released unharmed, and permitted to return to the city. After this, horsemen in no great numbers armed themselves many times for battle, but the struggles always ended in single combats, and the Romans were victorious in all of them. Such, then, was the course of these events. A little after this, an engagement took place in the plain of Nero, wherein various small groups of horsemen were engaged in pursuing their opponents in various directions. In one group was Corsomantis, a man of note among the guards of Belisarius, by birth a Massagetae, who with some others was pursuing 70 of the enemy, and when he had got well out in the plain, the other Romans rode back, and Corsomantis went on with the pursuit alone. As soon as the Goths perceived this, they turned their horses about and came against him, and he advanced into their midst, killed one of the best of them with his spear, and then went after the others, but they again turned and rushed off in flight. But they were ashamed before their comrades in the camp, who they suspected could already see them, and wished to attack him again. They had, however, precisely the same experience as before, and lost one of their best men, and so turned to flight in spite of their shame, and after Corsomantis had pursued them as far as their stockade, he returned alone, and a little later, in another battle, this man was wounded in the left shin, and it was his opinion that the weapon had merely grazed the bone. However, he was rendered unfit for fighting for a certain number of days by reason of this wound, and since he was a barbarian, he did not endure this patiently, but threatened that he would right speedily have vengeance upon the Goths for this insult to his leg. So when not long afterwards he had recovered and was drunk at lunchtime as was his custom, he purposed to go alone against the enemy and avenge the insult to his leg, and when he had come to the small Pincian gate, he stated that he was sent by Belisarius to the enemy's camp. And the guards at the gate, who could not doubt the word of a man who was the best of all the guards of Belisarius, opened the gates, and allowed him to go wherever he would. And when the enemy spied him, they thought at first that some deserter was coming over to them, but when he came near, and put his hand to his bow, 20 men, not knowing who he might be, went out against him. These he easily drove off, and then began to ride back at a walk. And when more Goths came against him, he did not flee. But when a great throng gathered about him, and he still insisted upon fighting them, the Romans, watching the sight from the towers, suspected that the man was insane, but they did not yet know that it was Corsomantis. At length, after making a display of great and very noteworthy deeds, he found himself surrounded by the army of the enemy, and paid the penalty for his unreasonable daring. And when Belisarius and the Roman army learned this, they mourned greatly, lamenting that the hope which all placed in the man had come to naught. Now a certain Euphalius, at about the spring equinox, came to Terracina from Byzantium with the money which the emperor owed the soldiers, and fearing lest the enemy should come upon him on the road, and both rob him of the money and kill him, he wrote to Belisarius, requesting him to make the journey to Rome safe for him. Belisarius accordingly selected 100 men of note from among his own bodyguards, and sent them with 2 spearmen to Terracina to assist him in bringing in the money. And at the same time, he kept trying to make the barbarians believe that he was about to fight with his whole army, his purpose being to prevent any of the enemy from leaving the vicinity, either to bring in provisions or for any other purpose. But when he found out that Euphalius and his men would arrive on the morrow, he arrayed his army and set it in order for battle, and the barbarians were in readiness. Now throughout the whole forenoon he merely held his soldiers near the gates, for he knew that Euphalius and those who accompanied him would arrive at night. Then at midday he commanded the army to take their lunch, and the Goths did the same thing, supposing that he was putting off the engagement to the following day. A little later, however, Belisarius sent Martinus and Valerian to the plain of Nero with the troops under their command, directing them to throw the enemy's camp into the greatest possible confusion, and from the small Pincian gate he sent out 600 horsemen against the camps of the barbarians, placing them under the command of 3 of his own spearmen, Artaceres, a Persian, and Bocchus of the race of the Massagati, and Catillus, a Thracian, and many of the enemy came out to meet them. For a long time, however, the battle did not come to close quarters, but each side kept retreating when the other advanced, and making pursuits in which they quickly turned back, until it looked as if they intended to spend the rest of the day at this sort of thing. But as they continued, they began at last to be filled with rage against each other. The battle then settled down to a fierce struggle in which many of the best men on both sides fell, and support came up for each of the two armies, both from the city and from the camps, and when these fresh troops were mingled with the fighters, the struggle became still greater, and the shouting which filled the city and the camps terrified the combatants. But finally the Romans by their valour forced back the enemy and routed them. In this action, Catillus was struck in the middle of the head by a javelin, and he kept on pursuing with the javelin still embedded in his head. And after the rout had taken place, he rode into the city at about sunset, together with the other survivors, the javelin in his head waving about, a most extraordinary sight. During the same encounter, Arzes, one of the guards of Belisarius, was hit by one of the Gothic archers between the nose and the right eye, and the point of the arrow penetrated as far as the neck behind, but it did not show through, and the rest of the shaft projected from his face and shook as the man rode. And when the Romans saw him and Catillus, they marvelled greatly that both men continued to ride, paying no heed to their hurt. Such then was the course of events in that quarter, but in the plain of Nero the barbarians had the upper hand, for the men of Valerian and Martinus, fighting with a great multitude of the enemy, withstood them stoutly, to be sure, but suffered most terribly, and came into exceedingly great danger. And then Belisarius commanded Bocchus to take his troops, which had returned from the engagement unwearied, men as well as horses, and go to the plain of Nero. Now it was already late in the day. And when the men under Bocchus had come to the assistance of the Romans, suddenly the barbarians were turned to flight, and Bocchus, who had impetuously followed the pursuit to a great distance, came to be surrounded by 12 of the enemy, who carried spears, and they all struck him at once with their spears. But his corslet withstood the other blows, which therefore did not hurt him much. But one of the Goths succeeded in hitting him from behind at a place where his body was uncovered, above the right armpit, very close to his shoulder, and smote the youth, though not with a mortal stroke, nor even one which brought him into danger of death. But another Goth struck him in front, and pierced his left thigh, and cut the muscles there. It was not a straight blow, however, but only a slanting one. But Valerian and Martinus saw what was happening, and coming to his rescue as quickly as possible, they routed the enemy, and both took hold of the bridle of Bocchus' horse, and so came into the city. Then night came on, and Euthalius entered the city with the money. And when all had returned to the city, they attended to the wounded men. Now in the case of Arzes, though the physicians wished to draw the weapon from his face, they were for some time reluctant to do so, not so much on account of the eye, which they supposed could not possibly be saved, but for fear lest, by the cutting of membranes and tissues such as are very numerous in that region, they should cause the death of a man who was one of the very best of the household of Belisarius. But afterwards one of the physicians, Theosistus by name, pressed on the back of his neck and asked whether he felt much pain, and when the man said that he did feel pain, he said, "Then both you yourself will be saved, and your sight will not be injured." And he made this declaration because he inferred that the barb of the weapon had penetrated to a point not far from the skin. Accordingly, he cut off that part of the shaft which showed outside, and threw it away, and cutting open the skin at the back of the head, at the place where the man felt the most pain, he easily drew towards him the barb, which, with its 3 sharp points, now stuck out behind, and brought with it the remaining portion of the weapon. Thus Arzes remained entirely free from serious harm, and not even a trace of his wound was left on his face. But as for Catillus, when the javelin was drawn rather violently from his head, for it was very deeply embedded, he fell into a swoon, and since the membrane about the wound began to be inflamed, he fell a victim to phrenitis, and died not long afterwards. Bocchus, however, immediately had a very severe hemorrhage in his thigh, and seemed like one who was presently to die, and the reason for the hemorrhage, according to what the physician said, was that the blow had severed the muscle, not directly from the front, but by a slanting cut. In any event, he died 3 days later. Because of these things, then, the Romans spent that whole night in deep grief, while from the Gothic camps were heard many sounds of wailing and loud lamentations. And the Romans indeed wondered, because they thought that no calamity of any consequence had befallen the enemy on the previous day, except, to be sure, that no small number of them had perished in the encounters. This had happened to them before in no less degree, perhaps even to a greater degree, but it had not greatly distressed them, so great were their numbers. However, it was learned on the following day that men of the greatest note from the camp in the plain of Nero were being bewailed by the Goths, men whom Bocchus had killed in his first charge, and other encounters also, though of no great importance, took place, which it has seemed to me unnecessary to chronicle. This, however, I will state, that altogether 67 encounters occurred during this siege, besides 2 final ones, which will be described in the following narrative, and at that time the winter drew to its close, and thus ended the 2nd year of this war, the history of which Procopius has written. But at the beginning of the spring equinox, famine and pestilence together fell upon the inhabitants of the city. There was still, it is true, some grain for the soldiers, though no other kind of provisions, but the grain supply of the rest of the Romans had been exhausted, and actual famine, as well as pestilence, was pressing hard upon them, and the Goths, perceiving this, no longer cared to risk a decisive battle with their enemy, but they kept guard that nothing in future should be brought into them. Now, there are 2 aqueducts between the Latin and the Appian ways, exceedingly high, and carried on arches for a great distance. These 2 aqueducts meet at a place 50 stades distant from Rome, and cross each other, so that for a little space they reverse their relative position. For the one which previously lay to the right from then on continues on the left side, and again, coming together, they resume their former places, and thereafter remain apart. Consequently, the space between them, enclosed as it is by the aqueducts, comes to be a fortress. And the barbarians walled up the lower arches of the aqueducts here with stones and mud, and in this way gave it the form of a fort. And encamping there to the number of no fewer than 7,000 men, they kept guard that no provisions should thereafter be brought into the city by the enemy. Then indeed every hope of better things abandoned the Romans, and every form of evil encompassed them round about. As long as there was ripe grain, however, the most daring of the soldiers, led on by lust of money, went by night to the grain fields not far from the city, mounted on horses, and leading other horses after them. Then they cut off the heads of grain, and putting them on the horses which they led, would carry them into the city, without being seen by the enemy, and sell them at a great price to such of the Romans as were wealthy, but the other inhabitants lived on various herbs, such as grow in abundance not only in the outskirts but also inside the fortifications. For the land of the Romans is never lacking in herbs, either in winter or at any other season, but they always flourish and grow luxuriantly at all times. Wherefore the besieged also pastured their horses in those places, and some too made sausages of the mules that died in Rome, and secretly sold them. But when the cornlands had no more grain, and all the Romans had come into an exceedingly evil plight, they surrounded Belisarius and tried to compel him to stake everything on a single battle with the enemy, promising that not one of the Romans would be absent from the engagement. And when he was at a loss as to what to do in that situation, and greatly distressed, some of the populace spoke to him as follows: "General, we were not prepared for the fortune which has overtaken us at the present time. On the contrary, what has happened has been altogether the opposite of our expectations, for after achieving what we had formerly set our hearts upon, we have now come into the present misfortune, and we realize at length that our previous opinion that we did well to crave the Emperor's watchful care was but folly, and the beginning of the greatest evils. Indeed, this course has brought us to such straits that at the present time we have taken courage to use force once more, and to arm ourselves against the barbarians. And while we may claim forgiveness if we boldly come into the presence of Belisarius, for the belly knows not shame when it lacks its necessities, our plight must be the apology for our rashness, for it will be readily agreed upon that there is no plight more intolerable for men than a life prolonged amid the adversities of fortune. And as to the fortune which has fallen upon us, you cannot fail to see our distress. These fields and the whole country have fallen under the hand of the enemy, and this city has been shut off from all good things, for we know not how long a time. And as for the Romans, some already lie in death, and it has not been their portion to be hidden in the earth, and we who survive, to put all our terrible misfortunes in a word, only pray to be placed beside those who lie thus. For starvation shows to those upon whom it comes that all other evils can be endured, and wherever it appears, it is attended by oblivion of all other sufferings, and causes all other forms of death, except that which proceeds from itself, to seem pleasant to men. Now, therefore, before the evil has yet mastered us, grant us leave on our own behalf to take up the struggle, which will result either in our overcoming the enemy or in deliverance from our troubles. For when delay brings men hope of safety, it would be great folly for them prematurely to enter into a danger which involves their all. But when tarrying makes the struggle more difficult, to put off action even for a little time is more reprehensible than immediate and precipitate haste. So spoke the Romans, and Belisarius replied as follows: "Well, as for me, I have been quite prepared for your conduct in every respect, and nothing that has happened has been contrary to my expectation. For long have I known that a populace is a most unreasoning thing, and that by its very nature it cannot endure the present or provide for the future, but only knows how rashly in every case to attempt the impossible, and recklessly to destroy itself. But as for me, I shall never willingly, at least, be led by your carelessness either to destroy you or to involve the Emperor's cause in ruin with you, for war is wont to be brought to a successful issue, not by unreasoning haste, but by the use of good counsel and forethought, in estimating the turn of the scale at decisive moments. You, however, act as though you were playing at dice, and want to risk all on a single cast. But it is not my custom to choose the short course in preference to the advantageous one. In the second place, you promise that you will help us do battle against the enemy. But when have you ever taken training in war? Or who that has learned such things by the use of arms does not know that battle affords no room for experiment, nor does the enemy, on his part, give opportunity while the struggle is on, to practice on him? This time indeed I admire your zeal, and forgive you for making this disturbance, but that you have taken this action at an unseasonable time, and that the policy of waiting which we are following is prudent, I shall now make clear. The Emperor has gathered for us from the whole earth, and dispatched an army too great to number, and a fleet such as was never brought together by the Romans now covers the shore of Campania and the greater part of the Ionian Gulf, and within a few days these reinforcements will come to us, and bring with them all kinds of provisions, to put an end to our destitution, and to bury the camps of the barbarians under a multitude of missiles. I have therefore reasoned that it was better to put off the time of conflict until these are present, and thus gain the victory in the war with safety, than to make a show of daring in unreasoning haste, and thus throw away the salvation of our whole cause. To secure their immediate arrival, and to prevent their loitering longer, shall be my concern. With these words Belisarius encouraged the Roman populace, and then dismissed them, and Procopius, who wrote this history, he immediately commanded to go to Naples, for a rumour was going about that the emperor had sent an army there. And he commissioned him to load as many ships as possible with grain, to gather all the soldiers who at the moment had arrived from Byzantium, or had been left about Naples in charge of horses, or for any other purpose whatever. For he had heard that many such were coming to the various places in Campania, and to withdraw some of the men from the garrisons there, and then to come back with them, conveying the grain to Ostia, where the harbour of the Romans was, and Procopius, accompanied by Mundillus, the guardsman, and a few horsemen, passed out by night through the gate which bears the name of the Apostle Paul, eluding the enemy's camp, which had been established very close to the Appian Way to guard over it. And when Mundillus and his men, returning to Rome, announced that Procopius had already arrived in Campania without meeting any of the barbarians, for at night, they said, the enemy never went outside their camp, everybody became hopeful, and Belisarius, now emboldened, devised the following plan. He sent out many of his horsemen to the neighbouring strongholds, directing them, in case any of the enemy should come that way in order to bring provisions into their camps, that they should constantly make sallies upon them from their positions, and lay ambushes everywhere about this region, and thus keep them from succeeding. On the contrary, they should with all their might hedge them in, so that the city might be in less distress than formerly, through lack of provisions, and also that the barbarians might seem to be besieged rather than to be themselves besieging the Romans. So he commanded Martinus and Trajan with 1,000 men to go to Terracina. And with them he sent also his wife Antonina, commanding that she be sent with a few men to Naples, there to await in safety the fortune which would befall the Romans. And he sent Magnus and Cynthius, the guardsmen, who took with them about 500 men to the fortress of Tiber, 140 stadia distant from Rome, but to the town of Albani, which was situated on the Appian Way at the same distance from the city. He had already, as it happened, sent Gontharis with a number of Aruli, and these the Goths had driven out from there by force not long afterwards. Now there is a certain church of the Apostle Paul, 14 stadia distant from the fortifications of Rome, and the Tiber river flows besides it. In that place there is no fortification, but a colonnade extends all the way from the city to the church, and many other buildings which are round about it render the place not easy of access. But the Goths show a certain degree of actual respect for sanctuaries such as this, and indeed, during the whole time of the war, no harm came to either church of the two apostles at their hands, but all the rites were performed in them by the priests in the usual manner. At this spot then Belisarius commanded Valerian to take all the Huns and make a stockade on the bank of the Tiber. in order that their horses might be kept in greater security, and that the Goths might be still further checked from going at their pleasure to great distances from their camps. And Valerian acted accordingly. Then, after the Huns had made their camp in the place where the general directed, he rode back to the city. So Belisarius, having accomplished this, remained quiet, not offering battle, but eager to carry on the defence of the wall if anyone should advance against it from outside with evil intent. And he also furnished grain to some of the Roman populace. But Martinus and Trajan passed by night between the camps of the enemy, and after reaching Terracina sent Antonina with a few men into Campania, and they themselves took possession of the fortified places in that district, and using them as their bases of operations and making thence their sudden attacks, they checked such of the Goths as were moving about in that region. As for Magnus and Cynthius, in a short time they rebuilt such parts of the fortress as had fallen into ruin, and as soon as they had put themselves in safety, they began immediately to make more trouble for the enemy, whose fortress was not far away, not only by making frequent raids upon them, but also by keeping such of the barbarians as were escorting provision trains in a constant state of terror by the unexpectedness of their movements. But finally, Cynthius was wounded in the right hand by a spear in a certain battle, and since the sinews were severed, he became thereafter unfit for fighting. And the Huns likewise, after they had made their camp nearby, as I have said, were on their part causing the Goths no less trouble, so that these as well as the Romans were now feeling the pressure of famine, since they no longer had freedom to bring in their food supplies as formerly. And pestilence too fell upon them and was destroying many, especially in the camp which they had last made, close by the Appian Way, as I have previously stated. And the few of their number who had not perished withdrew from that camp to the other camps. The Huns also suffered in the same way, and so returned to Rome. Such was the course of events there. But as for Procopius, when he reached Campania, he collected not fewer than 500 soldiers there, loaded a great number of ships with grain, and held them in readiness, and he was joined not long afterwards by Antonina, who immediately assisted him in making arrangements for the fleet. At that time the mountain of Vesuvius rumbled, and though it did not break forth in eruption, still, because of the rumbling, it led people to expect with great certainty that there would be an eruption, and for this reason it came to pass that the inhabitants fell into great terror. Now this mountain is 70 stades distant from Naples and lies to the north of it, an exceedingly steep mountain, whose lower parts spread out wide on all sides, while its upper portion is precipitous and exceedingly difficult of ascent. But on the summit of Vesuvius, and at about the centre of it, appears a cavern of such depth that one would judge that it extends all the way to the bottom of the mountain, and it is possible to see fire there, if one should dare to peer over the edge, and although the flames as a rule merely twist and turn upon one another, occasioning no trouble to the inhabitants of that region, yet, when the mountain gives forth a rumbling sound which resembles bellowing, it generally sends up not long afterwards a great quantity of ashes, and if anyone travelling on the road is caught by this terrible shower, he cannot possibly survive, and if it falls upon houses, they too fall under the weight of the great quantity of ashes. But whenever it so happens that a strong wind comes on, the ashes rise to a great height, so that they are no longer visible to the eye, and are borne wherever the wind which drives them goes, falling on lands exceedingly far away, and once, they say, they fell in Byzantium, and so terrified the people there, that from that time up to the present the whole city has seen fit to propitiate God with prayers every year. And at another time they fell on Tripoli in Libya. Formerly, this rumbling took place, they say, once in 100 years, or even more, but in later times it has happened much more frequently. This, however, they declare emphatically, that whenever Vesuvius belches forth these ashes, the country round about is bound to flourish with an abundance of all crops. Furthermore, the air on this mountain is very light, and by its nature the most favourable to health in the world, and indeed, those who are attacked by consumption have been sent to this place by physicians from remote times. So much, then, may be said regarding Mount Vesuvius. At this time another army also arrived by sea from Byzantium, 3,000 Isaurians who put in at the harbour of Naples, led by Paulus and Conon, and 800 Thracian horsemen who landed at Dryas, led by John, the nephew of the Vitilian who had formerly been tyrant, and with them 1,000 other soldiers of the regular cavalry, under various commanders, among whom were Alexander and Marcentius. And it happened that Zeno, with 300 horsemen, had already reached Rome by way of Samnium and the Latin Way, and when John with all the others came to Campania, provided with many wagons by the inhabitants of Calabria, his troops were joined by 500 men whom, as I have said, had been collected in Campania. These set out by the coast road with the wagons, having in mind, if any hostile force should confront them, to make a circle of the wagons in the form of a stockade, and thus to ward off the enemy, and they commanded the men under Paulus and Conon to sail with all speed and join them at Ostia, the harbour of Rome, and they put sufficient grain in the wagons and loaded all the ships, not only with grain, but also with wine and all kinds of provisions. And they, indeed, expected to find the forces of Martinus and Trajan in the neighbourhood of Terracina, and to have their company from that point on. But when they approached Terracina, they learned that these forces had recently been recalled and had retired to Rome. But Belisarius, learning that the forces of John were approaching, and fearing that the enemy might confront them in greatly superior numbers and destroy them, took the following measures. It so happened that the enemy had encamped very close to the Flaminian Gate. This gate Belisarius himself had blocked up at the beginning of this war by a structure of stone, as has been told by me in the previous narrative. His purpose, of course, being to make it difficult for the enemy either to force their way in or to make any attempt upon the city at that point. Consequently, no engagement had taken place at this gate, and the barbarians had no suspicion that there would be any attack upon them from there. Now Belisarius tore down by night the masonry which blocked the gate, without giving notice to anyone at all, and made ready the greatest part of the army there. And at daybreak he sent Trajan and Diogenes with 1,000 horsemen through the Pincian Gate, commanding them to shoot missiles into the camps, and as soon as the opponents came against them, to flee without the least shame, and to ride up to the fortifications at full speed. And he also stationed some men inside this gate. So the men under Trajan began to harass the barbarians, as Belisarius had directed them to do, and the Goths, gathering from all the camps, began to defend themselves. And both armies began to move as fast as they could towards the fortifications of the city, the one giving the appearance of fleeing, and the other supposing that they were pursuing the enemy. But as soon as Belisarius saw the enemy take up the pursuit, he opened the Flaminian Gate and sent out the army against the barbarians, who were thus taken unawares. Now it so happened that one of the Gothic camps was on the road near the gate, and in front of it there was a narrow passage between steep banks, which was exceedingly difficult of access, and one of the barbarians, a man of splendid physique and clad in a corslet, when he saw the enemy advancing, reached this place before them and took his stand there, at the same time calling his comrades and urging them to help in guarding the narrow passage. But before any move could be made, Mundilas slew him and thereafter allowed none of the barbarians to go into this passage. The Romans therefore passed through it without encountering opposition, and some of them arriving at the Gothic camp nearby for a short time tried to take it, but were unable to do so because of the strength of the stockade, though not many of the barbarians had been left behind in it. For the trench had been dug to an extraordinary depth, and since the earth taken from it had invariably been placed along its inner side, this reached a great height, and so served as a wall, and it was abundantly supplied with stakes, which were very sharp and close together, thus making a palisade. These defences so emboldened the barbarians that they began to repel the enemy vigorously. But one of the gods of Belisarius, Aquilinus by name, an exceedingly active man, seized a horse by the bridle and, bestriding it, leapt from the trench into the middle of the camp, where he slew some of the enemy. And when his opponents gathered about him and hurled great numbers of missiles, the horse was wounded and fell, but he himself unexpectedly made his escape through the midst of the enemy. So he went on foot with his companions towards the Pincian Gate, and overtaking the barbarians, who were still engaged in pursuing the Roman horsemen, they began to shoot at them from behind, and killed some of them. Now when Trajan and his men perceived this, since they had meanwhile been reinforced by the horsemen, who had been standing nearby in readiness, they charged at full speed against their pursuers. Then at length the Goths, being now outgeneralled and unexpectedly caught between the forces of the enemy, began to be killed indiscriminately, and there was great slaughter of them, and very few escaped to their camps, and that with difficulty. Meanwhile the others, fearing for the safety of all their strongholds, shut themselves in and remained in them thereafter, thinking that the Romans would come against them without the least delay. In this action one of the barbarians shot Trajan in the face, above the right eye, and not far from the nose, and the whole of the iron point penetrated the head and disappeared entirely, although the barb on it was large and exceedingly long, but the remainder of the arrow immediately fell to the ground without the application of force by anyone, in my opinion because the iron point had never been securely fastened to the shaft. Trajan, however, paid no heed to this at all, but continued nonetheless killing and pursuing the enemy. But in the 5th year afterwards, the tip of the iron of its own accord began to project visibly from his face, and this is now the 3rd year since it has been slowly but steadily coming out. It is to be expected, therefore, that the whole barb will eventually come out, though not for a long time. But it has not been an impediment to the man in any way. So much then for these matters. Now the barbarians straightway began to despair of winning the war, and were considering how they might withdraw from Rome, insomuch as they had suffered the ravages both of the pestilence and of the enemy, and were now reduced from many tens of thousands to a few men, and not least of all, they were in a state of distress by reason of the famine, and while in name they were carrying on a siege, they were in fact being besieged by their opponents, and were shut off from all necessities. And when they learned that still another army had come to their enemy from Byzantium, both by land and by sea, not being informed as to its actual size, but supposing it to be as large as the free play of rumour was able to make it, they became terrified at the danger and began to plan for their departure. They accordingly sent 3 envoys to Rome, one of whom was a Roman of note among the Goths, and he, coming before Belisarius, spoke as follows: "That the war has not turned out to the advantage of either side, each of us knows well, since we both have had actual experience of its hardships, for why should anyone in either army deny facts of which neither now remains in ignorance? and no one, I think, could deny, at least no one who does not lack understanding, that it is only senseless men who choose to go on suffering indefinitely merely to satisfy the contentious spirit which moves them for the moment, and refuses to find a solution of the troubles which harass them. And whenever this situation arises, it is the duty of the commanders on both sides not to sacrifice the lives of their subjects to their own glory, but to choose the course which is just and expedient, not for themselves alone, but also for their opponents, and thus to put an end to present hardships. For moderation in one's demands affords a way out of all difficulties, but it is the very nature of contentiousness that it cannot accomplish any of the objects which are essential. Now we on our part have deliberated concerning the conclusion of this war, and have come before you with proposals which are of advantage to both sides, wherein we waive, as we think, some portion even of our rights. And see to it that you likewise in your deliberations do not yield to a spirit of contentiousness respecting us, and thus destroy yourselves as well as us, in preference to choosing the course which will be of advantage to yourselves. And it is fitting that both sides should state their case, not in continuous speech, but each interrupting the other on the spur of the moment, if anything that is said shall seem inappropriate. For in this way each side will be able to say briefly what it is minded to say, and at the same time the essential things will be accomplished. Belisarius replied, "There will be nothing to prevent the debate from proceeding in the manner you suggest, only let the words spoken by you be words of peace and of justice." So the ambassadors of the Goths in their turn said, "You have done us an injustice, O Romans, in taking up arms wrongfully against us, your friends and allies, and what we shall say is, we think, well known to each one of you as well as to ourselves. For the Goths did not obtain the land of Italy by wresting it from the Romans by force, but Odoacer in former times dethroned the emperor, changed the government of Italy to a tyranny, and so held it, and Zeno, who then held the power of the East, though he wished to avenge his partner in the imperial office, and to free this land from the usurper, was unable to destroy the authority of Odoacer. Accordingly, he persuaded Theodoric, our ruler, although he was on the point of besieging him and Byzantium, not only to put an end to his hostility towards himself, in recollection of the honour which Theodoric had already received at his hands, in having been made a patrician and consul of the Romans, but also to punish Odoacer for his unjust treatment of Augustulus, and thereafter, in company with the Goths, to hold sway over the land as its legitimate and rightful rulers. It was in this way, therefore, that we took over the dominion of Italy, and we have preserved both the laws and the form of government as strictly as any who have ever been Roman emperors, and there is absolutely no law, either written or unwritten, introduced by Theodoric or by any of his successors on the throne of the Goths. And we have so scrupulously guarded for the Romans their practices pertaining to the worship of God and faith in him, that not one of the Italians has ever changed his belief, either willingly or unwillingly, up to the present day, and when Goths have changed, we have taken no notice of the matter. And indeed, the sanctuaries of the Romans have received from us the highest honour, for no one who has taken refuge in any of them has ever been treated with violence by any man. Nay, more, the Romans themselves have continued to hold all the offices of the state, and not a single Goth has had a share in them. Let someone come forward and refute us if he thinks that this statement of ours is not true. And one might add that the Goths have conceded that the dignity of the consulship should be conferred upon Romans each year by the Emperor of the East. Such has been the course followed by us, but you, on your side, did not take the part of Italy while it was suffering at the hands of the barbarians and Odoacer, although it was not for a short time, but for 10 years, that he treated the land outrageously. But now, you do violence to us, who have acquired it legitimately. though you have no business here. Do you therefore depart hence out of our way, keeping both that which is your own and whatever you have gained by plunder?" And Belisarius said, "Although your promise gave us to understand that your words would be brief and temperate, yet your discourse has been both long and not far from fraudulent in its pretensions. For Theodoric was sent by the Emperor Zeno in order to make war on Odoacer, not in order to hold the dominion of Italy for himself. For why should the Emperor have been concerned to exchange one tyrant for another? But he sent him in order that Italy might be free and obedient to the Emperor. And though Theodoric disposed of the tyrant in a satisfactory manner, in everything else he showed an extraordinary lack of proper feeling, for he never thought of restoring the land to its rightful owner. But I, for my part, think that he who robs another by violence, and he who of his own will does not restore his neighbour's goods, are equally bad. Now as for me, I shall never surrender the Emperor's country to any other. But if there is anything you wish to receive in place of it, I give you leave to speak." And the barbarian said, "That everything which we have said is true, no one of you can be unaware. But in order that we may not seem to be contentious, we give up to you Sicily, great as it is, and of such wealth, seeing that without it you cannot possess Libya in security." And Belisarius replied, "And we on our side permit the Goths to have the whole of Britain, which is much larger than Sicily, and was subject to the Romans in early times. For it is only fair to make an equal return to those who first do good deeds, or perform a kindness." The barbarians, "Well, if we should make you a proposal concerning Campania also, or about Naples itself, will you listen to it?" Belisarius, "No, for we are not empowered to administer the Emperor's affairs in a way which is not in accord with his wish." The barbarians, "Not even if we impose upon ourselves the payment of a fixed sum of money every year?" Belisarius, "No indeed, for we are not empowered to do anything else than guard the land for its owner." The barbarians, "Come now, we must send envoys to the Emperor, and make with him our treaty concerning the whole matter, and a definite time must also be appointed during which the armies will be bound to observe an armistice." Belisarius, "Very well, let this be done, for never shall I stand in your way when you are making plans for peace." After saying these things, they each left the conference, and the envoys of the Goths withdrew to their own camp, and during the ensuing days they visited each other frequently, and made the arrangements for the armistice, and they agreed that each side should put into the hands of the other some of its notable men as hostages, to ensure the keeping of the armistice. But while these negotiations were in progress at Rome, meanwhile the fleet of the Isaurians put in at the harbour of the Romans, and John with his men came into Ostia, and not one of the enemy hindered them either while bringing their ships to land, or while making their camp. But in order that they might be able to pass the night safe from a sudden attack by the enemy, the Isaurians dug a deep trench close to the harbour, and kept a constant guard by shifts of men, while John's soldiers made a barricade of their wagons about the camp, and remained quiet. And when night came on, Belisarius went to Ostia with 100 horsemen, and after telling what had taken place in the engagement and the agreement which had been made between the Romans and the Goths, and otherwise encouraging them, he bade them bring their cargoes and come with all zeal into Rome. For, he said, I shall take care that the journey is free from danger. So he himself at early dawn rode back to the city, and Antonina, together with the commanders, began at daybreak to consider means of transporting the cargoes, but it seemed to them that the task was a hard one and beset with the greatest difficulties. For the oxen could not hold out any longer, but all lay half dead, and furthermore, it was dangerous to travel over a rather narrow road with the wagons, and impossible to tow the barges on the river, as had formerly been the custom, for the road which is on the left of the river was held by the enemy, as stated by me in the previous narrative, and not available for the use of the Romans at that time, while the road on the other side of it is altogether unused, at least that part of it which follows the river bank. They therefore selected the small boats belonging to the larger ships, put a fence of high planks around them on all sides, in order that the men on board might not be exposed to the enemy's shots, and embarked archers and sailors on them in numbers suitable for each boat. And after they had loaded the boats with all the freight they could carry, they waited for a favouring wind and set sail towards Rome by the Tiber, and a portion of the army followed them along the right bank of the river to support them. But they left a large number of Isaurians to guard the ships. Now, where the course of the river was straight, they found no trouble in sailing, simply raising the sails of the boats. But where the stream would wind around and take a course athwart the wind, and the sails received no impulse from the wind, the sailors had no slight toil in rowing and forcing the boats against the current. As for the barbarians, they sat in their camps and had no wish to hinder their enemy, either because they were terrified at the danger, or because they thought that the Romans would never by such means succeed in bringing in any provisions, and considered it contrary to their own interest, when a matter of no consequence was involved, to frustrate their hopes of the armistice which Belisarius had already promised. Moreover, the Goths who were in Portus, though they could see their enemy constantly sailing by almost near enough to touch, made no move against them, but sat there, wondering in amazement at the plan they had hit upon. And when the Romans had made the voyage up the river many times in the same way, and had thus conveyed all the cargoes into the city without interference, the sailors took the ships and withdrew with all speed, for it was already about the time of the winter solstice, and the rest of the army entered Rome, except indeed that Paulus remained in Ostia with some of the Isaurians. And afterwards they gave hostages to one another to secure the keeping of the armistice, the Romans giving Zeno and the Goth Zulius, a man of no mean station, with the understanding that during 3 months they should make no attack upon one another, until the envoys should return from Byzantium and report the will of the emperor. And even if the one side or the other should initiate offences against their opponents, the envoys were nevertheless to be returned to their own nation. So the envoys of the barbarians went to Byzantium escorted by Romans, and Idiger, the son-in-law of Antonina, came to Rome from Libya, with not a few horsemen, and the Goths, who were holding the stronghold at Portus, abandoned the place by the order of Vitiges, because their supplies were exhausted, and came to the camp in obedience to his summons. Whereupon Paulus, with his Isaurians, came from Ostia and took possession of it, and held it. Now the chief reason why these barbarians were without provisions was that the Romans commanded the seas, and did not allow any of the necessary supplies to be brought into them. And it was for this reason that they also abandoned at about the same time a sea-coast city of great importance, Santamcele by name, that is, because they were short of provisions. This city is large and populous, lying to the west of Rome, in Tuscany, distant from it about 280 stades. And after taking possession of it, the Romans went on and extended their power still more, for they took also the town of Albani, which lies to the east of Rome, the enemy having evacuated it at that time for the same reason, and they had already surrounded the barbarians on all sides, and now held them between their forces. The Goths therefore were in a mood to break the agreement and do some harm to the Romans. So they sent envoys to Belisarius and asserted that they had been unjustly treated during a truce, for when Witigis had summoned the Goths who were in Portus to perform some service for him, Paulus and the Asurrians had seized and taken possession of the fort there, for no good reason. And they made the same false charge regarding Albani and Centumcellae, and threatened that, unless he should give these places back to them, they would resent it. But Belisarius laughed, and sent them away, saying that this charge was but a pretext, and that no one was ignorant of the reason why the Goths had abandoned these places, and thereafter the two sides were somewhat suspicious of one another. But later, when Belisarius saw that Rome was abundantly supplied with soldiers, he sent many horsemen to places far distant from Rome, and commanded John the nephew of Vitellion, and the horsemen under his command, 800 in number, to pass the winter near the city of Alba, which lies in Picenum, and with him he sent 400 of his men to Valerian, who Damianus, the nephew of Valerian, commanded, and 800 men of his own guards, who were especially able warriors. And in command of these he put 2 spearmen, Suntas and Adagis, and ordered them to follow John wherever he should lead, and he gave John instructions that as long as he saw the enemy was keeping the agreement made between them, he should remain quiet. But whenever he found that the armistice had been violated by them, he should do as follows. With his whole force, he was to make a sudden raid and overrun the land of Picenum, visiting all the districts of that region, and reaching each one before the report of his coming. For in this whole land there was virtually not a single man left, since all, as it appeared, had marched against Rome, but everywhere there were women and children of the enemy, and money. He was instructed, therefore, to enslave or plunder whatever he found, taking care never to injure any of the Romans living there. And if he should happen upon any place which had men and defences, as he probably would, he was to make an attempt upon it with his whole force. And if he was able to capture it, he was to go forward. But if it should so happen that his attempt was unsuccessful, he was to march back or remain there. For if he should go forward and leave such a fortress in his rear, he would be involved in the greatest danger, since his men would never be able to defend themselves easily if they should be harassed by their opponents. He was also to keep the whole body intact of the booty, in order that it might be divided fairly and proportionately among the army. Then with a laugh he added this also, for it is not fair that the drones should be destroyed with great labour by one force, while others, without having endured any hardship at all, should enjoy the honey. So after giving these instructions, Belisarius sent John away with his army, and at about the same time, Datius, the priest of Milan, and some notable men among the citizens came to Rome and begged Belisarius to send them a few guards, for they declared that they were themselves able without any trouble to detach from the Goths not only Milan, but the whole of Liguria also, and to recover them for the emperor. Now this city is situated in Liguria and lies about halfway between the city of Ravenna and the Alps, on the border of Gaul. For from each one it is a journey of 8 days to Milan, for an unencumbered traveller, and it is the first of the cities of the West after Rome, at least both in size and in population, and in general prosperity. And Belisarius promised to fulfil their request, but detained them there during the winter season. Such was the course of these events. But the envy of fortune was already swelling against the Romans when she saw their affairs progressing successfully and well, and wishing to mingle some evil with this good, she inspired a quarrel on a trifling pretext between Belisarius and Constantinus, and how this grew and to what end it came I shall now go on to relate. There was a certain Procopius, a Roman living at Ravenna, and a man of no mean station. This Procopius had given offence to the Goths at the time when Witigis was about to march against Rome, and so he set out with some few of his domestics, ostensibly on a hunting expedition, and went into exile. He had communicated his plan to no one, and took none of his property with him, except indeed that he himself carried 2 daggers, the scabbards of which happened to be adorned with much gold and precious stones, and when he came to Spoletum he lodged in a certain temple outside the fortifications, and when Constantinus, who happened to be still tarrying there, heard of this, he sent one of his guards, Maxentiolus, and took away from him both the daggers for no good reason. The man was deeply offended by what had taken place, and set out for Rome with all speed, and came to Belisarius, and Constantinus also arrived there not long afterwards, for the Gothic army was already reported to be not far away. Now, as long as the affairs of the Romans were critical and in confusion, Procopius remained silent, but when he saw that the Romans were gaining the upper hand, and that the envoys of the Goths had been sent to the emperor, as has been told by me above, he frequently approached Belisarius, reporting the injustice and demanding that he should assist him in attaining his rights. And Belisarius reproached Constantinus many times himself, and many times through others, urging him to clear himself of the guilt of an unjust deed, and of a dishonouring report. But Constantinus, for it must needs be that evil befell him, always lightly evaded the charge and taunted the wronged man. But on one occasion Procopius met Belisarius riding on horseback in the forum, and he laid hold of the horse's bridle, and crying out with a loud voice, asked whether the laws of the emperor said that whenever anyone fleeing from the barbarians comes to them as a supplicant, they should rob him by violence of whatever he may chance to have in his hands. And though many men gathered about and commanded him with threats to let go of the bridle, he did not let go, until at last Belisarius promised to give him the daggers. On the following day, therefore, Belisarius called Constantinus and many of the commanders to an apartment in the palace, and after going over what had happened on the previous day, urged him even at that late time to restore the daggers. But Constantinus refused to do so. Nay, he would more gladly throw them into the waters of the Tiber than give them to Procopius. And Belisarius, being by now mastered by anger, inquired whether Constantinus did not think that he was subject to his orders, and he agreed to obey him in all other things, for this was the emperor's will. This command, however, which at the present time he was laying upon him, he would never obey, and Belisarius then commanded his guards to enter, whereupon Constantinus said, in order plainly to have them kill me. By no means, said Belisarius, but to have them compel your bodyguard, Maxentiolus, who forcibly carried away the daggers for you, to restore to the man what he took from him by violence. But Constantinus, thinking that he was to die that very instant, wished to do some great deed before he should suffer anything himself. He accordingly drew the dagger which hung by his thigh, and suddenly thrust it at the belly of Belisarius. And he in consternation stepped back, and by throwing his arms around Bessas, who was standing near, succeeded in escaping the blow. Then Constantinus, still boiling with anger, made after him, but Idiger and Valerian, seeing what was being done, laid hold of his hands, one of the right and the other of the left, and dragged him back. And at this point the guards entered whom Belisarius had summoned a moment before, snatched the dagger of Constantinus from his hand with great violence, and seized him amid a great uproar. At the moment they did him no harm, out of respect, I suppose, to the officers present, but led him away to another room at the command of Belisarius, and at a somewhat later time put him to death. This was the only unholy deed done by Belisarius, and it was in no way worthy of the character of the man, for he always showed great gentleness in his treatment of all others. But it had to be, as I have said, that evil should befall Constantinus, and the Goths, not long after this, wished to strike a blow at the fortifications of Rome. And first they sent some men by night into one of the aqueducts, from which they themselves had taken out the water at the beginning of this war, and with lamps and torches in their hands, they explored the entrance into the city by this means. Now it happened that not far from the small Pincian gate, an arch of this aqueduct had a sort of crevice in it, and one of the gods saw the light through this and told his companions, but they said that he had seen a wolf passing by his post. For at that point it so happened that the structure of the aqueduct did not rise high above the ground, and they thought that the god had imagined the wolf's eyes to be fire. So those barbarians who explored the aqueduct upon reaching the middle of the city, where there was an upward passage built in olden times leading to the palace itself, came upon some masonry there which allowed them neither to advance beyond that point nor to use the ascent at all. The masonry had been put in by Belisarius as an act of precaution at the beginning of the siege, as had been set forth by me in the preceding narrative. So they decided first to remove one small stone from the wall and then to go back immediately, and when they returned to Vitiges they displayed the stone and reported the whole situation. And while he was considering his scheme with the best of the Goths, the Romans, who were on guard at the Pincian gate, recalled among themselves on the following day the suspicion of the wolf. But when the story was passed around and came to Belisarius, the general did not treat the matter carelessly, but immediately sent some of the notable men in the army, together with the guardsman Diogenes, down into the aqueduct, and bade them investigate everything with all speed. And they found all along the aqueduct the lamps of the enemy, and the ashes which had dropped from their torches, and after observing the masonry where the stone had been taken out by the Goths, they reported to Belisarius. For this reason he personally kept the aqueduct under close guard, and the Goths, perceiving it, desisted from this attempt. But later on the barbarians went so far as to plan an open attack against the fortifications. So they waited for the time of lunch, and bringing up ladders and fire, when the enemy were least expecting them, they made an assault upon the small Pincian gate, emboldened by the hope of capturing the city by a sudden attack, since not many soldiers had been left there. But it happened that Idiger and his men were keeping guard at that time, for all were assigned by turns to guard duty. So when he saw the enemy advancing in disorder, he went out against them before they were yet drawn up in line of battle, and while they were advancing in great disarray, and routing those who were opposite him without any trouble, he slew many, and a great outcry and commotion arose throughout the city, as was to be expected, and the Romans gathered as quickly as possible to all parts of the fortifications, whereupon the barbarians after a short time retired to their camp baffled, but Vitiges resorted again to a plot against the wall. Now, there was a certain part of it that was especially vulnerable, where the bank of the Tiber is, because at this place the Romans of old, confident in the protection afforded by the stream, had built the wall carelessly, making it low, and altogether without towers. Vitiges therefore hoped to capture the city rather easily from that quarter. For indeed, There was not even any garrison there of any consequence, as it happened. He therefore bribed with money 2 Romans who lived near the church of Peter the Apostle to pass along by the guards there at about nightfall, carrying a skin full of wine, and in some way or other, by making a show of friendship, to give it to them, and then to sit drinking with them well into the night. And they were to throw into the cup of each god a sleep-producing drug, which Vitiges had given them. And he stealthily got ready some skiffs, which he kept at the other bank. As soon as the gods should be overcome by sleep, some of the barbarians acting in concert were to cross the river in these, taking ladders with them, and make the assault on the wall. And he made ready the entire army with the intention of capturing the whole city by storm. After these arrangements were all complete, one of the 2 men who had been prepared by Vitiges for this service, for it was not fated that Rome should be captured by this army of the Goths, came of his own accord to Belisarius, and revealed everything, and told who the other man was. So this man under torture brought to light all that he was about to do, and displayed the drug which Vitiges had given him. And Belisarius first mutilated his nose and ears, and then sent him riding on an ass into the enemy's camp. And when the barbarians saw him, they realized that God would not allow their purpose to have free course, and that therefore the city could never be captured by them. But while these things were happening, Belisarius wrote to John and commanded him to begin operations, and he, with his 2,000 horsemen, began to go about the land of Picenum, and to plunder everything before him, treating the women and children of the enemy as slaves. And when Ulethius, the uncle of Vitiges, confronted him with an army of Goths, he defeated them in battle, and killed Ulethius himself, and almost the whole army of the enemy. For this reason no one dared any longer to engage with him. But when he came to the city of Oximus, though he learned that it contained a Gothic garrison of inconsiderable size, yet in other respects he observed that the place was strong and impossible to capture, and for this reason he was quite unwilling to lay siege to it. But, departing from there as quickly as he could, he moved forward. And he did the same thing at the city of Urbinus, but at Ariminium, which is 1 day's journey distant from Ravenna, he marched into the city at the invitation of the Romans. Now all the barbarians who were keeping guard there were very suspicious of the Roman inhabitants, and as soon as they learned that this army was approaching, they withdrew and ran until they reached Ravenna, and thus John secured Ariminium. But he had meanwhile left in his rear a garrison of the enemy both at Oximus and at Urbinus, not because he had forgotten the commands of Belisarius, nor because he was carried away by unreasoning boldness, since he had wisdom as well as energy, but because he reasoned correctly, as it turned out that the Goths, learning that the Roman army was close to Ravenna, would instantly break up the siege of Rome because of their fears regarding this place. And in fact his reasoning proved to be true, for as soon as Vitiges and the army of the Goths heard that Ariminium was held by him, they were plunged into great fear regarding Ravenna, and, abandoning all other considerations, they straightway made their withdrawal, as will be told by me directly, and John won great fame from this deed, though he was renowned even before, for he was a daring and efficient man in the highest degree, unflinching before danger, and in his daily life showing at all times a certain austerity and ability to endure hardship unsurpassed by any barbarian or common soldier. Such a man was John, and Matasuntha, the wife of Vitiges, who was exceedingly hostile to her husband because he had taken her to wife by violence in the beginning, upon learning that John had come to Ariminium, was absolutely overcome by joy, and sending a messenger to him, opened secret negotiations with him concerning marriage and the betrayal of the city, so these two kept sending messages to each other without the knowledge of the rest and arranging these matters. But when the Goths learned what had happened at Ariminum, and when at the same time all their provisions had failed them, and the 3 months' time had already expired, they began to make their withdrawal, although they had not as yet received any information as far as the envoys were concerned. Now it was about the spring equinox, and 1 year had been spent in the siege and 9 days in addition, when the Goths, having burned all their camps, set out at daybreak. And the Romans, seeing their opponents in flight, were at a loss as to how to deal with the situation. For it so happened that the majority of the horsemen were not present at that time, since they had been sent to various places, as has been stated by me above, and they did not think that by themselves they were a match for so great a multitude of the enemy. However, Belisarius armed all the infantry and cavalry, and when he saw that more than half of the enemy had crossed the bridge, he led the army out through the small Pincian gate, and the hand-to-hand battle which ensued proved to be equal to any that had preceded it. At the beginning, the barbarians withstood the enemy vigorously, and many on both sides fell in the first encounter, but afterwards the Goths turned to flight, and brought upon themselves a great and overwhelming calamity, for each man for himself was rushing to cross the bridge first. As a result of this they became very much crowded and suffered most cruelly, for they were being killed both by each other and by the enemy. Many too fell off the bridge on either side into the Tiber, sank with all their arms, and perished. Finally, after losing in this way the most of their number, the remainder joined those who had crossed before, and Longinus, the Isurian, and Mundilius, the gods of Belisarius, made themselves conspicuous for their valour in this battle, for while Mundilius, after engaging with 4 barbarians in turn and killing them all, was himself saved, Longinus, having proved himself the chief cause of the rout of the enemy, fell where he fought, leaving the Roman army great regret for his loss. Now Vitiges with the remainder of his army marched towards Ravenna, and he strengthened the fortified place with a great number of guards, leaving in Clusium the city of Tuscany 1,000 men, and Gibima as commander, and Viventus an equal number, over whom he set Albelus a Goth as commander, and he left Aligisalus in Tudera with 400 men, and in the land of Picenum he left the fortress of Petra 400 men who had lived there previously, and in Auximus, which is the largest of all the cities of that country, he left 4,000 Goths selected for their valour, and a very energetic commander, Visandus by name, and 2,000 men with Moras in the city of Urbinus. There are also 2 other fortresses, Caecina and Monteferretra, in each of which he established a garrison of not less than 500 men. Then he himself with the rest of the army moved straight for Ariminum, with the purpose of laying siege to it. But it happened that Belisarius, as soon as the Goths had broken up the siege of Rome, had sent Idiger and Martinus with 1,000 horsemen, in order that by travelling more quickly by another road they might arrive at Ariminum first, and he directed them promptly to remove John from the city and all those with him, and to put in their place fully enough men to guard the city, taking them from the fortress which is on the Ionian Gulf, Ancon by name, 2 days' journey distant from Ariminum, for he had already taken possession of it not long before, having sent Conon with no small force of Isurians and Thracians. It was his hope that if unsupported infantry under commanders of no great note should hold Ariminum, the Gothic forces would never undertake its siege, but would regard it with contempt and so go at once to Ravenna, and that if they should decide to besiege Ariminum, the provisions there would last for the infantry for a somewhat longer time. and he thought also that 2,000 horsemen attacking from outside with the rest of the army would in all probability do the enemy great harm, and drive them more easily to abandon the siege. It was with this purpose that Belisarius gave such orders to Martinus and Didiger and their men, and they, by travelling over the Flaminian Way, arrived long before the barbarians, for since the Goths were moving in a great throng, they proceeded in a more leisurely manner, and they were compelled to make certain long detours, both because of the lack of provisions and because they preferred not to pass close to the fortresses on the Flaminian Way, Narnia and Spoletum and Perusia, since these were in the hands of the enemy, as has been stated before. When the Roman army arrived at Petra, they made an attack upon the fortress there, regarding it as an incident of their expedition. Now this fortress was not devised by man, but it was made by the nature of the place, for the road passes through an extremely mountainous country at that place. On the right of this road a river descends, which no man can ford because of the swiftness of the current, and on the left not far away rises a sheer rock which reaches to such a height that men who might chance to be standing on its summit, as seen by those below, resemble in size the smallest birds, and in olden times there was no passage through as one went forward, for the end of the rock reaches to the very stream of the river, affording no room for those who travel that way to pass by. So the men of ancient times constructed a tunnel at that point, and made there a gate for the place, and they also closed up the greatest part of the other entrance, leaving only enough space for a small gate there also, and thus rendered the place a natural fortress, which they call by the fitting name of Petra. So the men of Martinus and Didiger first made an attack upon one of the two gates, and shot many missiles, but they accomplished nothing, although the barbarians there made no defence at all, but afterwards they forced their way up the cliff behind the fortress and hurled stones from there upon the heads of the Goths, and they hurriedly and in great confusion entered the houses and remained quiet. And then the Romans, unable to hit any of the enemy with the stones they threw, devised the following plan. They broke off large pieces from the cliff and, many of them pushing together, hurled them down, aiming at the houses. And whenever these in their fall did no more than just graze the building, they yet gave the whole fortress a considerable shock, and reduced the barbarians to great fear. Consequently the Goths stretched out their hands to those who were still about the gate, and surrendered themselves and the fort, with the condition that they themselves should remain free from harm, being slaves of the emperor and subject to Belisarius. And Didiger and Martinus removed the most of them and led them away, putting them on a basis of complete equality with themselves, and some few of them they left there, together with their wives and children, and they also left something of a garrison of Romans. Thence they proceeded to Ancon, and taking with them many of the infantry in that place on the third day, they reached Ariminium, and announced the will of Belisarius. But John was not only unwilling to follow them, but also proposed to retain Damianus with the 400. So they left there the infantry and retired thence with all speed, taking the spearmen and guards of Belisarius. And not long afterwards, Witigis and his whole army arrived at Ariminium, where they established their camp, and began the siege. And they immediately constructed a wooden tower higher than the circuit wall of the city, and resting on 4 wheels, and drew it towards that part of the wall which seemed to them most vulnerable. But in order that they might not have the same experience here which they had before the fortifications of Rome, they did not use oxen to draw the tower, but hid themselves within it, and thus hauled it forward. And there was a stairway of great breadth inside the tower, on which the barbarians in great numbers were to make the ascent easily, for they hoped that as soon as they should place the tower against the fortifications, they would have no trouble in stepping thence to the parapet of the wall, for they had made the tower high with this in view. So when they had come close to the fortifications with this engine of war, they remained quiet for the time, since it was already growing dark, and stationing guards about the tower, they all went off to pass the night, supposing that they would meet with no obstacles whatsoever, and indeed there was nothing in their way, not even a trench between them and the wall, except an exceedingly small one. As for the Romans, they passed the night in great fear, supposing that on the morrow they would perish. But John, neither yielding to despair in the face of the danger nor being greatly agitated by fear, devised the following plan. Leaving the others on guard at their posts, he himself took the Isaurians who carried pickaxes and various other tools of this kind, and went outside the fortifications. It was late in the night, and no word had been given beforehand to anyone in the city. And once outside the wall, he commanded his men in silence to dig the trench deeper. So they did as directed, and as they dug, they kept putting the earth which they took out of the trench upon the side of it near the city wall, and there it served them as an earthwork. And since they were unobserved for a long time by the enemy, who were sleeping, they soon made the trench both deep and sufficiently wide, at the place where the fortifications were especially vulnerable, and where the barbarians were going to make the assault with their engine of war. But far on in the night, the enemy, perceiving what was being done, charged at full speed against those who were digging, and John went inside the fortifications with the Isaurians, since the trench was now in a most satisfactory condition. But at daybreak, Witigis noted what had been accomplished, and in his exceeding vexation at the occurrence, executed some of the guards. However, he was as eager as before to bring his engine to bear, and so commanded the Goths to throw a great number of faggots as quickly as possible into the trench, and then, by drawing the tower over them, to bring it into position. This they proceeded to do as Witigis commanded, with all zeal, although their opponents kept fighting them back from the wall with the utmost vigour. But when the weight of the tower came upon the faggots, they naturally yielded and sank down. For this reason the barbarians were quite unable to go forward with the engine, because the ground became still more steep before them, where the Romans had heaped up the earth as I have stated. Fearing, therefore, that when night came on, the enemy would sally forth and set fire to the engine, they began to draw it back again. This was precisely what John was eager to prevent with all his power, so he armed his soldiers, called them all together, and exhorted them as follows: "My men, who share this danger common to us all, if it would please any man among you to live and see those whom he has left at home, let him realize that the only hope he has of obtaining these things lies in nothing but his own hands. For when Belisarius sent us forth in the beginning, hope and desire for many things made us eager for the task. For we never suspected that we should be besieged in the country along the coast, since the Romans command the sea so completely, nor would one have supposed that the Emperor's army would so far neglect us. But apart from these considerations, at that time we were prompted to boldness by an opportunity to display our loyalty to the state, and by the glory which we should acquire in the sight of all men as the result of our struggle. But as things now stand, we cannot possibly survive save by courage, and we are obliged to undergo this danger with no other end in view than the saving of our own lives. Therefore, if any of you perchance lay claim to valour, all such have the opportunity to prove themselves brave men, if any men in the world have, and thereby to cover themselves with glory. for they achieve a fair name, not to overpower those weaker than themselves, but who, though inferior in equipment, still win the victory by the greatness of their souls. And as for those in whom the love of life has been more deeply implanted, it will be of advantage to these especially to be bold, for it is true of all men, as a general thing, that when their fortunes stand on the razor's edge, as is now the case with us, they may be saved only by scorning the danger. With these words, John led his army out against the enemy, leaving some few men to guard the battlement. But the enemy withstood them bravely, and the battle became exceedingly fierce. And with great difficulty, and late in the day, the barbarians succeeded in bringing the tower back to their own camp. However, they lost so great a number of their fighting men that they decided thenceforth to make no further attacks upon the wall, but in despair of succeeding that way, they remained quiet, expecting that their enemy would yield to them under stress of famine, for all their provisions had already failed them completely, since they had not found any place from which they could bring in a sufficient supply. Such was the course of events here. But as for Belisarius, he sent to the representatives of Milan 1,000 men, Isaurians and Thracians. The Isaurians were commanded by Ennas, the Thracians by Paulus, while Mundillus was set over them all, and commanded in person, having as his guard some few of the guardsmen of Belisarius. And with them was also Fidelius, who had been made praetorian prefect, for since he was a native of Milan, he was regarded as a suitable person to go with this army, having, as he did, some influence in Liguria. They set sail accordingly from the harbour of Rome and put in at Genoa, which is the last city in Tuscany and well situated as a port of call for the voyage to Gaul and to Spain. There they left their ships and, travelling by land, moved forward, placed the boats of the ships on their wagons, in order that nothing might prevent their crossing the river Po. It was by this means in any event that they made the crossing of the river, and when they reached the city of Ticinum, after crossing the Po, the Goths came out against them and engaged them in battle. And they were not only numerous but also excellent troops, since all the barbarians who lived in that region had deposited the most valuable of their possessions in Ticinum, as being a place which had strong defences, and had left there a considerable garrison. So a fierce battle took place, but the Romans were victorious, and, routing their opponents, they slew a great number and came within a little of capturing the city in the pursuit. For it was only with difficulty that the barbarians succeeded in shutting the gates, so closely did their enemy press upon their heels. And as the Romans were marching away, Fidelius went into a temple there to pray, and was the last to leave, but by some chance his horse stumbled and he fell, and since he had fallen very near the fortifications, the Goths, seeing him come out, killed him without being observed by the enemy. Wherefore, when this was afterwards discovered by Mundillus and the Romans, they were greatly distressed. Then, leaving Ticinum, they arrived at the city of Milan, and secured this city with the rest of Liguria without a battle. When Witigis learned about this, he sent a large army with all speed, and Urias, his own nephew, as commander. And Theudebert, the leader of the Franks, sent him at his request 10,000 men as allies, not of the Franks themselves, but Burgundians, in order not to appear to be doing injury to the emperor's cause. For it was given out that the Burgundians made the expedition willingly, and of their own choice, not as obeying the command of Theudebert. And the Goths, joined by these troops, came to Milan, made camp, and began a siege when the Romans were least expecting them. At any rate, the Romans, through this action, found it impossible to bring in any kind of provisions, but they were immediately in distress from want of necessities. Indeed, even the guarding of the walls was not being maintained by the regular soldiers, for it so happened that Mundilius had occupied all of the cities near Milan which had defences, namely Bergomum, Comum, and Novaria, as well as some other strongholds, and in every place he had established a considerable garrison, while he himself, with about 300 men, remained in Milan, and with him Enus and Paulus. Consequently, and of necessity, the inhabitants of the city were regularly keeping guard in turn. Such was the progress of events in Liguria, and the winter drew to its close, and the third year came to an end in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. And Belisarius, at about the time of the summer solstice, marched against Witigis and the Gothic army, leaving a few men to act as a garrison in Rome, but taking all the others with him. And he sent some men to Tudera and Clusium, with orders to make fortified camps there, and he was intending to follow them and assist in besieging the barbarians at those places. But when the barbarians learned that the army was approaching, they did not wait to face the danger, but sent envoys to Belisarius, promising to surrender both themselves and the two cities, with the condition that they should remain free from harm. And when he came there, they fulfilled their promise, and Belisarius removed all the Goths from these towns and sent them to Sicily and Naples, and after establishing a garrison in Clusium and in Tudera, he led his army forward. But meanwhile Witigis had sent another army under the command of Vassimus to Oximus, commanding it to join forces with the Goths there, and with them to go against the enemy in Ancon, and make an attempt upon that fortress. Now this Ancon is a sort of pointed rock, and indeed it is from this circumstance that it has taken its name, for it is exceedingly like an elbow, and it is about 80 stades distant from the city of Oximus, whose port it is, and the defences of the fortress lie upon the pointed rock in a position of security, but all the buildings outside, though they are many, have been from ancient times unprotected by a wall. Now, as soon as Conon, who was in command of the garrison of the place, heard that the forces of Versimius were coming against him, and were already not far away, he made an exhibition of thoughtless folly, for thinking it too small a thing to preserve free from harm merely the fortress and its inhabitants, together with the soldiers, he left the fortifications entirely destitute of soldiers, and leading them all out to a distance of about 5 stades, arrayed them in a line of battle, without, however, making the phalanx a deep one at all, but thin enough to surround the entire base of the mountain, as if for a hunt. But when these troops saw that the enemy were greatly superior to them in number, they turned their backs and straightway fled to the fortress, and the barbarians, following close upon them, slew on the spot most of their number, those who did not succeed in getting inside the circuit wall in time, and then placed ladders against the wall and attempted the ascent. Some also began burning the houses outside the fortress, and the Romans who resided habitually in the fortress, being terror-stricken at what was taking place, at first opened the small gate and received the soldiers as they fled in complete disorder. But when they saw the barbarians close at hand and pressing upon the fugitives, fearing that they would charge in with them, they closed the gates as quickly as they could, and, letting down ropes from the battlement, saved a number by drawing them up, and among them Conon himself. But the barbarians scaled the wall by means of their ladders and came within a little of capturing the fortress by storm, and would have succeeded if 2 men had not made a display of remarkable deeds by valorously pushing off the battlements those who had already got upon the wall. One of these 2 was a bodyguard of Belisarius, a Thracian, named Alymuth, and the other a bodyguard of Valerian, named Galbal Godu, a Massagutti by birth. These two men had happened by some chance to come by ship to Ancon a little before, and in this struggle, by warding off with their swords those who were scaling the wall, they saved the fortress contrary to expectations, but they themselves were carried from the battlements half dead, their whole bodies hacked by many wounds. At that time it was reported to Belisarius that Narses had come with a great army from Byzantium, and was in Picenum. Now this Narses was a eunuch and guardian of the royal treasures, but for the rest keen and more energetic than would be expected of a eunuch. And 5,000 soldiers followed him, of whom the several detachments were commanded by different men, among whom were Justinius, the general of Illyricum, and another Narses, who had previously come to the land of the Romans as a deserter from the Armenians, who are subject to the Persians. With him had come his brother Aratius, who, as it happened, had joined Belisarius a little before this with another army. And about 2,000 of the Arulian nation also followed him, commanded by Visandus and Aluith and Phanithius. Now, as to who in the world the Aruli are, and how they entered into alliance with the Romans, I shall forthwith explain. They used to dwell beyond the Ister river from of old, worshipping a great host of gods, whom it seemed to them holy to appease even by human sacrifices, and they observed many customs which were not in accord with those of other men, for they were not permitted to live either when they grew old or when they fell sick, but as soon as one of them was overtaken by old age or by sickness, it became necessary for him to ask his relatives to remove him from the world as quickly as possible, and these relatives would pile up a quantity of wood to a great height, and lay the man on top of the wood, and then they would send one of the Aruli, but not a relative of the man, to his side with a dagger, for it was not lawful for a kinsman to be his slayer. And when the slayer of the relative had returned, they would straightway burn the whole pile of wood, beginning at the edges, and after the pyre had ceased to burn, they would immediately collect the bones and bury them in the earth. And when a man of the Aruli died, it was necessary for his wife, if she laid claim to virtue and wished to leave a fair name behind her, to die not long afterwards beside the tomb of her husband, by hanging herself with a rope. And if she did not do this, the result was that she was in ill repute thereafter, and an offence to the relatives of her husband. Such were the customs observed by the Aruli in ancient times. But as time went on, they became superior to all the barbarians who dwelt about them both in power and in numbers, and as was natural, they attacked and vanquished them severally, and kept plundering their possessions by force. And finally they made the Lombards, who were Christians, together with several other nations, subject and tributary to themselves, though the barbarians of that region were not accustomed to that sort of thing. But the Aruli were led to take this course by love of money and a lawless spirit. When, however, Anastasius took over the Roman Empire, the Aruli, having no longer anyone in the world whom they could assail, laid down their arms, and remained quiet, and they observed peace in this way for a space of 3 years. But the people themselves, being exceedingly vexed, began to abuse their leader Rodolphus without restraint. Going to him constantly, they called him cowardly and effeminate, and railed at him in a most unruly manner, taunting him with certain other names besides. And Rodolphus, being quite unable to bear the insult, marched against the Lombards, who were doing no wrong, without charging against them any fault or alleging any violation of their agreement, but bringing upon them a war which had no real cause. And when the Lombards got word of this, they sent to Rodolphus and made inquiry and demanded that he should state the charge on account of which the Auruli were coming against them in arms, agreeing that if they had deprived the Auruli of any of the tribute, then they would instantly pay it with large interest, and if their grievance was that only a moderate tribute had been imposed upon them, then the Lombards would never be reluctant to make it greater. Such were the offers which the envoys made, but Rodolphus with a threat sent them away and marched forward, and they again sent other envoys to him on the same mission, and supplicated him with many entreaties. And when the second envoys had fared in the same way, a third embassy came upon him, and forbade the Auruli on any account to bring upon them a war without excuse. For if they should come against them with such a purpose, they too, not willingly, but under the direst necessity, would array themselves against their assailants, calling upon God as their witness, the slightest breath of whose favour, turning the scales, would be a match for all the strength of men, and he, in all likelihood, would be motivated by the causes of the war, and would determine the issue of the fight for both sides accordingly. So they spoke, thinking in this way to terrify their assailants, but the Auruli, shrinking from nothing whatever, decided to meet the Lombards in battle, and when the two armies came close to one another, it so happened that the sky above the Lombards was obscured by a sort of cloud, black and very thick, but above the Auruli it was exceedingly clear, and judging by this one would have supposed that the Auruli were entering the conflict to their own harm. For there can be no more forbidding portent than this for barbarians as they go into battle. However, the Auruli gave no heed even to this, but in absolute disregard of it they advanced against their enemy with utter contempt, estimating the outcome of war by mere superiority in numbers. But when the battle came to close quarters, many of the Auruli perished, and Rodolphus himself also perished, and the rest fled at full speed, forgetting all their courage. And since their enemy followed them up, the most of them fell on the field of battle, and only a few succeeded in saving themselves. For this reason the Auruli were no longer able to tarry in their ancestral homes, but departing from there as quickly as possible, they kept moving forward, traversing the whole country, which is beyond the Ista River, together with their wives and children. But when they reached a land where the Roghi dwelt of old, a people who had joined the Gothic host and gone to Italy, they settled in that place. But since they were pressed by famine because they were in a barren land, they removed from there not long afterwards, and came to a place close to the country of the Gepides. And at first the Gepides permitted them to dwell there and be neighbours to them, since they came as supplicants, but afterwards, for no good reason, the Gepides began to practise unholy deeds upon them, for they violated their women and seized their cattle and other property, and abstained from no wickedness whatever, and finally began an unjust attack upon them, and the Auruli, unable to bear all this any longer, crossed the Ista River and decided to live as neighbours to the Romans in that region. This was during the reign of the Emperor Anastasius, who received them with great friendliness and allowed them to settle where they were. But a short time afterwards these barbarians gave him offence by their lawless treatment of the Romans there, and for this reason he sent an army against them. And the Romans, after defeating them in battle, slew most of their number, and had ample opportunity to destroy them all, but the remainder of them threw themselves upon the mercy of the generals, and begged them to spare their lives, and to have them as allies and servants of the emperor hereafter. And when Anastasius learned this, he was pleased, and consequently a number of the Auruli were left. However, they neither became allies of the Romans, nor did they do them any good, but when Justinian took over the empire, he bestowed upon them good lands and other possessions, and thus completely succeeded in winning their friendship and persuaded them all to become Christians. As a result of this, they adopted a gentler manner of life and decided to submit themselves wholly to the laws of the Christians, and in keeping with the terms of their alliance, they are generally arrayed with the Romans against their enemies. They are still, however, faithless towards them, and since they are given to avarice, they are eager to do violence to their neighbours, feeling no shame at such conduct, and they mate in an unholy manner, especially men with asses, and they are the basest of all men, and utterly abandoned rascals. Afterwards, although some few of them remained at peace with the Romans, as will be told by me in the following narrative, all the rest revolted for the following reason. The Auruli, displaying their beastly and fanatical character against their own Rex, one Ochus by name, suddenly killed the man for no good reason at all, laying against him no other charge than that they wished to be without a king thereafter. And yet, even before this, while their king did have the title, they had practically no advantage over any private citizen whatsoever. But all claimed the right to sit with him and eat with him, and whoever wished insulted him without restraint, for no men in the world are less bound by convention or more unstable than the Auruli. Now when the evil deed had been accomplished, they were immediately repentant, for they said that they were not able to live without a ruler and without a general, so after much deliberation it seemed to them best in every way to summon one of their royal family from the island of Fuel. And the reason for this I shall now explain. When the Auruli, being defeated by the Lombards in the above-mentioned battle, migrated from their ancestral homes, some of them, as has been told by me above, made their home in the country of Illyricum, but the rest were reversed to crossing the Ister River, but settled at the very extremity of the world. At any rate, these men, led by many of the royal blood, traversed all the nations of the Sclaveni, one after the other, and after next crossing a large tract of barren country, they came to the Varni, as they are called. After these they passed by the nation of the Danni, without suffering violence at the hands of the barbarians there. Coming thence to the ocean, they took to the sea, and putting in at Thule, remained there on the island. Now Thule is exceedingly large, for it is more than 10 times greater than Britain, and it lies far distant from it, and towards the north. On this island, the land is for the most part barren, but in the inhabited country 13 very numerous nations are settled, and there are kings over each nation. In that place a very wonderful thing takes place each year, for the sun at the time of the summer solstice never sets for 40 days, but appears constantly during this whole time above the earth. But not less than 6 months later, at about the time of the winter solstice, the sun is never seen on this island for 40 days, but never-ending night envelops it, and as a result of this, dejection holds the people there during the whole time, because they are unable by any means to mingle with one another during this interval. And although I was eager to go to this island and become an eyewitness of the things, no opportunity ever presented itself. However, I made inquiry from those who come to us from the island as to how in the world they are able to reckon the length of the days, since the sun never rises nor sets there at the appointed times, and they give me an account which is true and trustworthy. For they said that the sun during those 40 days does not indeed set just as has been stated, but is visible to the people there at one time towards the east, and again towards the west. Whenever therefore on its return it reaches the same place on the horizon where they had previously been accustomed to see it rise, they reckon in this way that one day and night have passed. When, however, the time of the nights arrives, They always take note of the course of the moon and stars, and thus reckon the measure of the days. And when a time amounting to 35 days has passed in this long night, certain men are sent to the summits of the mountains, for this is the custom among them, and when they are able from that point barely to see the sun, they bring back word to the people below, that within 5 days the sun will shine upon them. And the whole population celebrates a festival at the good news, and that too in the darkness. And this is the greatest festival which the natives of Fuel have, for I imagine these islanders always become terrified, although they see the same thing happen every year, fearing that the sun may at some time fail them entirely. But among the barbarians who are settled in Fuel, one nation only, who are called the Scrififini, live a kind of life akin to that of the beasts, for they neither wear garments of cloth, nor do they walk with shoes on their feet, nor do they drink wine, nor derive anything edible from the earth, for they neither till the land themselves, nor do their women work it for them, but the women regularly join the men in hunting, which is their only pursuit, for the forests, which are exceedingly large, produce for them a great abundance of wild beasts, and other animals, as do also the mountains which rise there. And they feed exclusively upon the flesh of the wild beasts slain by them, and clothe themselves in their skins, and since they have neither flax nor any implement with which to sew, they fasten these skins together by the sinews of the animals, and in this way manage to cover the whole body, and indeed, not even their infants are nursed in the same way as among the rest of mankind, for the children of the Scrififini do not feed upon the milk of women, nor do they touch their mothers' breasts, but they are nourished upon the marrow of the animals killed in the hunt, and upon this alone. Now, as soon as a woman gives birth to a child, she throws it into a skin and straightway hangs it to a tree, and after putting marrow into its mouth, she immediately sets out with her husband for the customary hunt, for they do everything in common, and likewise engage in this pursuit together. So much for the daily life of these barbarians. But all the other inhabitants of Fuel, practically speaking, do not differ very much from the rest of mankind, but they reverence in great numbers gods and demons both of the heavens and of the air, of the earth and of the sea, and sundry other demons which are said to be in the waters of springs and rivers. And they incessantly offer up all kinds of sacrifices and make oblations to the dead. But the noblest of sacrifices in their eyes is the first human being whom they have taken captive in war, for they sacrifice him to Ares, whom they regard as the greatest god, and the manner in which they offer up the captive is not by sacrificing him on an altar only, but also by hanging him to a tree, or throwing him among thorns, or killing him by some other most cruel form of death. Thus, then, do the inhabitants of Fuel live, and one of their most numerous nations is the Gothic, and it was next to them that the incoming Aruli settled at the time in question. On the present occasion, therefore, the Aruli who dwelt among the Romans, after the murder of their king had been perpetrated by them, sent some of their notables to the island of Fuel to search out and bring back whomsoever they were able to find there of the royal blood. And when these men reached the island, they found many there of the royal blood, but they selected the one man who pleased them most, and set out with him on the return journey. But this man fell sick and died when he had come to the country of the Danny. These men therefore went a second time to the island and secured another man, Datius by name, and he was followed by his brother, Iordus, and 200 youths of the Arulian Thule. But since much time passed while they were absent on this journey, it occurred to the Aruli in the neighbourhood of Singidanum that they were not consulting their own interests in importing a leader from Thule against the wishes of the Emperor Justinian. They therefore sent envoys to Byzantium, begging the Emperor to send them a ruler of his own choice, and he straightway sent them one of the Aruli, who had long been sojourning in Byzantium, Sertuus by name. At first the Aruli welcomed him and did obeisance to him, and rendered the customary obedience to his commands, but not many days later a messenger arrived with the tidings that the men from the island of Thule were near at hand, and Sertuus commanded them to go out to meet those men, his intention being to destroy them, and the Aruli, approving his purpose, immediately went with him. But when the two forces were 1 day's journey distant from each other, the king's men all abandoned him at night, and went over of their own accord to the newcomers, while he himself took to flight, and set out unattended to Byzantium. Thereupon the emperor earnestly undertook with all his power to restore him to his office, and the Aruli, fearing the power of the Romans, decided to submit themselves to the Gepides. This, then, was the cause of the revolt of the Aruli. Belisarius and Narses came together with their 2 armies near the city of Firmium, which lies on the shore of the Ionian Gulf, and is 1 day's journey distant from the city of Auximus. In that place they began to hold conferences with all the commanders of the army, considering at what particular point it would be most to their advantage to make the first attack upon the enemy, or if on the one hand they should proceed against the forces besieging Arminium. They suspected that the Goths in Auximus would in all probability, taking them in the rear, inflict irreparable harm upon both them and upon the Romans who lived in that region. But on the other hand, they were anxious concerning the besieged, dreading lest by reason of their lack of provisions they should suffer some great misfortune. Now the majority were hostile towards John and made their speeches accordingly, and the charge they brought against him was that he had been moved by unreasoning daring and a desire to gain great sums of money to place himself in the present dangerous position, and that he would not allow the operations of the war to be carried out in due order, nor in the manner prescribed by Belisarius. But Narses, who loved John above all other men, beginning to be fearful lest Belisarius should give way to the words of the officers, and treat the situation at Arminium as of secondary importance, spoke as follows: "Fellow officers, you are not debating a question of the customary sort, nor are you holding this council regarding a situation about which one would naturally be in doubt, but in circumstances where it is possible even for those who have had no experience of war to make the choice offhand, and in so doing choose the better course. For if it seems to be true that each of these 2 alternatives offers to those who fail an equal degree of danger and evenly balanced possibilities of mischief, it is altogether worthwhile to deliberate and to go most thoroughly into the arguments, and only then to make our decision regarding the situation before us. But if we should wish to put off the assault upon Auximus to some other time, the penalty we shall suffer will involve in no way any vital interest of ours, for what difference could arise during this interval? But if we fail at Ariminium, we shall in all probability, if it is not too bitter a thing to say, shatter the strength of the Romans. Now if John treated your commands with insolence, most excellent Belisarius, the atonement you have already extracted from him is surely ample, since it is now in your power either to save him in his reverse or to abandon him to the enemy. But see to it that you do not extract from the Emperor and from us the penalty for mistakes committed by John through ignorance. For if the Goths capture Arminium at the present juncture, it will be their good fortune to have made captive a capable Roman general, as well as a whole army and a city subject to the Emperor. And this calamity will not stop with this, but it will also have such weight as to determine the fortune of the war in every field. For you should reason thus regarding the enemy, that they are still, even at the present time, far superior to us in the number of their soldiers, and they have lost their courage only because of the many reverses that they have suffered. And this is natural, for the adversity of fortune has taken away all their confidence. If therefore they meet with success at the present time, they will at no distant date recover their spirit, and thereafter they will carry on this war with a boldness not merely equal to ours, but actually much greater. For it is a way with those who are freeing themselves from a difficult situation always to have a better heart than those who have not yet met with disaster. Thus spoke Narses. At this time a soldier who had escaped from Arminium by slipping through the guards of the barbarians came into the camp and showed Belisarius a letter which John had written him, conveying the following message. Know that for a long time all our provisions have been exhausted, that we are no longer able either to hold out against the populace or to ward off our assailants, and that within 7 days we shall unwillingly surrender both ourselves and the city to the enemy, for beyond this time we are absolutely unable to overcome the necessity which is upon us, and this necessity, I think, will be a sufficient apology in our behalf if we do anything which is unseemly. Thus then did John write, but Belisarius on his part was sorely perplexed, and plunged into the greatest uncertainty. For while he was fearful concerning the besieged, he suspected at the same time that the enemy in Oximus would overrun the whole country around about and plunder it with never a fear, and also that they would ambush his own army from behind at every opportunity, and especially whenever he joined battle with his opponents, and would thus in all probability do the Romans great and irreparable harm. Finally, however, he did as follows. He left Arratius with 1,000 men there, instructing them to make a camp by the sea at a distance of 200 stades from Oximus. The troops he commanded neither to move away from that position nor to fight a decisive action with the enemy, except in so far as to drive them off from the camp, if they should ever make an attack upon it. For he hoped by this course to make it certain that the barbarians, seeing Romans encamped close by, would remain quietly in Oximus, and never follow his own army to do it harm. And he dispatched by sea a very considerable army commanded by Herodian, Alarius, and Narses, the brother of Arratius. But Idiger was appointed commander-in-chief of the expedition, and he was instructed by Belisarius to sail straight for Arminium, taking care not to attempt putting in to shore near the city while the land army was still far behind, for they would be proceeding by a road not far from the coast, and he ordered another army under the command of Martinus to march along the coast, keeping near these ships, and instructing them that, when they came close to the enemy, they should burn the greater number of campfires than usual, and not in proportion to the actual numbers of the army, and thus lead their opponents to believe their numbers to be much greater than they actually were. He himself meanwhile went by another road far removed from the shore with Narses and the rest of the army, passing through the city of Viscilla, which in earlier times Alaric destroyed so completely that nothing whatever has been left of its former grandeur except a small raiment of a single gate, and of the floor of the adjoining edifice. In that place it was my fortune to see the following sight. When the army of John came into Picenum, the people of that region, as was natural, were thrown into great confusion, and among the women some took hurriedly to flight, wherever each one found it possible, while others were captured and led away in a disorderly manner by those who chanced upon them. Now a certain woman of this city had, as it happened, just given birth to a child, and had abandoned the infant, leaving it in its swaddling clothes, lying upon the ground, and whether she sought safety in flight or was captured by someone or other, she did not succeed in getting back again to that place, for assuredly it fell out that she disappeared from the world, or at least from Italy. So the infant, being thus abandoned, began to cry. But a lone she-goat, seeing it, felt pity and came near, and gave the infant her udder, for she too, as it happened, had recently brought forth young, and guarded it carefully, lest a dog or wild beast should injure it. And since the confusion was long continued, it came about that the infant partook of this food for a very long time. But later, when it became known to the people of Picenum that the emperor's army had come there to injure the Goths, but that the Romans would suffer no harm from it, they all returned immediately to their homes. And when such of the women as were Romans by birth came to Viscilla with the men, and saw the infant still alive in its swaddling clothes, they were utterly unable to comprehend what had happened, and considered it very wonderful that the infant was living, and each one of them who chanced to be at that time able to do so offered her breast. But neither would the infant now have anything to do with human milk, nor was the goat at all willing to let it go, but as it kept bleating unceasingly about the infant, it seemed to those present to be feeling the greatest resentment that the women came near it and disturbed it as they did, and, to put all in a word, she insisted upon claiming the babe as her own. Consequently, the women no longer disturbed the infant, and the goat continued to nourish it free from fear, and to guard it with every care. Wherefore the inhabitants of the place appropriately called this infant Aegisithus. And when I happened to be sojourning in that place, by way of making a display of the strange sight, they took me near the infant and purposely hurt it, so that it might cry out, and the infant, annoyed by those hurting it, began to cry, whereupon the goat, which was standing about a stone's throw away from it, hearing the cry, came running and bleating loudly to its side, and took her stand over it, so that no one might be able to hurt it again. Such then is the story of this Aegisithus, passing through the mountains in this region. For seeing that he was greatly inferior to his opponents in numbers, he did not wish to engage in an open battle with them, since he could see that the barbarians were actually paralysed by their previous defeats, and he thought that, as soon as they learned that a hostile army was coming upon them from all sides, they would not once think of resistance, but would, without the least hesitation, turn to flight. And indeed, he arrived at a correct opinion regarding the situation, and his suppositions were not at variance with what the future was to bring forth. For when they had reached a point in the mountains where they were about 1 day's journey distant from Arminium, they happened upon a small company of Goths, who were travelling on some necessary errand, and the Goths, falling in unexpectedly with a hostile army, were quite unable to get away from the road before they were attacked by the missiles of those who marched in the van, and some fell on the spot, while others, after receiving wounds, succeeded in hiding themselves by scrambling up some of the high cliffs close by. From that position, they watched the Roman army collecting over all of the rough ground, and they supposed them to be many more than they really were. And seeing the standards of Belisarius there also, they realised that he was leading this army in person. Then night came on, and the Romans bivouacked where they were, while the wounded Goths went stealthily to the camp of Witigis, and reaching it at about midday, they displayed their wounds and declared that Belisarius would be upon them almost at once with an army past numbering. Then the Goths began to prepare for battle to the north of the city of Arminium, for they thought that the enemy would come from that direction, and they were all constantly looking towards the heights of the mountain. But when as night came upon them, they had laid down their weapons and were resting, they saw many campfires to the east of the city, about 60 stades away. These were the fires which the troops of Martinus were burning, and they fell into a state of helpless fear, for they suspected that they would be surrounded by the enemy at daybreak. So for that night they bivouacked in such a state of fear, but on the succeeding day at sunrise they saw a fleet of ships in overwhelming numbers bearing down upon them, and being plunged into speechless terror, they made a rush to flee. And while they were packing up their luggage as quickly as they could, there arose so much confusion and shouting among them, that they neither paid heed to the commands given, nor did they think of anything else than how each man for himself could get away first from the camp, and place himself inside the fortifications of Ravenna. And if the besieged had only had some strength or daring left in them, they could have killed great numbers of the enemy on the spot by making a sally from the city, and the whole war would have ended there. But as it was, this was prevented by the great fear which had taken possession of them because of their past experiences, and by the weakness which had come upon many owing to the lack of provisions. So the barbarians, leaving there some of their possessions in the excess of their confusion, began to run as fast as they could go on the road to Ravenna. Among the Romans, Idiger and his men were the first to arrive at the enemy's camp, and they made slaves of such of the Goths as had remained there suffering from sickness of one kind or another, and collected all the valuables which the Goths had left in their flight. And Belisarius with his whole army arrived at midday, and when he saw John and his men pale and dreadfully emaciated, he said to him, hinting at the rashness of his audacious deed, that he owed a debt of gratitude to Idiger, but John said that he recognised his obligation not to Idiger, but to Narses, the emperor's steward, implying, I suppose, that Belisarius had not come to his defence very willingly, but only after being persuaded by Narses. And from that time both these men began to regard each other with great suspicion. It was for this reason that the friends of Narses even tried to prevent him from marching with Belisarius, and they sought to show him how disgraceful it was for one who shared the secrets of the emperor not to be commander-in-chief of the army, but to take orders from a mere general, for they expressed the view that Belisarius would never willingly share with him the command of the army on equal terms, but that, if he wished to take command of the Roman army for himself, he would be followed by the greater part of the soldiers, and much the best ones too, together with their commanders, for the Aruli, they said, and Narses' own spearmen and guards, and the troops commanded by Justinus and John himself, together with the forces of Aratius and the other Narses, amounted to not less than 10,000 men, brave soldiers, and especially capable warriors, but they did not wish the subjugation of Italy to be reckoned to the credit of Belisarius alone, but desired that Narses too should carry off his share of the honour, for they supposed that he had left the society of the emperor, not that by facing danger himself he might establish the glory of Belisarius, but presumably in order that, by making a display of deeds of wisdom and bravery, he might become famous among all men. Furthermore, they said, even Belisarius would thenceforth be unable to accomplish anything without these troops. For the greater part of the forces which he commanded had already been left behind in fortresses and cities which he had himself captured, and they enumerated them all, starting at Sicily and naming them in order as far as Picenum. When Narses heard this, he was exceedingly pleased with the suggestion, and could no longer restrain his mind or tolerate the existing arrangement. Often, therefore, when Belisarius thought proper to undertake some new enterprise, he would resort to different pretexts, now one and now another, and thus block the project he was urging. And Belisarius, perceiving this, called together all the commanders and spoke as follows: "It seems to me, fellow officers, that I do not have the same opinion regarding this war as you have, for you, I see, are contemptuous of the enemy as being completely vanquished. But my opinion is that by this confidence of yours, we shall fall into a danger which can be foreseen, because I know that the barbarians have not been vanquished by us because of any lack of courage on their part, or because of inferiority in numbers, but that it is by means of careful planning beforehand that they have been outgeneralled, and consequently have turned to flight from this place. And I fear that you may be deceived in regard to these facts because of your false estimate of the situation, and may thus do irreparable harm both to yourselves and to the cause of the Romans. For those who, accounting themselves victorious, are lifted up by their achievements, become more readily destroyed than those who have indeed suffered an unexpected reverse, but thereafter are actuated by fear and abundant respect of their enemy. For while indifference has sometimes ruined men who were in good luck, energy coupled with solicitude has often relieved those who had been unfortunate. For on the one hand, when men allow themselves to drift into an attitude of unconcern, the measures of their strength are wont as a rule to be lessened. But on the other hand, careful study of a situation is naturally calculated to instill vigour. Accordingly, let each one of you remember that Witigis is in Ravenna with many tens of thousands of Goths, and Arius is besieging Milan and has brought the whole of Liguria under his power, that Auximus is already filled with an array both numerous and formidable, and that many other places as far as Urviventus, which is in the neighbourhood of Rome, are guarded by barbarian garrisons which are a match for us. Consequently, the situation is more perilous for us at the present time than it was formerly, seeing that we have come to be in a way surrounded by the enemy. And this is not all, for I pass over the report that the Franks also have joined forces with them in Liguria, a thing which cannot fail to be remembered by all Romans with great fear. I state, therefore, as my opinion, that a part of the army ought to be sent to Liguria and Milan, and that the rest should instantly proceed against Auximus and the enemy there, in order to accomplish whatever God permits, and afterwards we should also take in hand the other tasks of the war, whatever way seems best and most advantageous. So spoke Belisarius. And Narses replied as follows: "In other respects, General, no one could deny that everything has been spoken by you with truth, but that the Emperor's whole army here should be divided between Milan and Auximus alone, I consider to be utterly inexpedient. It would not be at all unreasonable for you, on your part, to lead against these places such of the Romans as you yourself might wish, but we, on our part, shall take possession for the Emperor of the territory of Aemilia, which the Goths are making the greatest effort to win for themselves, and we shall harass Ravenna in such a way that you will crush the enemy before you as you wish, while they are excluded from the hope of armies to support them. For if we should elect to join you in carrying on a siege at Oximus, the barbarians, I fear, will come upon us from Ravenna, with the result that we shall become exposed to the enemy on both sides, and, being at a distance from our base of supplies, we shall be destroyed on that spot. Such were the words of Narses. But Belisarius feared that, if the Romans should go against many places at once, it would come about that the emperor's cause would be weakened and finally ruined by the confusion resulting therefrom, and so he showed a letter from the Emperor Justinian, which he had written to the commanders of the army, conveying the following message: "We have not sent our steward Narses to Italy in order to command the army, for we wish Belisarius alone to command the whole army in whatever manner seems to him to be the best, and it is the duty of all of you to follow him in the interest of our state." Such was the purport of the emperor's letter. But Narses, laying hold of the final words of the letter, declared that Belisarius at the present time was laying plans contrary to the interest of the state. For this reason, he said, it was unnecessary for them to follow him. Upon hearing this, Belisarius sent Peranius with a numerous army to Urviventus, with instructions to besiege it, while he himself led his army against Urbinus, a city of strong defences, and guarded by a sufficient garrison of Goths. It is at a distance from the city of Arminium of 1 day's journey for an unencumbered traveller, and as he led forth the army, he was followed by Narses and John, and all the others. And upon coming near the city, they encamped in 2 divisions along the foot of the hill, for they had not combined their forces at all, but the troops of Belisarius held the position to the east of the city, and those of Narses that to the west. Now the city of Urbinus is situated upon a hill which is round and exceedingly high. However, the hill is neither precipitous nor altogether impossible to climb, and it is difficult only by reason of being very steep, especially as one comes very close to the city, but it has one approach by level ground on the north, so the Romans were stationed for the siege as has been stated. Now Belisarius was of the opinion that the barbarians would somewhat readily make terms with the Romans for a surrender, believing that they had become terrified by the danger, and so he sent envoys to them, promising that they would receive many benefits, and exhorting them to become subjects of the emperor. These envoys stood near the gates, for the enemy would not receive them into the city, and spoke at length, making a great effort to win them over. But the Goths, confident in the strength of their position and their abundance of provisions, would not listen to their proposals, and bade the Romans depart from the city with all speed. So when Belisarius heard this, he ordered the army to collect thick poles, and to make of them a long colonnade. This device was destined to cover the men hidden inside, as they moved forward close up to the gate at the particular point where the ground was level, and carried on their operations against the wall. So the soldiers were engaged in this work, but some of the intimates of Narses gathered around him and declared that Belisarius was undertaking an endless task, and devising impracticable plans, for John, they said, had already made an attempt upon the place, and that too at a time when it was guarded by only a few men, and had perceived that it was altogether impregnable, and this was true, and they said that he ought to recover for the emperor the land of Aemilia. And since he was won over by this suggestion, Narses at night abandoned the siege, although Belisarius begged him earnestly to remain there, and assist his own troops in capturing the city of Urbinus. So Narses and his followers went in haste to Arminium, with a portion of the army. And as soon as Moras and his barbarians saw at daybreak that one half of the enemy had withdrawn, they began to shout taunts and bantering words from the fortifications at those who had remained. Belisarius, however, was purposing to storm the wall with his remaining force, and while he was laying plans for this attack, an altogether wonderful piece of good fortune befell him. There was only one spring in Urbinus, and from it all the inhabitants of the city were drawing water. This spring of its own accord little by little dried up, and began to give out, and in 3 days the water had left it to such an extent that the barbarians drawing from it were drinking the water along with mud. Consequently, they decided to capitulate to the Romans, but Belisarius, who had not received any information of this, was still purposing to make an attempt upon the fortifications, and he armed his entire force and placed it in a circle about the whole hill, and then commanded a few men to move forward the colonnade of poles, for such is the name by which this device is customarily called, where the ground was level. So these men went into it and began to walk and to draw the colonnade with them, hidden from the eyes of the enemy. Thereupon the barbarians, stretching forth their right hands from the parapet, begged to receive peace. But the Romans, not knowing anything of what had taken place regarding the spring, supposed that it was the combat and the Roman device which they dreaded. Both sides, at any rate, gladly refrained from battle, and the Goths surrendered both themselves and the city to Belisarius, with the condition that they should remain free from harm, and that they should become subjects of the emperor on terms of complete equality with the Roman army. But Narses, upon hearing of this success, was filled with both astonishment and dejection, and he himself still remained quietly in Arminium. But he ordered John to lead his whole army against Cesena. So they went, taking ladders with them, and when they came close to the fortress, they delivered an attack and made trial of the fortifications. But since the barbarians defended themselves manfully, many fell in the fight, and among them Phanithius, the leader of the Eruli. So John, failing to capture the fortress of Cesena at that time, saw fit to make no further attempt upon it, since it seemed to him impregnable, and he marched forward with Justinus and the rest of the army, and by a sudden move he succeeded in taking possession of an ancient city which is named Foro Cornelius, and since the barbarians constantly retired before him, and never came to an engagement, he recovered the whole of Aemilia for the emperor. Such was the course of these events. Now Belisarius, since he had captured Urbinus at about the winter solstice, thought it inexpedient to march against Oximus immediately, for he suspected that a long time would be consumed by his troops in besieging it, for it was impossible to take the place by storm because of the strength of its defences, and the barbarian garrison of the city was both numerous and composed of the best troops, as I have previously stated, and since they had plundered a large tract of country, they had brought in for themselves a great store of provisions. But he commanded Aratius with a numerous army to pass the winter in Firmum, and to be on his guard that the barbarians in future should not be at liberty to make their raids from Oximus, and fearlessly to carry on a campaign of violence in that region. He himself, however, led his army against Viventus, for Perannius kept urging him to do this, since he had heard from the deserters that the Goths in that city had a scarcity of provisions, and he hoped that if, in addition to their lack of supplies, they should see Belisarius also present with his whole army, as they would suppose, they would give in the more readily, as indeed actually happened, for Belisarius, immediately upon reaching Viventus, commanded the whole army to encamp in a place suitably situated, while he himself made a complete circuit of the city, looking carefully to see whether it was perhaps not impossible to capture it by storm, and it seemed to him that there was no possible means of taking the place by any manner of assault. However, he decided that it would not be altogether impossible to capture it by a secret stratagem, for the city occupies a lone hill which springs from low-lying ground, being on the top, level and smooth, but precipitous at the base. And round this hill there stands rocks of equal height, which form as it were a circle about it, not immediately at the base of the hill, but about a stone's throw away. Upon this hill, then, the men of old built the city, and they neither placed walls around it nor constructed defences of any other kind, since the place seemed to them impregnable by nature. For there is only one approach to the city through the rocks, and if the inhabitants of the city only keep this under guard, they have nothing to fear from hostile attacks at any other point. For apart from the place where nature, as has been stated, constructed the approach to the city, a river which is always large and impassable occupies the space between the hill and the rocks which I have just mentioned. In view of this situation, the Romans of old built a short piece of wall across this approach, and there is a gate in it, which the Goths were guarding at this time. Such is the situation of Urvaventus, and Belisarius commenced the siege with his whole army, hoping either to deliver an attack by way of the river, or to bring the enemy to submission by famine. The barbarians on their part were for a long time not utterly destitute of provisions, though their supply was indeed too scanty for their needs, but still they held out beyond all expectation in enduring their suffering, never getting sufficient nourishment to satisfy them, and using each day only enough food as to not die of starvation. But finally, when all their provisions had been exhausted, they began to eat skins and hides, which they had previously soaked in water for a long time, for their commander, Albelus, a man of especial note among the Goths, was sustaining them with empty hopes. Now as time went on and brought again the summer season, the grain was already ripening uncared for in the cornlands, but in no such quantities as formerly. Indeed, it was much less, for since it had not been covered in the furrows, either by ploughs or by the hand of man, but lay upon the surface, the earth was able to make only a small portion of it take root, and since after that no one reaped it, when it had become fully ripe it fell again to the ground, and nothing grew from it thereafter. And this same thing had happened also in Aemilia, and because of this situation the inhabitants of that region left their homes and went to Picenum, thinking that, since that country was on the sea, it could not be suffering from absolute lack of food supplies, and the Tuscans, no less than the others, were attacked by famine for the same cause, and as many of them as lived in the mountains were eating loaves made of the acorns of the oak trees, which they ground up just like grain. The natural result of this was that the most of the people fell victim to all manner of diseases, and it was only a few who through these often recovered. Indeed, it is said that among the Roman farmers in Picenum not less than 50,000 persons perished by famine, and a great many more north of the Ionian Gulf. I shall now tell of the appearance which they came to have, and in what manner they died, for I was an eyewitness. All of them first became lean and pale, for the flesh, being ill supplied with nourishment, according to the old saying, laid hold upon itself, and the bile, having now the mastery of their bodies by reason of its excess, lent them almost its own appearance. And as the malady developed, all moisture left them, and the skin became very dry, so that it resembled leather more than anything else, giving the appearance of having been fastened upon the bones. And as they changed from a livid to a black colour, they came to resemble torches thoroughly burned, and their faces always wore an expression of amazement, while they always had a dreadful sort of insane stare, and they died, some because of the lack of food, and others, too, by sating themselves too much with it. For since all the warmth which nature kindled within them had died away, whenever anyone fed them to satiety, and not little by little, just like infants newly born, the result was that, since they were as yet unable to digest the food, they died much more quickly. Some too, overcome by hunger, fed upon their comrades. And it is said that 2 women in a certain place in the country above the city of Arminium ate 17 men, for these women, as it happened, were the only inhabitants of the place who survived, and consequently it came about that strangers travelling that way lodged in the little house where these women lived, so they would kill these strangers while they slept, and eat them. Now the story goes that the 18th stranger was roused from sleep, just when these women were about to lay hands upon him, and leaping up and learning from them the whole story, he killed both of them. Such, then, is the story which they tell. And the most of the people were so overcome by their hunger that if they happened upon a bit of grass anywhere, they would rush to it with great eagerness, and kneeling down, would try to pull it from the ground, and finding themselves unable to do so because all the strength had left them, they would fall upon the grass with their outstretched hands, and die. And no one ever laid them in the earth, for there was in fact not a man to concern himself about burying the dead, and yet they remained untouched by any of the numerous birds which have the habit of feeding upon dead bodies, for they offered nothing which the birds craved, for all the flesh, as I have previously stated, had already been consumed by starvation. Such was the manner in which famine visited the land. Now when Belisarius heard that Arias and the barbarians were besieging Milan, he sent Martinus and Uliaris against them, with a numerous army. But when this force reached the river Po, which is 1 day's journey distant from Milan, they established a camp and remained there, and a long time was spent deliberating by them at that camp, while they were deliberating about crossing the river. And when Mundilas heard this, he sent to them one of the Romans, Paulus by name. He accordingly passed through the lines of the enemy without being detected, and reached the bank of the river Po, but he happened to find no ferry ready at that moment, and so he removed his clothing and, at great risk, made the crossing by swimming. So when he had betaken himself to the Roman camp, and had come into the presence of the commanders, he spoke as follows: Martinus and Uliaris, you are not acting justly, nor in a manner worthy of your own fame, seeing that in appearance you have come for the saving of the emperor's cause, but in reality to magnify the power of the Goths. For this city of Milan, which far surpasses practically all the other cities of Italy in point of size and population, and in every other sort of prosperity, and apart from these advantages, is an outpost against the Germans and the other barbarians, has been thrown out to protect the whole Roman Empire, so to speak. This city, I say, has now fallen into great danger together with Mundilas and the Emperor's army, harassed as it is by the enemy, and neglected meanwhile by you, and how much the Emperor has been wronged by you in the present case, I refrain from stating, for the urgency of the moment does not allow me to use many words, seeking as I do quick assistance for the city, while some hope is still left. But you, I say, must come to the defence of the people of Milan in their peril with all possible speed. For if at the present crisis you act with any hesitation in coming to us, the result will be for us, on the one hand, to perish after suffering the most cruel fate possible, and for you, on the other, to have betrayed to the enemy the Emperor's power. For those who may perchance open their gates to the enemy are not the only ones who are justly called traitors, but with equal, nay, even greater justice, this name belongs to those who, though they have the power to defend those dearest to them when they are besieged, still choose the course of hesitation, which involves no danger, instead of engaging in the struggle, and thus probably give their enemies the victory over them. Thus spoke Paulus, and Martinus and Uliaris sent him back with the promise to follow him right speedily. And he once more succeeded in getting through the barbarians unnoticed, entered Milan by night, and having roused the hopes of the soldiers and all the Romans, still more strengthened their purpose to be faithful to the Emperor. Nevertheless, Martinus and his men continued to be reluctant to move, and remained where they were, and much time was consumed by them in hesitating in this way. But finally Martinus, wishing to clear himself of the charge, wrote to Belisarius as follows: "You sent us hither in order to bring support to those endangered in Milan, and we have come in great haste, just as you commanded, as far as the river Po. But the army fears to cross this river, since we hear that a strong force of Goths are in Liguria, and a very great multitude of Burgundians with them. And against such an army we do not consider ourselves able to fight a decisive battle alone, but command John and Justinus, who are in our neighbourhood in the land of Aemilia, to come with all possible speed together with their troops, and assist us in meeting this danger, for by going together from here we shall be enabled both to be safe ourselves, and also to do some harm to the enemy." Such was the content of Martinus' letter, and Belisarius, upon reading it, commanded John and Justinus to join forces with Martinus, and go with all speed against Milan. But they said that they would do nothing except what Narses commanded them, wherefore Belisarius wrote also to Narses as follows: "Consider that the whole army of the Emperor is one body, and that if it does not display one single purpose, just as do the members of a man, but one part wishes to act separately from the others, what will be left to us is to perish utterly without having performed any of our duties. Therefore have done with Aemilia, which neither contains any fortress nor has any decisive importance for the Romans, at least at the present moment. But do you command John and Justinus without the least delay to go with the forces of Martinus straight against the enemy at Milan, for they are near at hand, and sufficiently strong to overpower the barbarians. For it so happens that I myself have here no numerous army which I could possibly send, and even apart from that I think it inexpedient for soldiers to go from here against Milan, for a great amount of time will be consumed in the journey, so that they will fail to reach the city at the proper moment, and they will be quite unable on account of the length of the journey to use their horses against the enemy when they reach them. But if these men go with Martinus and Uliaris against Milan, they will in all probability both overcome the barbarians there and also take possession of Aemilia again without encountering any further resistance." When this letter had been delivered to Narses, and read by him, he himself sent orders to John and Justinus to go with the other army to Milan, and John a little later set out for the sea coast, in order to bring boats from there, which were to enable the army to cross the river, but an illness which fell upon him put a stop to that undertaking. But while the forces of Martinus were hesitating about the crossing of the river, and those of John were awaiting the instructions of Narses, a great amount of time was consumed, and the siege meantime continued to be pressed. And the besieged were already suffering extremely from the famine, and under the overwhelming necessity of their wretched situation, the most of them had begun to eat dogs and mice and other animals, such as had never been eaten by man. So the barbarians sent envoys to Mandilias, bidding him surrender the city to them, with the condition that he himself and the soldiers should remain free from harm. But Mundilius agreed to do this only on condition that they not only give pledges for the safety of the Roman garrison, but also that they would do no harm in any way to any of the inhabitants. But since the enemy, though ready to give pledges to Mundilius and the soldiers, were moved by furious passion against the Ligurians, and were evidently going to destroy them all, Mundilius called all the soldiers together and spoke as follows: "If it has ever happened that any men before us, though having the opportunity to save their lives with disgrace, have chosen rather to die with fair fame, abandoning their immediate safety for a glorious end of life, such men I should wish you also to be at the present time, and not through fondness of life to pursue it even though it be involved in shame, and that too contrary to the teachings of Belisarius, by which you have profited for a long time past, so that to be otherwise than noble and exceedingly courageous is for you sacrilege. For when men have once entered life, a single fate is advancing upon all of them, to die at the appointed time. But as to the manner of death, men differ, for the most part, one from the other. And there is this difference, that cowards, as one might expect, in every case first bring upon themselves insult and ridicule from their enemies, and then, at the exact time previously appointed, fulfil their destiny no whit the less. But it falls to the lot of noble men to suffer this with valour and an abundance of goodly fame. And apart from these considerations, if it had been possible to become slaves of the barbarians and at the same time to save the people of the city, that at least might have brought us some forgiveness for saving ourselves so disgracefully. But if, in fact, we are bound to look on while such a great multitude of Romans is being destroyed by the hand of the enemy, this will be more bitter than any form of death of which a man could tell. For we should appear to be doing nothing more or less than helping the barbarians to perpetrate the dreadful deed. While therefore we are sufficiently our own masters to adorn necessity with valour, let us make glorious the fortune which has fallen upon us. And I say that we ought all to arm ourselves in the best possible manner, and advance upon the enemy when they are not expecting us. For the result for us will be one of two things. Either fortune will have wrought for us in some way a success which transcends our present hope, or we, in achieving a happy end, shall have rid ourselves of our present troubles with the fairest fame. So spoke Mundilius, but not one of the soldiers was willing to undergo the danger, and they surrendered both themselves and the city on the terms which the enemy offered. And the barbarians did indeed inflict no harm upon the soldiers, simply putting them under guard with Mundilius, but the city they razed to the ground, killing all the males of every age to the number of not less than 300,000, and reducing the women to slavery, and then presenting them to the Burgundians, by way of repaying them for their alliance. But when they found Reparatus, the praetorian prefect, they cut his body into small pieces, and threw his flesh to the dogs. But Vergentinus, for he had been, as it happened, inside Milan, made his escape and betook himself with his followers to Dalmatia, passing through the land of the Veneti, and the other nations of that region, and from there he went to the emperor bearing the message of this great calamity which had befallen the Romans. In consequence of this success, the Goths took by surrender the other cities which happened to have Roman garrisons, and again gained control over the whole of Liguria. As for Martinus and Uliaris, they marched back with their army towards Rome. Such was the course of events in Liguria, and Belisarius, having not yet learned anything of what had happened in that field, was moving with his whole army into Picenum, since the winter was now coming to an end. But learning in the course of this journey what had befallen Milan, he grieved exceedingly, and never after that time would he allow Euliaris to come into his presence, but he wrote to the emperor everything which had taken place, and the emperor treated no one with severity on account of these things, but upon hearing of the disagreement between Belisarius and Narses, he recalled Narses immediately, and appointed Belisarius commander-in-chief for the whole war. Thus it was that Narses returned to Byzantium, bringing some few of the soldiers, but the Auruli, seeing that Narses was departing from Italy, refused to remain there longer, although Belisarius promised that they would receive many benefits both from himself and from the emperor if they remained. But they all packed up their luggage and withdrew, going first into Liguria. There they happened upon the army of Arias, and they sold all the slaves and the animals they were taking with them to the enemy, and having thus acquired a great amount of money, they took an oath that they would never array themselves against Goths, or do battle with them. Thus they made their withdrawal in peace and came into the land of the Veneti. But upon meeting Vitellius there, they forthwith began to repent of the wrong they had done the Emperor Justinian, and seeking to clear themselves of the charges against them, they left there Vicandus, one of their commanders, with his forces, but all the rest betook themselves to Byzantium, under the leadership of Aloith and Philomuth, the latter having taken the command after Phanethius was killed at Caesena. Now Vitiges and the Goths with him, hearing that Belisarius at the beginning of spring would come against them and Ravenna, were plunged into great fear, and they began to take counsel regarding the situation which confronted them, and realizing as they did that they alone were not a match for their enemy in battle, they decided after long deliberation to invite the assistance of some other barbarians. In carrying out this purpose, however, they avoided the Germans, having already had experience of their crafty and untrustworthy character, being well content if they too should not come against the Goths with Belisarius, but should stand aside for both. But they sent envoys to Vasses, the ruler of the Lombards, offering great sums of money and inviting him to an offensive and defensive alliance. And these envoys, upon learning that Vasses was a friend and ally of the emperor, returned unsuccessful. It was natural, therefore, that Vitiges should be at a loss in these circumstances, and he was constantly calling together many of the elders, and from them he made many inquiries as to how he should form his plans and act in order that he might achieve the greatest success. Accordingly, many opinions were expressed by those who gathered for the council, some of them in no way adapted to the situation, and some too which contained suggestions worthy of some consideration. And among these suggestions this idea also was advanced, that the Emperor of the Romans had plainly never been able to make war upon the barbarians in the west before the time when the treaty had been made with the Persians, for it was only then that the Vandals and Moors had been destroyed, and the Goths had suffered their present misfortunes. Consequently, if someone should once more rouse the hostility of the King of the Medes against the Emperor Justinian, the Romans thereafter should never be able, when once that nation had been stirred up to war against them, to carry on another war against any people in the world. This suggestion pleased both Vitiges himself and the other Goths. It was decided, therefore, that envoys should be sent to Chosroes, the king of the Medes, but that they should not be Goths, in order that the real character of the embassy might not be at once obvious and the negotiations be made useless, but Romans, who were to make him hostile to the Emperor Justinian. Accordingly, they bribed 2 priests of Liguria with great sums of money to undertake this service. One of these men, who seemed to be the more worthy, undertook the embassy, assuming the appearance and the title of bishop, which did not belong to him at all, while the other followed as his attendant. Vitiges also entrusted to them a letter written to Chosroes and sent them off, and Chosroes, influenced by this very letter, committed acts of an outrageous character against the Romans in time of peace, as has been told by me in the preceding narrative. Now when the Emperor Justinian heard that Chosroes and the Persians were planning to this end, he decided to bring the war in the west to an end as quickly as possible, and to recall Belisarius in order that he might take the field against the Persians. He immediately dismissed the envoys of Vitiges, for they happened to be still in Byzantium, promising that men would be sent by him to Ravenna who would draw up the treaty with the Goths in such a form that the interests of both sides would be furthered. But Belisarius did not release these envoys to the enemy until they in turn had released the embassy of Athanasius and Peter. And when these men arrived at Byzantium, the emperor counted them worthy of the greatest gifts of honour, appointing Athanasius prefect of the Praetorians in Italy, and giving Peter the office of Magister, as it is called. And the winter drew to a close, and the 4th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. Now Belisarius wished first to capture Oximus and Fistula, and after that to march against Vitiges and Ravenna, with no one of the enemy any longer able to oppose his advance or to harass his rear. Accordingly sent Cyprian and Justinus with their men, and some of the Isaurians to Fistula, together with 500 foot soldiers from the detachment commanded by Demetrius, and they made camp about the fortress and commenced a siege of the barbarian garrison. And Martinus and John with their troops and another army commanded by John, whom they called the Glutton, he sent to the country along the Po river. These officers he commanded to take care that Arius with his forces should not advance from Milan against his own army, and if they were not able to repel the enemy's attack, they were secretly to follow behind them and assail their rear. So they took possession of Dorthon, an unwalled city which lay on the river, and having established their camp, remained there, while Belisarius himself went to the city of Oximus with 11,000 men. Now this is the first of the cities in Picenum, being the metropolis as the Romans are accustomed to call it, and it is about 84 stades distant from the shore of the Ionian Gulf, and from the city of Ravenna a journey of 3 days and 80 stades, and it is situated upon a very high hill, having no approach at all upon the level ground, and for this reason it is entirely inaccessible for an enemy. In that city Vitiges had assembled all the most notable troops among the Goths, and had established them there as a garrison, conjecturing that the Romans, unless they should first capture this city, would never dare to march against Ravenna. Now when the Roman army arrived at Oximus, Belisarius commanded them all to encamp in a circle about the base of the hill. So they took their places by companies, and were setting up their huts at different points in the line. And the Goths, observing that the enemy were rather far apart from one another, and were not able easily to bring assistance to each other, since they were in a great plain, suddenly advanced upon them in the late afternoon, on the side to the east of the city, where Belisarius happened to be still engaged in making camp with his spearmen and guards. And the Romans took up their arms and began to defend themselves against their assailants as well as the circumstances permitted, and by their valour they forced them back with the greatest ease, and routed them, and in following up their flight they reached the middle of the hill. There the barbarians turned upon them, and confident in the strength of their position, made a stand against their pursuers, and since they were shooting from above, they slew many of them, until night coming on put a stop to the fighting. Thus the two armies separated and bivouacked that night. Now it happened that on the day before this encounter some of the Goths had been sent out to the country close by at early dawn, in order to gather provisions. These foraging parties, having learned nothing of the presence of the enemy, returned at night, and suddenly spying the fires of the Romans, they became greatly amazed and frightened, and many of them who plucked up courage to take the risk and escaped detection by the enemy entered Oximus. But as many as were overcome by terror and hid themselves for the time in any convenient clumps of trees, with the intention of proceeding to Ravenna, all these not long afterwards fell into hostile hands and were destroyed. And Belisarius, seeing that Oximus was extraordinarily strong and securely placed, and that it was altogether impossible for him to make an attack upon the fortifications, was of the opinion that he could never take the place by storm, but he hoped by a close siege to reduce the enemy to want, by cutting off their food supplies, and thus to bring them into his power by the passage of time. Now, not far from the fortifications there was a place where the ground was covered with an abundant growth of grass, and this gave rise every day to an encounter between the Romans and the Goths. For every time the Romans saw their opponents cutting this grass for the sake of their horses, they would ascend the hill with a great rush, and upon reaching the enemy they would engage with them, and by making a display of valorous deeds, try to prevent them altogether from carrying off the grass, and they always slew many of the Goths in this place. Then the Goths, finding themselves no match for their enemy in valour, devised the following plan. They removed the wheels along with the axles from their waggons, and held them in readiness. Then, when they had commenced to cut the grass, as soon as they saw that the Romans, as they ascended, were at the middle of the hill, they released the wheels to rush down upon them from above. But by some chance it so happened that these wheels went all the way to the level ground without touching a single man. And since they had failed in this attempt, the barbarians on that occasion took to flight and got inside the fortifications, but after that they adopted the following plan. After filling the ravines which are close to the fortifications with ambuscades of the men of note among them, a few soldiers would show themselves near the grass to the enemy, and when the fighting had come to close quarters, those in concealment would leap out from their ambuscades, and, being greatly superior to their opponents in number, and striking terror into them, because they had not previously seen their assailants, they used to kill great numbers of them and always turned the rest to flight. And although those of the Romans who had kept their positions in the camps did see the enemy rising from the ambuscades, and tried, with much shouting, to call their companions back, still they failed utterly to do so, since those fighting could not in the least hear their call, because in the first place they were separated from them by a great expanse of hillside, and in the second place the barbarians purposely always made a din to drown the voices by beating their weapons together. And when Belisarius was in perplexity because of this situation, Procopius, who wrote this history, came before him and said, "The men, general, who blew the trumpets in the Roman army in ancient times, knew two different strains, one of which seemed unmistakably to urge the soldiers on and impel them to battle, while the other used to call the men who were fighting back to the camp, whenever this seemed to the general to be for the best, and by such means the generals could always give the appropriate commands to the soldiers, and they, on their part, were able to execute the commands thus communicated to them. For during actual combat the human voice is in no way adapted to give any clear instructions, since it obviously has to contend with the clash of arms on every side, and fear paralyses the senses of those fighting. But since at the present time such skill has become obsolete through ignorance, and it is impossible to express both commands by one trumpet, do you adopt the following course hereafter. With the cavalry trumpets, urge on the soldiers to continue fighting with the enemy, but with those of the infantry, call the men back to the retreat. For it is impossible for them to fail to recognise the sound of either one, for in the one case the sound comes forth from leather and very thin wood, and in the other from rather thick brass. So spoke Procopius, and Belisarius was pleased by the suggestion, and calling together the whole army, he spoke as follows: "Consider that enthusiasm is beneficial and thoroughly praiseworthy, but only so long as it continues to be of a moderate sort, and consequently brings no harm upon those under its spell. For every good thing when in excess is wont to change for the worse. Do you therefore from this time forth not allow your enthusiasm for battle to cause you to fail of success. For to flee from one who is inflicting loss upon you is, as you surely know, no disgrace. But he who, without looking about him, goes into trouble which is before his eyes, and, should it so happen, escapes from it, still stands convicted of folly. But the man truly noble is he who plays the part of a brave man in dangers that cannot be avoided. Now the barbarians, since they are unable to fight a decisive battle with us in the open, are trying to destroy us by laying snares. But for us it is more blameworthy to face the danger than to escape from their ambush, for nothing is more shameful than to fall in with the plans of the enemy. It will rest with me accordingly to see to it that you do not come unawares upon the ambuscades of the enemy, and it will be your duty as soon as I give the signal to retire with all speed. And this signal, soldiers, will be given by the trumpet of the infantry." So spoke Belisarius. And the soldiers, seeing the enemy near the grass, made a charge against them, and killed a few of their number in the first onset. And one of the Moors saw among those fallen Goths one in particular whose person was adorned with gold, and laying hold of the hair of his head, he began to drag the corpse after him in order to strip it. But some Goth hurled a javelin at him, and with such a lucky aim that the weapon passed through both his legs, piercing the muscles which are behind the shins, with the result that his 2 legs were pinned together by the means of the javelin. But nevertheless the Moor kept holding the hair of the corpse and dragging it along. At this point the barbarians roused their men from ambush, and Belisarius, seeing from the camp what was being done, commanded the foot soldiers to whom this duty was assigned to sound the trumpets quickly, and the Romans, hearing it, began immediately to withdraw gradually, taking up and carrying the Moor, javelin and all, and the Goths dared follow them no further, but returned unsuccessful. As time went on, and the barbarians saw that their supply of food was coming to be exceedingly scant, they purposed to report their situation to Vitiges, and since no one of them dared set out on this mission, for they thought that they would never elude their besiegers, they devised the following plan. They first put in readiness the men whom they were intending to send to Vitiges, and then waited for a moonless night. When this came, they put a letter into their hands, when it was well on in the night, and thereupon all raised a mighty shout at many parts of the circuit wall. One would have supposed that they had been thrown into confusion, owing to a violent attack of the enemy, and an unexpected capture of the city. And the Romans, utterly unable to understand what was taking place, by the will of Belisarius remained quietly in the camps, suspecting that some stratagem would be carried out from the city, and that an army from Ravenna bringing assistance to the enemy had come against them. And moved as they were by these fears, they thought it better for them to remain quietly in a secure position, and thus save themselves, than to go on a moonless night into a danger which could in a way be foreseen. By such means, therefore, the barbarians concealed their plan from the enemy, and dispatched the men on the way to Ravenna, and they, without being seen by a single one of the enemy, came before Vitiges, on the third day, and displayed the letter. And the writing was as follows: When you appointed us, O king, for the garrison of Oximus, you said that you had placed in our keeping the keys of Ravenna itself, and of your kingdom. And for this very reason you enjoined upon us to be on guard with every fibre of our being, that we should not by any act of ours betray the power of the Goths to the enemy, and you declared that, if we craved your assistance, you would be at hand with the whole army, even before any messenger could announce your coming. Now, as for us, we have, up to the present time, through fighting both with famine and with Belisarius, proved ourselves faithful guardians of your kingdom, but you have seen fit to aid us in no way whatsoever. You must consider, therefore, whether the Romans may not one day capture Oximus and take up the keys which you yourself are disregarding as they lie here, and thereby be excluded in future from none of your possessions. Such was the purport of the letter. When it was brought to Vitiges and he saw it, he did at the moment send the man away with the promise that he would bring assistance to Oximus with the whole army of the Goths, but later, after long consideration, he continued to remain inactive, for on the one hand he suspected that the troops of John would follow up his rear and thus make him exposed to attacks on two sides, and on the other he thought that Belisarius had with him a numerous force of able fighting men. Consequently, he fell into a sort of helpless fear. But chief among the many causes of his concern was the famine, which disturbed him greatly, since he had no source from which to provide supplies for his army. For the Romans, on the one hand, being as they were masters of the sea and holding the fortress in Ancon, brought all their supplies from Sicily and Calabria, and stored them in that place, and at the proper time easily got them from there. The Goths, on the other hand, if they marched into the land of Picenum, would have no means of securing provisions. This he fully realised, and so he found himself completely at a loss. So the men who had lately been sent to Vitiges from Oximus brought back his promise to the city without being detected by their enemy, and thus fortified the barbarians with these empty hopes. And Belisarius, upon hearing this from the deserters, ordered that a still stricter guard should be kept in order that no such thing might happen again. Such was the course of these events. Meanwhile the troops of Cyprian and Justinus, who were besieging Fistula, were quite unable to make an assault upon the fortifications or even to get very close to them, for this fortress was difficult of access on every side. But the barbarians made frequent sallies against them, wishing rather to reach a decision by battle with the Romans than to be hard-pressed by lack of provisions, and the engagements at first indeed proved indecisive, but after a time the Romans, now having the advantage, shut the enemy up within their walls, and continued to guard them securely, so that no one could leave the city. So the barbarians, seeing that their provisions were failing, and finding themselves helpless in their present situation, sent to Vitiges without the knowledge of their enemy, begging him to bring them assistance with all speed, on the ground that they would not hold out very much longer. And Vitiges commanded Arias to go to Ticinum with the army then in Liguria, for after that he declared he too would come to the aid of the besieged himself with the whole Gothic army. And Arias, acting accordingly, set in motion the whole army he had with him and went to Ticinum. And crossing the river Po, they came to the vicinity of the Roman camp. There they too made camp, and established themselves over against their enemy at a distance about 60 stades from them, and neither side began an attack. For the Romans on the one hand deemed it sufficient if they should block the way for their enemy, so that they could not advance upon the besieging army, and the barbarians on the other were reluctant to fight a decisive battle with their enemy in that place, reasoning that, if they should fail in this engagement, they would ruin the whole cause of the Goths, for in that case they would no longer be able to unite with the troops of Witigis and with him to give assistance to the besieged, so both sides, reasoning thus, continued to remain quiet. At this time the Franks, hearing that both Goths and Romans had suffered severely by the war, and thinking for this reason that they could with the greatest ease gain the larger part of Italy for themselves, began to think it preposterous that others should carry on a war for such a length of time for the rule of a land which was so near their own, while they themselves remained quiet and stood aside for both. So forgetting for the moment their oaths and the treaties they had made a little before with both the Romans and the Goths, for this nation in matters of trust is the most treacherous in the world, they straightway gathered to the number of 100,000 under the leadership of Theudebert, and marched into Italy. They had a small body of cavalry about their leader, and these were the only ones armed with spears, while all the rest were foot soldiers, having neither bows nor spears, but each man carried a sword and shield, and one axe. Now the iron head of this weapon was thick, and exceedingly sharp on both sides, while the wooden handle was very short. And they are accustomed always to throw these axes at one signal in the first charge, and thus to shatter the shields of the enemy and kill the men. Thus the Franks crossed the Alps, which separate the Gauls from the Italians, and entered Liguria. Now the Goths had previously been vexed at the thanklessness of the Franks, on the grounds that, although they, the Goths, had often promised to give up to them a large territory and great sums of money in return for an alliance, these Franks had been unwilling to fulfil their own promise in any way. But when they heard that Theudebert was at hand with a great army, they were filled with rejoicing, lifted up, as they were, by the liveliest hopes, and thinking that thereafter they would have the superiority over their enemy without a battle. As for the Germans, as long as they were in Liguria, they did no harm to the Goths, in order that these might make no attempt to stop them at the crossing of the Po. Consequently, when they reached the city of Ticinum, where the Romans of old had constructed a bridge over this river, those who were on guard there gave them every assistance and allowed them to cross the Po unmolested. But upon gaining control of the bridge, the Franks began to sacrifice the women and children of the Goths, whom they found at hand, and to throw their bodies into the river as the first fruits of the war. For these barbarians, although they have become Christians, preserve the greater part of their ancient religion, for they still make human sacrifices, and other sacrifices of an unholy nature, and it is in connection with these that they make their prophecies. And the Goths, upon seeing what was being done, fell into a kind of irresistible fear, took to flight, and got inside the fortifications. So the Germans, having crossed the Po, advanced to the Gothic camp, and the Goths were at first pleased to see them coming in small companies towards their camp, thinking that these men had come to fight in alliance with them. But when a great throng of Germans had come up and opened an attack, and by hurling their axes were already slaying many, they turned their backs and rushed off in flight, and passing through the Roman camp ran along on the road to Ravenna. And the Romans, seeing them in flight, thought that Belisarius had come to support their own force, and had both taken the camp of the enemy and dislodged them from it after defeating them in battle, and wishing to join forces with him, they took up their arms and went forth with all speed. And coming unexpectedly upon a hostile army, they were compelled much against their will to engage with them, and being badly worsted in the battle, they all fled, not to their camps, to which it was now impossible to return, but to Tuscany. And when they had at length reached safety, they reported to Belisarius all that had befallen them. The Franks, having defeated both armies, as has been said, and having captured both camps without a single man in them, for the time being found provisions in the camps, but in a short time they had consumed all these on account of their great numbers, and since the land was destitute of human habitation, they were unable to obtain any provisions except cattle and the water of the Po. But they were unable to digest this meat because of the great quantity of water they drank, and consequently the most of them were attacked by diarrhea and dysentery, which they were quite unable to shake off because of the lack of proper food. Indeed, they say that at least 1/3 of the Frankish army perished in this way. Hence it was that as they were unable to go forward, they remained where they were. Now, when Belisarius heard that an army of Franks was in Italy, and that the forces of Martinus and John had been defeated in battle and had fled, he was reduced to a state of perplexity, concerned as he was not only for the whole army, but especially for the detachment conducting the siege of Fistula, since he learned that these barbarians were near to them, nearer than to any others. He therefore wrote immediately to Theudebert as follows: I consider it unseemly in any case, O noble Theudebert, for a man who lays claim to excellence to fail to be truthful, and especially so when he is a ruler, as thou art, of nations of such vast numbers. But to violate oaths which are set down in writing and to disregard treaties, this would not be proper even for the most ignoble of men, and yet these very offences have been committed by thee in the present case, as thou knowest thyself, although it was only recently that thou didst agree to assist us in this war against the Goths. But as matters now stand, far from holding thyself aloof from both nations, thou hast actually taken up arms in this rash manner and made an attack upon us. Do not thou, at least, my excellent friend, follow such a course, and that too when it involves an insult to the great emperor, who would surely not be likely to overlook the insult, or fail to exact atonement in the fullest measure. Now the best course is for each man to keep his own possessions in safety, and not by laying claim to the possessions of others, to involve himself in any danger which concerns his most vital interests. When Theudebert had read this letter, perplexed as he was already by his present situation, and sharply reproached by the Germans, because, as they said, they were for no good reason dying in a deserted land, he broke camp with the survivors of the Franks and retired homeward with great speed. Thus did Theudebert, after marching into Italy, take his departure, and the troops of Martinus and John returned in spite of the changed situation, in order that the enemy might not make any attack upon the Romans engaged in the siege. Now the Goths in Oximus, who had learned nothing concerning the coming of the Franks, had begun to despair of their hopes from Ravenna, which was so long deferred, and were purposing once more to address an appeal to Vitiges. But seeing that they were unable to elude the guards of the enemy, they were filled with grief. But later on their attention was drawn to one of the Romans. He was of the race of the Bessi and named Brucentius, and had been assigned to the command of Narses the Armenian, for they noted that he was keeping guard alone at midday, that no one should come out from the city to take the grass. And they went nearer and hailed him, and giving pledges that they would do him no harm, they urged him to come to meet them, promising that he would receive from them a large sum of money. And when they had come together, the barbarians besought the man to carry a certain letter to Ravenna, naming a fixed sum of gold to be paid to him immediately, and promising to give him more when he should return, bringing them a letter from Vitiges. And the soldier, won over by the money, agreed to perform this service, and he carried out his promise, for he received a sealed letter and carried it with all speed to Ravenna, and coming before Vitiges, he delivered it to him. Now the message conveyed was as follows: the situation in which we now find ourselves will be clearly revealed to you when you inquire who the bringer of this letter is. for not a Goth can find his way to get outside the fortifications. And as for food, the most available supply we have is the grass which grows by the wall, and even this, at the present time, we cannot so much as touch except by losing many men in the struggle for it, and it becomes both thee and the Goths in Ravenna to consider what the end of all this will be for us." When Witigis had read this, he replied as follows: "Let no one think that we have ceased our efforts, dearest of all men, nor that we have come to be guilty of such a degree of baseness as to abandon utterly the cause of the Goths through sheer indifference. For on my part it was only recently that the preparations for departure had been made with all possible thoroughness, and Arias, with his whole army, had come under summons from Milan. But the inroad of the Franks coming upon us unexpectedly as it did, has made havoc of all of our preparations, a result for which I, at least, could not justly bear the blame. For things which are beyond human power confer even upon those who fail the boon of being free from blame, since fortune draws upon herself whatever charge springs from what has befallen. Now, however, since we hear that Theudebert has got out of our way, we shall at no distant time, if God wills, come to you with the whole Gothic army. And it is needful for you to bear whatever falls to your lot manfully, and as befits the necessity which is upon you, calling to mind first your own valour, on account of which I chose you out from the whole army and established you in Oximus, and respecting also the reputation which you hold among all of the Goths, and which prompted them to put you forward as a bulwark for Ravenna, and for their own safety. After writing this letter and rewarding the man with a large sum of money, Witigis sent him away. And when he reached Oximus, he rejoined his comrades, giving as his excuse that some sickness or other had fallen upon him, and that for this reason he had been passing the time in a certain sanctuary not far away, and so he was appointed once more to guard duty, to the very watch to which he had been accustomed, and unbeknownst to all the Romans, he gave the letter to the enemy, and when this was read to the people it gave them all additional encouragement, although they were hard pressed by the famine. Wherefore they were quite unwilling to yield to Belisarius, although he offered many enticements. But when no army had been reported as having left Ravenna, and they were already in extreme distress because of the lack of provisions, they once more sent Bucentius with a message stating only this, that after 5 days they would no longer be able to fight with the famine, and he returned to them a second time with a letter from Witigis, tantalizing them with similar hopes. Now the Romans were distressed no less than the Goths, because they had been carrying on such a long siege in a deserted land, and they were completely baffled at seeing the barbarians refusing to give in to them, although involved in so much suffering. In view of this situation, Belisarius was eager to capture alive one of the men of note from among the enemy, in order that he might learn what the reason might be why the barbarians were holding out in their desperate situation, and Valerian promised readily to perform such a service for him. For there were some men in his command, he said, from the nation of the Scalveni, who are accustomed to conceal themselves behind a small rock or any bush which may happen to be near, and pounce upon an enemy. In fact, they are constantly practising this in their native lands, along the river Ista, both on Romans and on the barbarians as well. Belisarius was pleased by this suggestion and bade him see that the thing was done with all speed. So Valerian chose out one of the Scalvini, who was well suited as to size of body and especially active, and commanded him to bring a man of the enemy assuring him that he would receive a generous reward from Belisarius, and he added that he could do this easily in the place where the grass was, because for a long time past the Goths had been feeding upon this grass, since their provisions were exhausted. So this barbarian at early dawn went close to the fortifications, and holding himself in a bush and drawing his body into small compass, he remained in concealment near the grass, and at daybreak a Goth came there, and began hastily to gather the blades of grass, suspecting no harm from the bush, but looking about frequently toward the enemy's camp, lest anyone should attack him from there. Then the barbarian, falling unexpectedly upon the Goth from behind, made him captive, holding him tightly about the waist with both hands, and thus carried him into the camp and handed him over to Valerian. And when he questioned the prisoner, asking what basis of confidence and what assurance the Goths could possibly have that they were absolutely unwilling to yield to the Romans and were voluntarily enduring the most dreadful suffering, the Goth told Valerian the whole truth concerning Bersentius, and when he was brought before him, he proved his guilt. As for Bersentius, when he perceived that he had been found out, he concealed nothing of what he had done, wherefore Belisarius handed him over to his comrades to do with him as they wished, and they not long afterwards burned him alive, the enemy looking on as they did so. Thus did Bersentius profit by his love for money. But when Belisarius saw that the barbarians continued nonetheless to hold out in their suffering, he was minded to carry out his plot against their water supply, thinking that in this way he would accomplish the capture of his enemy with the greatest ease and facility. Now there was a spring on a steep slope to the north of Oximus, about a stone's throw distant from the circuit wall, which discharged its water in a very small stream into a cistern which had been there from of old. And when the cistern became full from this small inflow, it was a matter of no difficulty for the inhabitants of Oximus to draw the water. This situation suggested to Belisarius that, if the water should not be collected there, the barbarians would never be able to fill their jars from the spring's flow, because they would be exposed to the missiles of their enemy for a long time. Wishing therefore to destroy the cistern, he devised the following plan. He armed his whole force and drew it up in a circle about the circuit wall, as if for battle, giving his opponents the impression that he was about to make an attack upon their defences from all sides without the least delay. The Goths, consequently fearing the attack, remained quietly at the battlements, with the intention of warding off their enemy from that position. But Belisarius meanwhile chose out 5 Isurians who were skilled in masonry and conducted them to the cistern with mattocks and other implements suitable for cutting stone, concealing them as they went under a great number of shields. Then he commanded them to put forth all their strength to break up and tear down the walls of the cistern as quickly as possible. As for the barbarians, as long as they suspected that these men were coming against the wall, they remained quiet, in order that they might come as close as possible and thus form an easy mark for their missiles, never once thinking what their real objective was. But when they saw that the Isurians had got inside the cistern, they began to hurl stones and discharge all kinds of missiles at them. Then indeed all the other Romans retired on the run, but the 5 Isurians alone, who had now reached safety, began their work, for a sort of vault had been built over the cistern by the men of old in order to shade the water. So, when they had got under this vault, they paid not the least heed to the enemy, although they were discharging missiles with great frequency, In view of this, the Goths could no longer endure to remain inside the fortifications, but opening the small gate on that side, they all rushed out against the Isaurians with great fury and tumult, and the Romans, urged on by Belisarius, made a countercharge with great enthusiasm. So a fierce battle took place in which for a long time they engaged in a hand-to-hand struggle, and there was great slaughter on both sides. But the men were falling more thickly among the Romans. For since the barbarians were defending themselves from a higher position, a few men could overpower many, and gaining superiority in the hand-to-hand struggle, they were killing more men than those who were killed among themselves. However, the Romans were determined not to give in, feeling shame before Belisarius, who was present and urging them on with shouts. While this battle was in progress, it also happened that a missile came flying with a shrill whiz towards the belly of the general, having been directed there by one of the enemy either by some chance or with deliberate intent, and the missile was not seen at all by Belisarius, at any rate. He failed either to guard against it or to step aside to avoid it, but a certain spearman named Unigastus, who was standing beside him, saw it when it was not far from the belly of Belisarius, and by putting forth his right hand saved the general unexpectedly, but he himself, owing to the wound inflicted by the arrow, withdrew immediately, suffering severe pain. And after that, since the sinews had been severed, he was never able to use his hand again, and the battle, which had begun early in the morning, continued up to midday, and 7 men of the Armenians from the command of Narses and Aratius made a display of valorous deeds, running about the unfavourable ground, which was exceedingly steep, just as if on level ground, and killing those of the enemy who from time to time made a stand against them, until they forced back the barbarians in that part of the line and routed them. Then the other Romans, seeing the enemy now giving way, began to pursue them, and the rout became decisive, and the barbarians went back inside the fortifications. Now the Romans thought that the cistern had been destroyed, and that the Isaurians had accomplished their whole task, but in fact they had been altogether unable to remove so much as one pebble from the masonry, for the artisans of old, who cared most of all for excellence in their work, had built this masonry in such a way as to yield neither to time nor to the attempts of men to destroy it. At any rate, the Isaurians had accomplished nothing when, upon seeing that the Romans had won the position, they left the cistern and withdrew to the camp. Consequently, Belisarius commanded the soldiers to throw into the water the dead bodies of animals and such herbs as nature has caused to be especially deadly for man, and also to put in a kind of stone very thoroughly burned, which in olden times they were accustomed to call titanos, but which at the present time they call asbestos, and thus to quench in it the water. And the soldiers did accordingly, but the barbarians made use of a well inside the fortifications which had an exceedingly scant supply of water, and thus they supplied themselves during this time, but with a smaller quantity than they needed. Thereafter Belisarius no longer exerted himself either to capture the place by storm or to carry out any plot with regard to the water or anything else, hoping that by famine alone he would overcome the enemy, and because of this purpose he exercised the greatest care in guarding the lines. The Goths, meanwhile, still expecting the army from Ravenna, and being in great want of provisions, remained quiet. By this time the Goths, who were besieged in Fistula, were beginning to be exceedingly hard-pressed by famine, and being unable to endure the suffering, and despairing also of the hope from Ravenna, they decided to yield to their opponents. They accordingly opened negotiations with Cyprian and Justinus, and upon receiving pledges for their lives, they surrendered both themselves and the fortress. Then Cyprian and his colleagues, taking them along with the Roman army, and after establishing a sufficient garrison at Fistula, came to Oximus. And Belisarius from that time was constantly displaying their leaders to the barbarians in Oximus, and bidding them cling no longer to their insane purpose, but abandon their hope for Ravenna, for they, like the others, would never receive the least assistance, but after being utterly worn out by hardship, they would nonetheless come to the same fate as had the garrison in Fistula, and they, after long deliberation among themselves, seeing that they could no longer hold out against the famine, were ready to receive his proposals, and expressed a desire to surrender the city on condition that they themselves suffer no harm, and proceed with their belongings to Ravenna. As a result of this, Belisarius was altogether uncertain what to do in the situation before him, because on the one hand he thought it inexpedient that a body of the enemy of such marked excellence and so numerous besides should join forces with their comrades in Ravenna, and on the other hand he was quite unwilling to let slip the moment of opportunity, but wished to move against Ravenna and Vitiges while the situation was still unsettled, for the Franks were causing him great concern, since he fully expected that they would come to the assistance of the Goths almost immediately, and though he was eager to anticipate their arrival, he was unable to break up the siege with Oximus still uncaptured. The soldiers furthermore would not allow him to concede their property to the barbarians, displaying many wounds which they had received at their hands before the city, and recounting all the struggles which had fallen to their lot during this siege, and they declared that the reward for these sufferings was surely the spoils of the vanquished. But finally, since the Romans were compelled by the pressing need of the moment, and the Goths were overcome by the famine, they came to an agreement with each other, stipulating that the Romans should divide among themselves one half of their wealth, while the Goths should keep the rest and be subjects of the emperor. Both sides accordingly gave pledges to secure their agreement, the commanders of the Romans that the agreement should be binding, and the Goths that they would conceal nothing whatever of their wealth. Thus then they divided the whole of it between them, and the Romans on their part took possession of Oximus, while the barbarians mingled with the emperor's army. After the capture of Oximus, Belisarius made haste to lay siege to Ravenna, and he brought up his whole army against it. He also sent Magnus with a large force beyond Ravenna, with orders to move constantly along the bank of the river Po and keep guard, with the purpose of preventing the Goths thereafter from bringing in provisions by way of the river. Furthermore, Vitellius, who had come from Dalmatia with an army to join him, was guarding the other bank of the river. It was here that the Romans met with a piece of good fortune, which made it perfectly clear that fortune herself was determining the course of events for both sides. For the Goths had previously collected a large number of boats in Liguria, and brought them down to the Po, and after filling them with grain and other provisions, were purposing to set sail for Ravenna. But the water in the river fell so low at that time that it was altogether impossible to navigate upon it, until the Romans came up and seized the boats with all their cargoes. Then the river not long afterwards returned to its proper volume and became navigable thereafter, and as far as we know from tradition, this had never happened to the river before. By this time the barbarians had already begun to experience some lack of provisions, for they were both unable to bring anything in by the Ionian Gulf, since their enemy commanded the sea everywhere, and they were shut off from the river. And the rulers of the Franks, learning what was going on, and wishing to gain Italy for themselves, sent envoys to Witigis, holding out a promise of an offensive and defensive alliance on condition that they should rule the land jointly with him. Now, when Belisarius heard this, he also sent envoys, among whom was Theodosius, who stood at the head of his own household, in order to speak against the Germans. So the envoys of the Germans were admitted first to Witigis's presence, and spoke to the following effect: "The rulers of the Germans have sent us to you in the first place, because they are vexed to hear that you are thus besieged by Belisarius, and in the second place, because they are eager to avenge you with all possible speed in accordance with the terms of our alliance. Now we suppose that our army, numbering not less than 500,000 fighting men, has by now crossed the Alps, and we boast that they will bury the entire Roman army with their axes at the first contest. And you, for your part, ought to conform to the purpose not of those who intend to enslave you, but of those who are entering into the danger of war because of their loyalty to the Goths. And apart from this, if on the other hand you unite your forces with ours, the Romans will have no hope left of facing both our armies in battle, but from the very outset, and without any effort at all, we shall gain the supremacy in the war. But if on the other hand the Goths choose to array themselves with the Romans, even in that case they will not withstand the Frankish nation, for the struggle will not be evenly matched in point of strength, but the ultimate result for you will be defeat in the company of the most hostile of all men. But to plunge into a disaster which can be foreseen when the opportunity is offered to be saved without danger is utter folly. Besides, the Roman nation has proved itself altogether untrustworthy towards all barbarians, since by its very nature it is hostile to them. We therefore propose, if you are willing, to share with you the rule of all of Italy, and we shall administer the land in whatever manner seems best. And for thee and the Goths, the natural course to follow is that one which is destined to redound to your advantage." Thus spoke the Franks. And the envoys of Belisarius also came forward and spoke as follows: "That the multitude of the Germans will inflict no injury on the Emperor's army, and it is with this that they seek to scare you. Why should one enter into a lengthy proof before you, seeing that you certainly have come to understand by long experience what wholly governs the course of war, and know that valour is in no circumstance wont to be overcome by mere throngs of men? For we need not add that, in point of fact, the Emperor surpasses all others in the ability to outstrip his enemies in regard to the multitude of his soldiers. But as touching the loyalty of these Franks, which they proudly claim to show towards all barbarians, this has been well displayed by them, first to the Thuringians and the Burgundian nation, and then to you also, their allies. And indeed we on our part should take pleasure in asking the Franks by what god they can possibly intend to swear when they declare that they will give you surety for their loyalty. For you understand surely in what manner they have honoured the one by whom they have already sworn. They who have received from you vast sums of money, as you know, and also the entire territory of Gaul as the price of their alliance, and yet have decided not merely to render you no assistance at all in your peril, but have actually taken up arms thus wantonly against you, if any account of those things which happened on the Po is preserved among you. And why need we demonstrate the impiety of the Franks by recounting past events? Nothing could be more unholy than the present embassy of theirs. For just as if they had forgotten the terms they themselves have agreed upon, and the oaths they have taken to secure the treaty, they claim the right to share your all with you. And if they actually do obtain this from you, it befits you to consider what will be the end of their insatiable greed for money. Thus spoke the envoys of Belisarius in their turn. As for Witigis, after long conference with the nobles of the Goths, he gave his preference to the proposed treaty with the emperor, and sent away the envoys of the Germans unsuccessful. And from that time the Goths and the Romans began directly to carry on negotiations with each other, but Belisarius was no whit the less on his guard to prevent the barbarians from bringing in provisions for themselves. Furthermore, he commanded Vitellius to go to Venetia and bring over as many of the towns of that region as possible, while he himself with Idiger, whom he had sent forward, was maintaining a guard over both banks of the Po, in order that the barbarians might yield more readily through lack of provisions, and make the treaty as he himself wished. And since he learned that a large amount of grain was still lying in storage in public warehouses inside Ravenna, he bribed one of the inhabitants of the city to set fire secretly to these same warehouses, and destroy the grain within. But they say that, in reality, it was by the will of Matasuntha, the wife of Witigis, that they were destroyed. Now some few were led by the fact that the grain burned suddenly to believe that the thing had been carried out by a plot, but others suspected that the place had been struck by lightning. Still, whichever of the two views they took, both the Goths and Witigis were, more than ever, plunged into a state of helplessness, unable as they were even to trust their own compatriots thenceforth, and thinking that the war was being waged against them by God himself. Such was the course of these events. Now there are numerous strongholds in the Alps, which separate Gaul from Liguria, and which the Romans call the Cottian Alps. These strongholds were garrisoned, as had been the custom for many years, by many of the noblest of the Goths, who resided in them together with their wives and children, and when Belisarius heard that these garrisons wished to submit themselves to him, he sent to them one of his officers, Thomas by name, with some few men, with instructions to give pledges and accept the surrender of the barbarians there. And when they reached the Alps, Sysigis, who commanded the garrison of that district, received them in one of the fortresses, and not only submitted himself, but also urged each of the other commanders to do likewise. Just at this time, Urias, who had selected 4,000 Ligurians and men from the fortresses in the Alps, was moving with all speed towards Ravenna with the intention of relieving the city. But when these men learned what had been done by Sysigis, they became fearful for their families and demanded that they should first go to them. Consequently, Urias entered the Cottian Alps with his whole army and laid siege to Sysigis and the force of Thomas. Now, when John, the nephew of Vitellion and Martinus, learned of this situation, for they happened to be very near the Po, they came to the rescue as quickly as possible with their whole army, and by falling suddenly upon some of the fortresses in the Alps, they captured them and made slaves of their inhabitants, and a large number of these captives, as chance would have it, proved to be children and wives of the men who were serving under Urias. For the most of the men under his command were natives of these very fortresses, and when these men learned that their own homes had been captured, they detached themselves suddenly from the army of the Goths, having decided to go over to the troops under John, and as a result of this, Urias was able neither to accomplish anything there, nor to bring assistance to the Goths endangered in Ravenna, but he returned unsuccessful with a few men to Liguria, and remained quietly there, and Belisarius, without interference, held Witigis and the nobles of the Goths confined in Ravenna. It was in these circumstances that envoys arrived from the emperor, Dominicus and Maximinus, both members of the Senate, in order to make peace on the following terms. Witigis was to receive 1/2 of the royal treasures, and to rule over the territory which is north of the River Po, but the other half of the money was to fall to the emperor, and he was to make subject and tributary to himself all that lay south of the Po. So the envoys, having shown the emperor's letter to Belisarius, betook themselves to Ravenna, and when the Goths and Witigis had learned the purpose of their coming, they gladly agreed to make the treaty on these terms. But Belisarius, upon hearing this, was moved with vexation, counting it a great calamity that anyone should prevent him from winning the decisive victory of the whole war, when it was possible to do so with no trouble, and from leading Witigis a captive to Byzantium. So when the envoys returned to him from Ravenna, he refused absolutely to ratify the agreement by his own signature. And when the Goths became aware of this, they began to feel that the Romans were offering them peace with treacherous intent, and became very suspicious of them, and they forthwith declared flatly that without both the signature and the oath of Belisarius, they would never make a compact with the Romans. And Belisarius, upon hearing that some of the commanders were criticising him bitterly, on the grounds that he was plainly plotting against the emperor's cause, and for this reason was quite unwilling to bring the war to an end, called them all together, and in the presence of Dominicus and Maximinus spoke as follows: I am not alone in knowing that the fortune of war is by no means fixed and firm, but I think that each one of you shares this same view with me regarding it. For many men have been deceived by the hope of victory when it seemed certain that it would come to them, while many men who, to all appearances, have met with disaster, have many a time had the fortune to triumph unexpectedly over their adversaries. Consequently, I say that men deliberating with regard to peace should not put before them only the expectation of success, but reflecting that the result will be either way, they should make their choice of policy on this basis. In view of this, it has seemed best to me, at any rate, to bring to a conference you, my colleagues, and these envoys of the emperor, to the end that the present occasion may afford an opportunity to choose at our leisure whatever course may seem destined to be of advantage to the emperor, that after the event you may never bring any reproach against me. For it would be a thing most monstrous first to be silent as long as it is possible to choose the better course, and later, upon surveying the outcome decreed by fortune, to bring accusations. Now, as to the emperor's decision with a view to the conclusion of the war, and as to the wishes of Witigis, you are of course well informed. And if you too think this course advantageous, let each man come forward and speak. If, however, you think that you are able to recover the whole of Italy for the Romans and to gain the mastery over the enemy, nothing will prevent you from speaking with complete frankness. When Belisarius had thus spoken, all expressed the opinion with certainty that the emperor's decision was best, and that they would be unable to do the enemy any further harm, and Belisarius was pleased with the expression of the commander's opinion, and asked them to set it down in writing, in order that they might never deny it. They accordingly wrote a document stating that they were unable to achieve superiority over the opponents in the war. These deliberations, then, were being carried forward in the Roman camp, but the Goths, hard pressed by the famine and no longer able to endure their suffering, were in a state of suspense. For while they were hostile to the rule of Witigis, seeing that he had been unfortunate in the extreme, still they were reluctant to yield to the emperor, fearing only that, upon becoming slaves of the emperor, they would be compelled to remove from Italy and go to Byzantium and settle there. So after deliberating among themselves, all the best of the Goths decided to declare Belisarius Emperor of the West, and sending to him secretly, they begged him to assume the royal power, for upon this condition they declared they would follow him gladly. But Belisarius was quite unwilling to assume the ruling power against the will of the emperor, for he had an extraordinary loathing of the name of tyrant, and furthermore he had in fact been bound by the emperor previously by most solemn oaths, never during his lifetime to organise a revolution. Still, in order to turn the situation before him to the best advantage, he let it appear that he received the proposal of the barbarians gladly. Vitiges, perceiving this, became fearful, and saying that the deliberations of the Goths had arrived at the best possible result, he too secretly urged Belisarius to enter upon the royal power, for no one, he said, would stand in his way. Then again Belisarius called together the envoys of the emperor and all the commanders, and asked them whether it seemed to them a matter of great importance to make all the Goths with Vitiges captives, and to secure as plunder all their wealth, and recover the whole of Italy for the Romans. And they said that this would be for the Romans a great and overwhelming piece of good fortune, and they begged him to bring it about as quickly as possible, by whatever means he could. Accordingly, Belisarius at once sent to Vitiges and the notables of the Goths some of his intimates, bidding them carry out what they had promised, and indeed, the famine would not permit them to put off the matter to any other time, but by its increasing pressure was driving them to this decision. Consequently, they again sent envoys to the camp of the Romans with instructions to make some vague statement openly, but in secret, to receive pledges from Belisarius, both that he would do no harm to any one of the Goths, and that thenceforth he himself would be king of the Goths and Italians. This accomplished, they were to come with him and the Roman army into Ravenna. As for Belisarius, he swore to everything else, just as the envoys required of him, but concerning the kingship, he said that he would swear to Vitiges himself and the rulers of the Goths. And the envoys, thinking that he would never reject the kingship, but that he would strive for it above all other things, made not the least hesitation in urging him to come with them into Ravenna. Then Belisarius ordered Bessus and John and Narses and Aratius to go with their several commands to different places, for these were the men whom he suspected of being exceedingly hostile to him, and to provide provisions for themselves, for he alleged that it was no longer possible for him in the place where he was to bring in provisions for the whole army. So these officers, as well as Athanasius, the Praetorian prefect, who had recently come from Byzantium, proceeded to carry out the instructions given them, but he himself, with the remainder of the army, marched into Ravenna with the envoys of the Goths. And loading a fleet of ships with grain and other provisions, he gave orders that they should sail with all speed into the harbour of Classes, for thus the Romans call the suburb of Ravenna where the harbour is. And while I watched the entry of the Roman army into Ravenna at that time, an idea came to me, to the effect that it is not at all by the wisdom of men or by any other sort of excellence on their part that events are brought to fulfilment, but that there is some divine power which is ever warping their purposes and shifting them in such a way that there will be nothing to hinder that which is being brought to pass. For although the Goths were greatly superior to their opponents in number and in power, and had neither fought a decisive battle since they had entered Ravenna, nor been humbled in spirit or by any other disaster, still they were being made captives by the weaker army, and were regarding the name of slavery as no insult. But when the women, as they sat at the gate, had seen the whole army, for they had heard from their husbands that the enemy were men of great size and too numerous to be counted, they all spat upon the faces of their husbands, and pointing with their hand to the victors, reviled them for their cowardice. As for Belisarius, he held Vitiges under guard, but not in disgrace, and urged those of the barbarians who lived south of the river Po to go to their own lands, and care for them unmolested. This he did because he felt that he would have no hostile force to deal with in that quarter, and that the Goths of that region would never unite, because he had, as it happened, previously established a large number of Roman troops in the towns there. So these Goths gladly made haste to return. And thus the Romans were now making their position secure, for in Ravenna at least, they were no longer outnumbered by the Goths. He next took possession of the money in the place which he intended to convey to the emperor. But as for the private property of the Goths, neither did he take plunder from any individual, nor would he permit any other Roman to take such plunder, but each one of them preserved his property according to the terms of the agreement. Now when those of the barbarians who were keeping guard on the strongest of the towns heard that both Ravenna and Vitiges were held by the Romans, they began to send envoys to Belisarius, craving permission to submit themselves by surrender and the places they guarded. And he most willingly furnished pledges to them all, and thus took over Tarbesium and such other strongholds as there were in Venetia. For Cesena was the only one remaining in Aemilia, and this he had previously taken over along with Ravenna. And the Goths who commanded these towns, as soon as they received the pledges, came to Belisarius and remained with him, all except Idibadus, a man of note, who commanded the garrison in Verona. For though he too sent envoys to Belisarius on the same mission as the others did, especially because Belisarius had found his children in Ravenna and taken possession of them, still he did not either come to Ravenna or submit himself to Belisarius, for fortune brought him to a situation which I shall now describe. Certain officers of the Roman army, out of malice towards Belisarius, began to slander him to the emperor, advancing against him a charge of usurpation for which there was no ground whatsoever in his case. And the emperor, not so much because he was persuaded by these slanders as because the Medic war was already pressing upon him, summoned Belisarius to come as quickly as possible, in order to take the field against the Persians. Meanwhile, he commanded Bessas and John, with the others, to take charge of Italy, and directed Constantinus to go to Ravenna from Dalmatia. Now the Goths who inhabited the country to the north of the Po and of Ravenna, upon hearing that the emperor was summoning Belisarius, at first indeed paid no heed to the matter, thinking that Belisarius would never regard the kingdom of Italy as of less account than loyalty to Justinian. But when they learned that he was making preparations for his departure in real earnest, all the loyal Goths of that region who were still left formed a common purpose, and went to Urius, the nephew of Vitiges, at Ticinum, and after first lamenting long with him, they spoke as follows: "The man who has proved to be chiefly responsible for the present misfortunes of the nation of the Goths is no other than you, for we, on our part, should have long ago removed that uncle of yours from the kingship, seeing that he has led us in such a cowardly manner and with such ill fortune, just as we removed Theodatus, the nephew of Theodoric, unless, out of respect for the natural vigour which you seemed to display, we had decided to concede to Vitiges merely the title of king, but in fact to entrust to you alone the rule of the Goths. What, however, seemed then consideration, now stands out clearly as folly, and the cause of these misfortunes of ours. For very many of the Goths, as you know, dear Arius, and our noblest, have perished in the war, and such nobles as are left among the survivors Belisarius will lead away along with Vitiges and all of our wealth. And no one could deny that we too shall suffer the same fate a little later, seeing that we are reduced to a small and pitiable band. Since, therefore, such a dire fate has encompassed us, it will be preferable for us to die with glory than to see our wives and children led by the enemy to the extremities of the earth, and we shall in all probability accomplish something worthy of valorous men, if only we have you as the leader of our struggles. Thus spoke the Goths. And Urias replied as follows: You say that we ought in the present extremity to choose the peril of battle rather than slavery, and this opinion I share with you. But, on the other hand, I think it altogether inexpedient for me to ascend the throne of the Goths, in the first place because, being the nephew of Vitiges, a man who has been so unfortunate, I should appear to the enemy as worthy to be despised, since men believe that among kinsmen the like fortune is ever handed on from one to another. And in the second place, I should seem to act impiously in usurping the rule of my uncle, and in case I do this, I shall probably have the most of you angry with me. But my opinion is that Idibordus must become the ruler of the Goths for this perilous enterprise, a man who has attained the highest excellence and is conspicuously energetic. And it is to be expected with certainty that Theudis also, the ruler of the Visigoths, seeing that he is Idibordus' uncle, will assist him in the war because of his kinship. And this indeed will be ground for more confident hope in carrying on the struggle against our opponents. When Urias in his turn had spoken thus, it seemed to all the Goths that his words pointed out the course which would be to their advantage, and Idibordus was straightway summoned by them and came from Verona. Then, after clothing him in the purple, they declared him king of the Goths, and entreated him to take the situation in hand, and set matters right for them. Thus did Idibordus come into the royal power. But a short time after this, he called all the Goths together and spoke as follows: All of you, fellow soldiers, as I am well aware, have had experience in many wars, so that we shall probably never proceed to make war on the spur of the moment, for experience brings a man sober judgment, so that he is not wont to act rashly in any case. Now you ought in fairness to yourselves to call to recollection all that has befallen us heretofore, and make plans to meet the present situation with this in mind. For when forgetfulness of past events comes upon men, it often, through folly, exalts their minds at the wrong moment, and then, when there is all at stake, utterly overthrows them. Now when Vitiges placed himself in the hands of the enemy, it was not against your will, nor did you strive to prevent him, but at that time you bowed before the adversities of fortune, and considered that we should best consult our own interests by sitting at home and obeying Belisarius rather than by risking our lives in endless danger. But now, upon hearing that Belisarius is setting out for Byzantium, you have decided to undertake a revolution, and yet each one of you ought to have taken into consideration that things do not always happen for men as they will them, but many times the outcome of events has unexpectedly gone contrary to what has been determined upon, for chance or a change of heart have a way of setting most things right when least expected, and even now it is by no means improbable that this is what will happen to Belisarius. It is better therefore to make inquiries of him first, and to attempt to bring the man back to the earlier agreement, and only after this should you proceed to the next best step. When Idibordus had thus spoken, the Goths decided that he had counselled well, and he sent envoys to Ravenna with all speed. So these envoys, upon coming before Belisarius, reminded him of the agreement made with them, and reproached him as a breaker of his promise, calling him a slave by his own choice, and chiding him because, they said, he did not blush at choosing servitude in place of the kingship, and with many other speeches of a similar sort they kept urging him to accept the rule. For, should he do so, they declared that Idibordis would come of his own accord in order to lay down the purple at his feet and do obeisance to Belisarius as king of the Goths and Italians. So the envoys on their part kept making these speeches, thinking that the man would without any hesitation take upon himself the kingly title immediately, but he, contrary to their expectations, refused them outright, saying that never, while the Emperor Justinian lived, would Belisarius usurp the title of king. So they, upon hearing this, departed as quickly as possible, and reported the whole matter to Idibordis, and Belisarius took his way to Byzantium, and the winter drew to its close, and the 5th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written.